You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? What the hell did they do? Why does StreamYard keep changing their stuff? My God. All right. Well, I was going to remove my name for the time being, but oh, that's what they did. They created a whole other window. Jesus Christ. Because we don't, you know my name right now. We could wait till everybody's, on the stream, on the panel and everything. Welcome, guys. We've made it through another week up to the Vodka stream. Cheers. Got the vodka flowing. Hey. Should be fun times tonight. Hopefully you guys had a good week. Got plenty to talk about. I mean, we could be watching some baseball right now in the background like last Friday, but the Dodgers had to go ahead and win on Wednesday. Jeez. Am I right? No, it's all good. Congratulations to the Dodgers. Congratulations to the Dodgers. I know they had their ceremony today, which is cool. But yeah, I was wanting a game 6 though, at least a game 6. So then they can win it in LA and, just to add a little bit more drama to it. Hell, if it went to a game 7, holy shit. All I know is went to a game 7, me and my brother, friends, my dad, my mom probably. We would all went somewhere to watch the game at some sports bar or something like that. And I'm like, that would have been fucking cool. But hey, it didn't happen. Anyways, what's happening, guys? Gilmer, what's happening? Did you see that Tarantino thought about? Yes, the remakes, and he'll never see them because he's already seen the originals. Doesn't need to see those stories again. Yeah, Tarantino is a strange guy, but I love the fact that he is making people upset. And, I've seen people on the timeline going, he's losing it. I'm like, no, I think he's always been like this, guys. I think Tarantino's always been like this. Maybe it's just a little bit more outspoken now that he's, about to do his last movie, apparently. I don't know. I don't agree with him, but I just like the fact that he's making people upset. Amari, what's happened? So happy that the Wayans are coming back for Scary Movie. That's right. We need it. We need a good parody. Taladia Plays, what's happening? Hey, guys, Friday. I find it interesting that Wayans are returning. Yeah, the Wayans, yeah. Should be good. What's going on, Phil? Thank you. Thank you for the compliment for the thumbnail. Carlos, what's going on? Have you ever tried what is it? Aguardiente? It's a Colombian drink. I have not tried that, but I am curious. I'm curious. Is it refreshing? Is it a stiff drink? I'll try it. I'll try anything. What's going on, Brendan? Good to see you. We got Max Wolf Danger right here. What up? I'm doing good. Just saw Venom 3. My thoughts? It was okay. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 sounds more than okay. So yeah, happy Friday. Yeah, it's an enjoyable movie. I just hated that ending. And the more that I thought about it, I was like, dang. And let's see. We got Braden right here. Good to see you. We got Antonio. Congratulations to Jose, Mrs. Junkie. Yeah. Mama Film Junkie you're talking about for your team. And, of course, Pop's Film Junkie as well. I hate the Yankees and the Mets. So, apparently, you have a problem with New York, huh? A little problem with New York? It's fine. What's going on, Ryan? You're right on time. And, hey, there's my brother right there, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Good times, good times. We got Ty right here. Still doing this garbage. All right. Yeah, he's still doing this garbage, and I didn't realize I was a member. You might have been gifted that, but, you don't have to be. If you think it's garbage, by all means, just turn it off. I thank you for the view and the interaction, but, that helps. That does help, so much appreciated, sir, and yeah, maybe you were gifted it at one point. I don't know, because sometimes there's some people that like to gift it to people, but you could cancel it if you don't, if you think it's garbage. By all means, man, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Hey, we got Super Batsy. What's going on, Max? What is happening? If you had a choice to watch Kraven the Hunter or Venom 3, which one would you watch? Well, I already seen Venom, so definitely Kraven. I mean, if I had to choose between the two of them, that's a hard one because I'm kind of thinking that Kraven actually might be better than Venom 3. So I don't know. I think I'd choose that for sure. So see what was up with the fan trying to rip the ball out of the Dodgers glove. That was worse than Jeffrey. Yeah, I know, right? That guy. And apparently, I saw a clip today that Gronk actually knows that guy. You could search it on YouTube. He was on some show or some podcast or something, and he talked about that he actually knows that guy, that he went to school with them or college or something. And he knows that guy. So that's just pretty damn funny right there. We got, let's see, Braden for me is Craven. Yeah. What's going on for you, Jason? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being a member for 34 months. 34 months. Always much appreciated, sir. Always appreciated. I didn't mean garbage your stream. Oh, okay. Okay, the animation take. Oh, well, I just got to, I'm going to have a little spiel about it. Maybe, give me a little second here. I'm going to like kind of talk about it, but thank you. I was thinking that you were thinking the stream was garbage, but the animation take, yeah. But I'm going to talk about it because there's some new follow-ups, I should say. Let's see. Still love the Kill Bill interview about violence in his movies because it's so much fun, Jan. Yeah. See, Tarantino's always been Tarantino. That's why when it comes to all this stuff, and people are going like, Jesus Christ, Tarantino, I'm like, this has always been Tarantino. This has always been him. Derek Jeter, I'm a Atlanta Braves fan in the Mets. Okay. I like Derek Jeter when he does the post-game stuff. I wish they'd get rid of A-Rod. A-Rod's annoying as herf. Have you ever seen the movie Nefarious? If not, please watch it. Nefarious. Is that a recent movie? What's going on, Cortez? Hope you had a spooky Halloween. Just a laid back, watch football, worked on some things. Seems that Marvel has the whole year stacked. I don't think my wallet can handle so much. I know, right? I thought they were supposed to hold back a little bit, but apparently. Yeah. Hey, Dave, I will tell you why I give it an 8 out of it, because the second post-credit scene, me and my family were like, what the fuck? Okay, well, that's good. What's going on, Music Man? I like your content. I love, just personally disagree, and so does the mass. Seems like so does the mass. Okay, well, I'm gonna touch bases on that a little bit. So, what's going on, Axel? What's going on, Bradley? Good to see you. Good to see you. I dressed up over the weekend. If you were to look at my Twitter, I dressed up when I went to my dad's little Halloween party. I didn't dress up yesterday or anything. I didn't do anything yesterday but stay home and watch football and work on some things. But so when it comes to dressing up, I dressed up as a Weyland-Yutani Corporation victim, worker, I guess you could say. Weyland-Yutani Corp is, of course, the alien, the corporation that is all about, all an alien and, the Alien franchise. So I had a chest, I had a alien popping out of my chest. I had the hat. I have that hat. So I kind of looked like a worker, and I just had a white t-shirt, cut a hole in it, put some fake blood, and had a questionably phallic looking alien popping out of my chest. So when I got to the party, I said this on Monday's show. When I got to the party, I wore it for about 10 minutes and then I took it off because, sadly, the alien looked, it looked a little phallic, a little too phallic for a Halloween party that had kids at it. So, had it on. We had some jokes, did all that. So, my thoughts on why the UFC stuff isn't official yet. I think they're still trying to work on it. I think it's definitely should be happening, but we shall see. But anyways, guys, all right. So go ahead, if you guys have some questions, go ahead and put them. Just go ahead and put them in the chat. I'm gonna talk because, well, sadly, guys, I said on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live that I was going to see Here last night because that's the new movie that was coming out this weekend. I was very much looking forward to it because it was Robert Zemeckis, Tom Hanks, Robin Wright, a little Forrest Gump reunion, and the concept sounded very interesting indeed. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go see it. But man, Thursday, waking up Thursday morning, I didn't sleep all that well, so I was a little sluggish. And then I had a pretty busy day at work and everything like that. And then I got done with work at 2:30, and the screening was at 4:35. And I was just kind of like, ugh. I finished up, editing a clip and everything, and then I was just like, I started like going, I need a nap. So I go lay on the couch, just kind of lay there listening to a podcast. And then finally I power napped it for a little bit. And then by the time I got off the couch, it was about 4:10. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go. Not going to go. I'm looking, it's going to be one of those movies I'll watch at home, I guess. But I ended up not going and then just stayed home, watched that football game last night, which was odd. It was an odd football game, but it was, it was fun. And just worked on some things. So yeah, I just didn't go. So usually at the start of the Vodka stream, I usually talk about the movie I saw and more and doing my drink review. But right now, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about that tweet. That tweet that I posted Sunday? That Sunday tweet when it came to of course, when it comes to the whole animated Snyderverse thing, when it comes to all that, we got to do a follow-up. Got to do a follow-up because, well, some things came about, and that's what I wanted to put forth or to talk about, because some things did come about when it comes to people and everything, and it's always interesting to get the reaction and everything. And let's see if I could find the freaking thing. Oh man, there's too many tweets now. Trying to find where it is at. Should have had it already there, but hold on a sec. Where are you? I was going to pull it up because just in case you didn't see the tweet. Of course, I can't find it. I just get them. There it is. All right. So let's see here. So here's the tweet right here. So this is what I tweeted. This was on the 29th. This is on Monday, I guess you could say. And just in case you didn't see it, but yeah, this is the tweet right here. So that's the tweet. I should put the background. God damn it. What the hell, man? Okay. What the? StreamYard changed their layout. So now it's like, oh God, they got like different things. Freaking StreamYard. It's like, thanks for changing the layout. Things aren't broke, right? Anyways, so here's a tweet that I posted on Monday. I think it was Monday. Was it Monday? No, that was Tuesday. It was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? God, I don't even know what day. It's on the 29th. Tuesday, I guess, right? Hey, geez. See, it just shows you. It's been a long week, I should tell you. So I posted this and I just said, been seeing this image around the feed lately. I'm not saying anything. And, so I just posted that. And of course, it's got some art from Mr. Axel Droga, who is in the chat right now, and a little bit of mixture, stuff like that. So it was animated Snyderverse stuff. And, I just, because I kept seeing that shot, people were passing around that shot, I was like, you know what? I haven't talked about that in a little bit. So and I think like when I posted that little, it's a tweet that just kind of goes like, hey, I'm not going to say anything. And it's kind of a joke. It's a jokey tweet because what I was referring to is the fact I'm not going to say anything because it's not that I know anything or anything's going to happen with that. No, it was more of like, if I say something, I'm going to get dogpiled on by that, that certain side of the fandom that does not like it when you do that. And of course, you're going to get the proclamations of live action or nothing. They should make t-shirts, banners. I don't know. Do something if you want to, really put that message out there of live action or nothing. Why not make a t-shirt or two or some banners or whatever. So posted that. And of course, I was making the joke that, oh yeah, that's going to happen. And then sure enough, next day, shit starts to happen like that. Starts getting the pushback and everything. And of course the normal things when it comes to that old thing. So, and one of the things that I've noticed that when this kind of stuff happens is when I start engaging with some of these people, I start asking questions. And that's when, the logistics of the reason why this suggestion is out there, because it is a suggestion. It's like one of those things, because I've gone over it not numerous times, but I've gone over it before, where I just kind of go like, okay, so when it comes to the live action and everything, you start going, all right, you start asking certain questions, and then you start doing like the logistics of it all. So then when it comes to just going, well, what if they just did animation, and it kind of just, well, it helps out some of these tough solutions that you would actually have. So that's the reason why that's always like been out there, where, somebody like me and fans like you who are fans of Zack Snyder and who just want to see the conclusion of it in any way. And they're just like, hey, if it ends up being animation or a comic book, hey, we're fine. But now we have a new player has entered the game, and that is Mr. Jay Oliva. And Jay Oliva actually talked about this kind of subject when it came to the Batfleck movie, because obviously, we all would have loved to see the Batfleck movie. I mean, we've heard details about it, little details from Ben Affleck, and then a lot more details when it came to Joe Manganiello, who's going to be, of course, Deathstroke in it. And somebody actually asked Jay Oliva about the possibility of animation when it came to the Batfleck film. So here's the question right here. Do you think, if given the opportunity, Ben Affleck would be willing to make his original solo Batman script as an animated movie, either directed by you or co-directed by Ben and you? And Jay Oliva responded right here, unfortunately, that will never happen. You have to understand that writers, producers, and directors also have profit participation built into their contracts. There's no way they will take a huge pay cut to do it animated and receive barely any compensation in return. And then he followed it up with this right here. I don't even work for WB, so they would have to make it worth it for me to come back to work on something like this. They would probably hand it off to someone already on staff there if it was a possibility, which it isn't. And then Batfleck movie right here asks, are you saying the animation isn't possible or live action? And Jay Oliva responds with, if you were a writer and were promised a certain number for your script and then had to accept a much lower compensation for the same script, would you take the deal? Animation pays nowhere near action rates. Yeah. Yes. And that's one of the reasons why it was put out there, because money was like the one thing that was like, hey, they're throwing money at all this over here. If we wanted this right here, well, if we're not going to get money thrown over there, maybe the little bit amount will be thrown over here if they did it like this. Money. And good on Jay Oliva for providing some logistics when it comes to all that, because yeah, he makes great points right here. I like the points that he makes. The profit participation that he said. Yeah, profit participation built into the contracts. And then the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to take a huge damn pay cut to do it like this. No, not going to do that. So I'm like, yeah, makes sense to me. If you write something, it was intended to be that. And then it's like, okay, it's going to be something else. Okay. And I'm glad that he said that. Totally 100% glad that he said that. And like I said, the only reason why that the animation was put out there, because a lot of us were just like, hey, if we're not going to get it right, we could get it like this. It would be cheaper. The cast wouldn't all have to come back. It was just all like that, little details like that. But if Jay Oliva is going to say it like that, fine, that's good. But then I'm just kind of going, all right, guys. So if this thing's going to happen, where's the money going to come from? Where is the money going to come from? And that's when you start asking those questions, you just get met with, just name calling and saying all kinds of weird shit and, saying give it up, saying you're a hack, saying all this. I don't know. You just get met with a bunch of that. So, when it comes to all this, it's so funny too, because a lot of the guys, they were trying to like shove that in my face, that Jay Oliva said that. I'm like, no, great. I'm glad that he chimed in about that. That somebody asked him and he chimed in. I was perfectly like, yeah, I'm glad that he did, because Jay Oliva knows how the Hollywood machine works. And it is kind of funny too, because when he answered the question about, are you talking about animation or live action? He specifically talked about the animation. Kudos to him for not even really talking about the live action. I mean, it would be pretty damn awesome if like when it came to just the straight Batfleck movie, if there was some way that could end up happening. But at the same time, one of the things that always gets left out when it comes to these conversations, especially when it comes to the people that hate that idea and push back against it, is, dude, I don't know if anybody remembers an interview when it came to No Way Back, I think it was called, the Ben Affleck movie, the basketball coach and everything, where he was like an alcoholic and stuff like that. During those interviews, during those press junkets, he talked about the fact that when he gave the Batman script to a trusted friend, that trusted friend said, if you make this will kill you. It just never gets brought up when it comes to the conversation of Ben coming back to do his Batman script. And then, of course, even coming back to, because not only, okay, so if we're talking about, the two big giant Justice League movies, as well as Ben Affleck's Batman movie, because obviously that's in the conversation, Ben Affleck would be a pretty damn busy man. You're talking about 3 or 4 years of being busy, coming back as Batman, because he's obviously going to be the lead in Justice League 2 and 3. I mean, who knows? Maybe when it came to 3, maybe Batman dies in 2, and then there's something. Maybe it wouldn't even be like that. I mean, again, story details we don't know. But we failed to remember that when he said that, because he was going through a rough time, of course, with his alcoholism and everything like that, and just going through a really bad rough patch. So obviously his friend was looking out for him, because, it is a big role. It's freaking Batman, for God's sakes. But then, of course, these guys will be like, what are you talking about? Ben will totally come back. He came back for Zack. He came back, and he did all that. I'm like, yeah, he came back for a week. Maybe a week and a half to shoot. Sure, but this would require him to be there, because again, he'd be the leads in all of this. And, yeah, he might be like, he might hopefully still has, a hold on being sober and everything like that. But he's also going through a high profile divorce right now. It's just like, I don't know if you guys remember, but yeah, now he's going through a divorce with his future ex-wife, now actually being linked to those Diddy parties. And it's like, oh boy. Now he's like, I got to get the fuck out of here. Not to mention he's got the production company with Matt Damon. And they're, of course, wanting to get out original movies and all this kind of stuff and everything. So, it's just, there's a lot of that. A lot of questions when it comes to that. I mean, of course, when you start asking, a lot of these guys that push back against this, they'll just say like, oh yeah, everybody will just drop what they're doing and come back. They'll just come back. They came back to do the epilogue. I'm like, yes, they did. And 2 of those actors who were in that epilogue aren't even acting anymore. They have nothing in the future because of shit that went down. And that's Ezra Miller and that's Amber Heard. Yes, they are supposed to be both in the sequel, but they have now, after certain situations that they're a part of, have not gotten any more acting jobs. But hey, maybe they would come back. But, I'm not going to break down like who would come back, who wouldn't, and everything like that. And then, of course, people say like, well, Zack, he could make, he made Rebel Moon, 2 Rebel Moon movies with a $180 million budget. And I'm like, yeah, because Zack's efficient. He's an efficient director. That's what I admire about the man. And that's great, especially when you see all the inflated budgets that happen nowadays. But I'm just going like, well, yeah, 180 million for 2 Rebel Moon movies. Sure. Would not be the same for 2 Justice League movies for sure. Because first off, you got A-listers, you got names that you got to pay more than you paid for the first one. And then, of course, you got bigger set pieces. You got more locations and everything like that. So I remember I kind of broke it down, or it probably cost $500 million. And then if you're going to tack on the Batfleck movie, that's going to be another at least 150 million, maybe. So you're looking at about between 600 and 700 million dollars. But I just go again, where's that money going to be coming from? Where is the money going to be coming from? Because right now, Warner Brothers, DC Studios, it's all being thrown at DC Studios. When it comes to DC property, it's all going to be thrown there. So I'm just kind of going like, all right, so say in this perfect world, stars align, guys, and it does happen. That means like you want Superman to fail, you want Supergirl to fail, you want Lanterns to fail, and the whole DCU ends up failing. So they Zaslav or whoever's going to be owning Warner Brothers decides to pull the plug on the DCU because it's all failed, and then they pull the plug at the beginning of what? After those movies come out, 2027, they pull the plug. And then they're like, all right, now we're going to get Zack back in here. And we're going to you continue on. So then there's, it would probably take a little while. So maybe like halfway through 2027 or into the end of 2027, you get Zack back in there. They start doing the pre-production in 2028. And then, of course, you get Ben back in there to start doing, some pre-production about the Ben Affleck Batman movie. And then you get into 2028 when they're doing all that. They start filming it maybe in 2028. Both movies, they film for like 10 months or whatever. And then Ben has to film his Batman movie after that. So that spills into 2029. We don't get the first movie until 2030, 2031. I'm just like going like, the timelines for all this. And I think sometimes these people don't realize, like remember there was COVID. You got to step out of your bubble a little bit because, we're coming up on 4 years since the Snyder Cut came out, and it was originally supposed to come out in 2017. So we're coming up on 8 years when it was actually originally supposed to be coming out. So we're about 7.5, a little less than 7.5. I mean, remember, production for Justice League went into production in 2016. It's crazy to think about that it was that long ago, and because it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, right? So, and then of course there's because people are saying, oh, they're aged out. I'm not even saying like the whole aging thing, but nobody is getting any younger. And then there's like the whole thing that I've even seen mentioned as well, as the fact that the sequel would be obviously the future timeline, and it could be 5 or 10 years into the future. But I'm like, yeah, of course, the nightmare timeline is in the future, but there's still the present day timeline. If you guys remember the actual story, I mean, that's why Flash ends up, they get the cosmic treadmill to have him come back. So then they could prevent what happens in the future in the present day. So there's all that. And then there's people that were suggesting de-aging and everything using AI. And I was like, oh yeah, that'll go over well. De-aging, that's just going to increase the VFX budget. Again, you start asking questions and get into the logistics of all this. And it's just like, what the hell, man? And I'm like, I'm not trying to, trying to be a fuddy-duddy, but it's just like when it came to just the suggestion of, hey, I just want to see the end of these stories or whatever. I just want to see him in some, even if he leaks the script or whatever. But then I'm just like, I guess, the storyboards for Justice League 2 is going to be the only thing that we really have, which is what Zack actually said when he was, when those got released. He said that's pretty much those. I think he said it on here. I think he said it on the Vodka stream that, that basically those storyboards, if you don't get a sequel, those would be the storyboards, and it's just, so yeah, I mean, there's just all that. When you start asking questions to start really thinking about the logistics of all this, you just kind of go like, that's where everything starts falling apart, and that's just what I try to do, is more like ask questions, I mean, yes, I could be snarky for sure. But then I have to bring up this right here because somebody sent me this and I just was like, oh boy. Somebody sent me the screenshot because this person, of course, has me blocked. And I just thought I'd, it's just, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Like, oh, we're here again. We're here again. As a Zack Snyder fan, you have two choices. Trust the friend and coworker of Zack, who has said both live action Zack Snyder Justice League is possible and the Affleck film, or trust the YouTubers who tried to manipulate the fandom and control Zack. They haven't participated in any fan event, donated, and have been telling us to give up. What the actual F? Oh, there's a lot to unpack right there. First off, YouTubers, you're putting that plural. Something tells me that it should be singular, and I think you're talking about just this YouTuber right here. To me, that seems like that's the case right there. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what he was definitely referring to me. I mean, it could be some other people too, some other people as well, for sure. But manipulate the fandom. Manipulate the fandom. Am I manipulating the fandom, guys? I mean, this is not the first time that this has been thrown at me before. I mean, before the Snyder Cut came out, remember I got in touch with somebody within Zach's circle, and then he was feeding me information, and I was putting it out there. These guys hated that too, because I was like, hey guys, the movie's not finished. It's about 70% finished. It needs about $30 to $40 million to finish all the shit. They didn't like that. And then there's other things too. And then of course I was given the Dark Side storyboard, leaked that out, which was fun, and, did all that. But then, it got ugly. It did get ugly because, yeah, there's people that just didn't, because I was being told certain things, and then I'd put it out there and I'm like, hey guys, what the hell? I think I even revealed too before Zach said it. I was like, because I was also told that, oh yeah, if he had a Hal Jordan, it'd be Ryan Reynolds. So there's that whole thing too. And I'm just like, okay, there's that. But the fact, again, manipulate the fandom and control Zach. That's right. I'm trying to control Zach, guys. That's right. All the videos that I've done trying to support him and talk about him, because he's one of my all-time favorite directors. And the fact that, during that whole thing, I was controlling him, and I got him on to the Vodka stream numerous times. And that was my way of controlling. That's right. Zach's a grown-ass man, and these guys, they feel like they're like, oh, I'm gonna be the protector of Zach. Like, what are you doing? You don't need to be he's a grown-ass man who's like way smarter and way stronger probably than you are, and you're thinking that fans are manipulating him and trying to control him. Are you out of your mind? I just couldn't believe it when I saw that. Trying to control Zach. What the actual F, man? No, I'm just trying to support and give him a platform when he wants it. And that's it. That is absolutely it. Haven't participated in any fan event. Not exactly sure which fan events you're actually talking about. You're talking about the stupid fucking hashtag of sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. Then yeah, I'm not going to participate in that because it's a dumb hashtag. That's not going to happen. But if you're talking about actual fan events, I'm like, all right, well, I was at Full Circle and I did my whole mind control over Zach to have him, invite me on to do commentary for Man of Steel. I don't know if we remember that. And then, of course, I used my mind control over him to have Scott and Rebecca and Rhea, them to also, and Steven to also do commentary with Zach, during the whole thing. So I was at that fan event, went to the Rebel Moon screenings. I think it was mentioned, I remember seeing something before too, and maybe it was this person as well, but it was like, I didn't go to the fan event. Remember when leading into the director's cuts of Rebel Moon, those screenings, they were screening at the Egyptian in LA. They were screening like 300, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Dawn of the Dead. I didn't go to those during the week because, I'm one of those fucking people that has a goddamn job, two jobs during the week. So driving out to LA, 2 hours there, 1 hour back, 3 hours on the road, that just wasn't in the cards for me. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to go every day to go watch movies I've already seen in the movie theaters because, I've seen all those in the movie theater. So I was like, no, I won't do that. Hopefully some fans who want to like partake in that, take a week off, fly in and do all that, hopefully they want to participate in that. 100%. Sure. I love it. Fine. But I was there for the director's cuts. And everything. So yeah, it's just like, holy Lord. I mean, holy Lord. I just go, when I see this kind of stuff, I'm like, I'm telling you to give up. I mean, I'm not saying to give up. I'm just going, okay, I know the goal here. The goal is to get these movies out live action. Okay. But now I'm going, what's the approach to achieving that goal? Because anytime anytime when these guys crawl on my mentions and I click on their page and start scrolling through, I see, yes, they post things about Snyderverse, but then they post just vitriol and hatred towards James Gunn, DC Studios, and Warner Brothers. Anything that comes out, they hate James Gunn. They call him a pedo. They just hate his guts. They hate DC Studios. They hate Warner Brothers. They celebrate when Warner Brothers like falls flat on their face. And I'm going, so you guys want these movies, but yet the people who own the property to greenlight to actually achieve this, you throw fucking shit at all the time. And then you demand that they give you the movies that you want. Doesn't seem like a good plan. That's just me, though. That's just me. Just doesn't seem like a good plan. That the people who own the thing, probably not the best idea to always be criticizing and throwing feces at them. That's it. But good on Jay Oliva for providing some more logistics when it comes to the whole thing. All right. Ooh, baby. All right. Let's see what you guys now have to say. All right, man, there's a lot that was talked about right here. Trying to scroll all the way back to make sure I get everything. Okay, let's see. Where is it starting right here? All right. Yeah. What the hell was that? Something just shifted over there. That was weird. I think I have a ghost in my apartment. These fans are getting worse and worse. They're acting like actual idiots. I mean, it's all like spoiled brat stuff. Again, it's like you want them to do this, but yet every day you log on to Twitter and you just throw shit at them. It's like, how is that even remotely the way? I mean, if you're gonna do it, just celebrate and then put your hashtags. But yeah, stirring up. Yeah. Dave, well, I don't agree with your take on this. I don't know why people are constantly getting mad over your stance on this thing. This has been known for a while. Yeah. Does Zach actually want to finish? I mean, I think in some forms he said that he's open to animation. He's open to a comic book. He pitched it like that. But I mean, I'm sure like Zach always has like probably like 6 or 7 things that he's working on. Now to put him back into the DC machine, I don't know if he actually would fully want to do that, but then at the same time, if given the opportunity, but I mean, it's just there's a lot of pieces that have to like really come together when it comes to this. I know what Jay was trying to do, but I don't blame him. But I also feel like he gave power to those. Yeah, he probably, because he didn't want to like totally poo-poo on everything, which I totally get. He was just talking about animation, and yes, again, those guys, of course, will use that, and they use it against me, and I'm like, I don't think you understood what the fuck Jay was actually talking about. I'm like, I totally agree, and I'm glad that he gave his 2 cents and kind of just like broke it down of why animation won't work. And then it's like, hey, if animation doesn't work, that means it's like, yeah, you better be forking over some fucking money for people to come back to work on something like this. And again, when you start going, where's the money going to come from? Doesn't Ben Affleck not even want to? Let's just say, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, that when he came back, obviously for Zach, of course he did, but that was like he shot for a couple of days. That was a couple of days, maybe few days of shooting. It wasn't, so he didn't have to be in the costume forever. And of course he had to do the Martian Manhunter scene too. When it came to the Flash, And I was told by somebody who works in, the business, that the costume department of the business, is that one of the reasons why that Ben Affleck's Batsuit looks so terrible in The Flash is because he didn't actually want to put the costume on. He thought he was just going to come back and they were going to do some fancy stuff, but they were like, no, we got to get you in the costume. So he was all, well, can you give me a costume that is more comfortable? Because the Batsuits are always very uncomfortable. Okay, no matter what. I mean, they look cool, especially the BVS and even the Justice League, both Justice League ones. All of them have looked cool, but they're uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable. They're hot. They're everything. So so they created like a costume that was a little bit more giving, and then they put some armor over it, and that's why it looks the way it does. So I'm like, Zach, again, it's like, geez, I would love to see some high level. Yeah, no, see, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. There should be nothing wrong with that. Still a decent amount of money. The character of Kelly McDonald will be playing Sheriff Carey. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if it is. I mean, you could be right on that. I don't think the actors and a lot of the staff even want to come back. See, that's the thing. It's like, of course, again, these guys that are just 100% behind this think that every actor is going to come back. And that is just, there's no way that every actor wouldn't come back. And then, of course, you get met with like, no compromise. Well, not every actor would come back. So then you'd have to compromise. And again, no compromise is a good saying. But at the same time, it's like there's compromises all over the place when it comes to making movies. You have to have a little bit of compromise. Zach compromised when it came to fucking Rebel Moon. It's good. He was putting that out there because, yes, there was so much that was coming down on him when it came to Justice League from the fucking suits and goddamn guy with the ball cap. That's where you go, no, don't compromise. No compromise there for sure. You shouldn't have compromised with those assholes, but there's always going to be a little compromise when it comes to things. You're assuming we won't get it, though, Dave. That's the difference for other people. What? Money gets the honeys. Hey, why can't the fans raise money? That's what I said. And I was like, you might as well just do that. Netflix will pay for it. See? And then you got, people like Oreo right here. I don't know if he's being serious or not, but you got people like that just, they know in their hearts. Because they want it so badly that, yeah, Netflix will pay for it. They'll pay for it, They'll pay for the license first off, which is going to be millions and millions of dollars. And then they got to come up with the budgets, which, like I said, it'd be like $500 million for both Justice League sequels, most likely. Maybe, if they could pull back a little, maybe it'd be $400 million for both, maybe $200 million for each. It depends. Depends on how big it's going to be. And then, of course, you got the contracts with the actors and everything like that. And then, of course, you got Ben Affleck's Batman movie. I would say, yeah, maybe you could get it down to 150, 125. But, of course, again, we're talking about over $500 million for sure. That was then, Dave. I wonder if his answer would be now. Who directs this film? His answer now is like, holy shit, I'm divorcing J-Lo. Again, I'm just going by what the guy said then, who still struggles every day, Ty, with not picking up the bottle. But I get it. Who cares what these guys think? If Snyder rehires those two, the internet would freak out. Working with Ezra Miller should not even be a possibility. DC Studios is a different entity than who was in control of 2017. Things have changed. Zack is working on his own thing. Gunn is doing his own thing. Things change. That's the nature of the beast. Yeah. There you go. I'll play fly. There you go. We got it solved right there. We got it solved. Netflix has the money, so they're going to pay for it. I'm looking forward to the count too. Yeah. See, you got 2 movies already. Again, they'll drop everything, but if this happens, Ben will drop this, and immediately go to that. That's why the suggestion of animation was out there, because it would be easier on everybody. That's the thing. But then, of course, with Jay Oliva saying what he said, he brought out the facts and the logistics. So it's like, all right, so that animation is probably out. That's not going to happen either, because of all the contracts and all the whatever the fucking stipulations. Who knows? So that's why I go, yeah, Awesome on Jay Oliva. Yeah, if you want to fail and do the fan, really deserve this. I think a lot of the fandom think they're a lot bigger than they actually are, too. I mean, it was really cool when after the Snyder Cut came out and everybody was like, restore the Snyderverse, restore the Snyderverse, restore the Snyderverse. It was a fucking battle cry. But, you know, look who is running Warner Brothers, you know, and Sarnoff and fucking Emmerich and all those fucking idiots. They're no longer there. I mean, I would actually think if Zaslav, I don't know, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm wondering if Zaslav would have came in during that time, maybe he would have been like, no, we got to continue this because everybody wants this. I kind of wonder if he would have done that. You know, and then of course there was Dwayne Johnson, who was trying to preserve a little bit of what was established when it came to the Snyderverse. But, you know, there was just too many, but then he wanted to turn it into his own thing. And I don't know. It was been such a mess in the last few years. Also, Ben Affleck is literally, I mean, he could still do it. I mean, you got the Dark Knight Returns and everything. So, I mean, he could still do it essentially because, you know, he doesn't have to be in the bat suit. Because, you know, anytime you see him fighting, I mean, that's not him in the bat suit. That's usually Richard Citrone in the bat suit. So Netflix wants the Ayer cut. So I think Oreo is just trolling at this point. I think they're just trolling at this point. These people have to realize that they're not getting live action. The only chance of Zack's story is finishing comics and animation. If Zack wanted to come back, he would have pushed himself. Yeah. I mean, I think like he pushed so hard he pushed very hard for the Snyder Cut and did a great job, obviously, because it worked. And I think that, you know, and I think him and a lot of us were like, hey, if that's it, I'm okay with that. And a lot of us did. And that's why, like, when I see people going like, yeah, the majority doesn't agree with you, I'm like, no, that's actually not true at all. The majority does, because a lot of people just go like, oh yeah, you know, that's what that's it. That's fine. Yeah. It would have been cool to see more. If they ended up doing an animation comic book, I would take that because I want to see those stories. Most people are like that. And if you think that most people are not thinking like that, you are in a bubble. You are definitely in a bubble. Yeah. I always try to skate uphill. Anyone who says DC is giving Netflix the rights to the DCEU content, you need, yeah, I just don't see that happening. Ayer cut is my main thing, and everything else we'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I'm still all about the Ayer cut. I'm hoping that we end up seeing that shit. You know, I know, like, I know David Ayer still has a copy of it. I do not want de-aging. Netflix is the way. I thought that we all agree that Snyderverse is dead. Let's all forget about it. And well, we're not. You don't have to forget about it. See, I'm not one of those that like forget about it. I mean, of course, like when it came to this dude's tweet, he says, you know, telling us to give up. I'm like, have I ever said this to this person or said this to anybody? Give up? Have I ever said give up? No. Never said that. I know, haven't donated. I'm like, I literally have the AFSP link always underneath my videos, and I've donated money like all the time. Anytime that somebody has a birthday and they do the AFSP thing, I'll donate. You know, it's like, yeah, not donated. Okay. Yeah. So manipulate. Yeah. Apparently I manipulated the fandom. Like, again, some of the planet some of these guys are on hasn't been discovered yet. It's absolutely insane. So how do we know he is talking about you, though? Just saying. Oh, he's definitely talking about me. Yes. Because I'm pretty sure this guy used to follow me, but then he blocked me recently. He's definitely, because it's YouTuber. Yeah. It's not the first time I've been accused of fan manipulation and manipulation of Zack, too. It's not the first time. He's definitely talking about me. He's definitely talking about me. What do I do for work? I do some engineering kind of stuff. So maybe those fans just don't have grass available to touch. Possibly. Hey everyone, hope everyone's well. As a Red Sox fan, happy the Dodgers won. There you go, Eric. Film is done. The main goal. Oh, you're talking about the Ayer cut? It's not fully done. It needs some VFX works. It needs about $7 to $8 million. Saying you didn't participate in any event shows they're part timers that don't know about the 40 Club. That's right, the 40 Club. Apparently, you being realistic is telling fans to give up. Yeah, I know. See, and then of course, there you go, right there. Right there. Apparently, Ty right here has been to a party and saw that. The goal is unrealistic. The Snyder Cut was a completely different situation and just a cause. This current movement is nothing but a bunch of entitlement. Yeah, there's a lot of entitlement right there. These people need to stop paying Elon rent and staying off of Twitter. I think I have a ghost in mind too. Ooh. Let's see. Boo, 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 boo. Zach is actually willing to compromise. These guys with the love action or nothing. Live action or nothing attitude. I think they don't want resolution. Yeah, it almost seems like they don't, because I'm like, I mean, by all means, keep on doing what you're doing. It's fine. I mean, I know, like, when it comes to all this, you built friendships, you built community, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm all for that, because so did I. I have friendships in a community that I built throughout that time, but we also talk about other shit. It's, we talk about, I mean, my whole thing was just like, hey, let's talk about movies and pop culture shit and stuff like that. So, but, give me the 12-issue maxi series. Ooh, what's going on, William? Good to see you, bud. Some people forgot about the Ayer cut once they got. I know. I really wished. See, I really wish that there would have been a joint. I really wish there would have been a joint thing when Zach was pitching his. I wish there was like a joint thing when it came to Ayer, and then, because I'm like, Zach got $70 million, man. If he could have just like gave like 4 or 5 million, if he gave like 4 or 5 million to David Ayer, to which, if David Ayer needed Jared Leto to do more Joker scenes, he could have gotten them, because he came back, because he was in, he was in the Snyder Cut. If only they would have done a joint thing. When I become a writer, I'm going to make a question series with Quentin Tarantino. I like it. What's going on, Curbson? Good to see you. I think if they animate a continuation, it will likely not be main actors back his voice characters outside of Ray Fisher and Ray Porter. Yeah, I know that, and that's the thing. That's why it was put out there. It was like, well, and then not everybody would have to come back or something like that. $500 million. Come on, you don't think it would cost like $500 million for 2 big Justice League movies? All right, with marketing and everything. I mean, the production budget would have to be 200 million, 210, 220 at least for both. I know. Seems like it will, right? That he just write a damn comic. I know, right? And he loves it. He loves it. What's going on, Mama Film Junkies here? Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I can't wait for Superman trailer reactions, mostly because I'm a fanboy and probably going to love it, but I want to see the general reaction. Yeah, that should be good times. And who's 70 years old and Exu's laughable. People got a kick out of it. I mean, it was fun. It was fun to do that. But at least, yeah, you'll be okay with, you just want to get the Ayer cut. Good. That's good. It's great. Netflix will not. Yeah. Yeah. See, and then of course, you got this right here, and you brought up square up in the bathroom. Yeah. These guys, like the one that the tweet that I showed you, these guys support those guys. So remember when I told you guys about a month ago that somebody with a YouTube channel who is named after a Jedi who doesn't talk about Star Wars, talked about a story that during the Rebel Moon premiere last year, wanting Steven and I to attack him. Apparently he wanted violence. These guys, the one I just showed you, support those guys. And it's like, good job, guys. It's like, good job. It's like, good job. You guys are doing a fantastic job for your cause. You know, you're shitting on everything that's Warner Brothers and DC Studios, and then supporting stuff like that, and you know, dogpiling on people who push back against you, and then wanting, of course, for Warner Brothers and DC Studios to you know, give in to your demands. It's like, what? Lost all my respect for Quentin for loving that god awful. It wasn't that bad. Come on, Trey. It shouldn't have been made. I love the first one way better. Yeah, maybe it shouldn't have been made, but at the same time, I'm glad it was. And I liked what Tarantino had to say. I wish DC fans could just be nice about other DC fan opinions, but that will never happen. Yeah, probably not. Fandom will fandom, no matter what. Fandom will always fandom. Yeah, we do need the Ayer cut, and I'm really hoping that the Ayer cut still comes out. Like I said, I mean, when it comes to that, I mean, yeah, there was an opportunity that I wish there could have been a double thing, because yeah, Ayer just needs about $6, $7, $8 million to finish his, according to him and according to what I've heard. I mean, he hasn't really said the number, but he says that he just needs some money to finish the VFX work and stuff like that. He doesn't have to do any reshoots or added scenes or anything like that. But, you know, if you know, like I said, during the time that Zack was doing his thing and had Jared Leto coming back, if he needed a little extra Joker, he probably could have gotten him. I just wish there was like a joint thing. I wish we can go back and be like, Zack, you're going to get Snyder cut. Cut some off for Ayer, you know, so we have a double feature. And that would, how badass would that have been if we got both the Snyder cut and the Ayer cut back in 2021. We got Balga right here. If it's a comic or animated feature, I will take either, simply because we have it in some form. I have always been about making it in some form so we can see a full. Yeah, the bathroom story was a very creepy story. And there's been no follow-up. As far as I could tell, I don't know. I haven't seen anything, no follow-up when it came to that, because I think they realized that was fucking ridiculous. Like, we're not going to get to the point where we're going to have violence when it comes to this shit. This is cape shit. We are grown adults. We don't need violence to be a thing, you know? And it's sad because when I've gone to these events, especially when it came to the director's cut, the Rebel Moon director's cuts, you know, during intermission and stuff, I went by myself. I didn't have any friends with me or nothing like that. Nobody came along with me, but of course I talked to people and stuff like that. But it did feel uneasy. There was at times where I was like, it feels a little uneasy because I know there are people here that do not like me, and I don't know, you know, should I be worried should I keep my head on a swivel or something like that? And then, you know, when you got somebody like that motherfucker that's saying that shit and who is there, yeah, maybe I should. So I think Matt Reeves should cast Joaquin Phoenix and Gaga as different versions of Joker and Harley. And wow, you are on a good one tonight, Trey. I dig it. The Hobbit Jedi got a big mouth and a lot of hot air. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the first realistic step is the Ayer cut. Yeah, I mean, I want the Ayer cut. I got this shirt when I don't know, I forgot. It was during, I've had this shirt since like 2021. It was when like it was on Hot Topic. It was a Hot Topic. I'm sure you could find it. You could probably find it on Amazon or something like that. So. Yeah, what's going on, Eleanor? Good to see you. Fictional characters, right? I know it's all crazy, but I mean, just seeing like the pushback. Something came up. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading a message because I'm starting to send off the invites. The invites for the panel. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take these off since I've this whole opening took an hour. That's not like me. But hey, why not? Like I said, I just wanted to anytime, and it's so funny too because, anytime that I stir the pot a little bit when it comes to something like that, I just when you start, I try not to let's have like a pounding the keyboard shouting match or anything. I'm not like trying to do anything like that, but I'm just like, I start asking questions. Let's just ask some questions. Can I just ask questions? It's almost like I'm just trying to help you out. It's not a good look when you're constantly shitting on everything that the studios that own the property for what you want. It's not a good look to just constantly being, shitting on all that. It's just not a good look. It's like, celebrate it, build up, do whatever, it's just, but at the same time, it's not the same as it was when it came to the Snyder Cut. That was such a different beast. I mean, of course, it still had its craziness when it happened there. I still had my issues with some people because they didn't like the fact that I was putting straight up facts out there, but it's whatever. That's in the past. That's in the past. It's in the past. But like I said, it's just, I mean, the ultimate fight in the battle when it came to all this was getting the Snyder Cut out. And it's just crazy that we're going to be coming up on 4 years. 4 years since that happened. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. And it was supposed to come out in 2017, which, that would be 8 years. 8 years. We're kind of, well, I mean, it's been 7 years because we're coming up on November. So it's going to be 7 years. So it is kind of crazy to think about the timeline of all this. And that's something like, you have to like kind of bring up because, yeah, I think if we can get lost in our own heads, in our own, shouting and everything, where it's just like, oh yeah, fuck, it has been that long and it was supposed to come. And again, if Warner Brothers would have just left Zack alone, they would have had 3 Justice League movies all out by 2020, because I think it was going to be like 2017. I mean, he was going to shoot the other 2 back to back, I'm pretty sure. So maybe 2021. So maybe it would have been like every other year or something like that. Who knows? But then again, maybe they would have been 2019, 2020. I don't know. Who knows? We'll never know. And they would have been done with it, and then they could have moved on and everything, and everything would have been great. But no, they didn't. They didn't want to do that. Those assholes didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. But what could you do? All right. So let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. Now I got to do this whole thing. Jeez, I can't believe they did that. That's so weird. Anyways, what's going on, Chris?
Howdy, how you doing, buddy?
Well, just ranting off and yelling.
You're not
into
picking
my
it. You're not looking for fights, right?
No, not at all. They just find me. The fights find me.
Yeah, whatever happened to difference of opinion, and we can agree to disagree. I mean, that's why we have that, Adam Sandler meme from Uncut Gems. You just laugh and say, "I disagree." Why can't we just do that?
I disagree. Yeah, exactly. I agree to disagree. I don't know. It's just one of those things where, every now and again, when the idea of something like that gets brought up, sometimes the horns do come out, and I just go, I'm just gonna post about this, and then let's see what happens.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm like, let's see what happens. Maybe nothing won't happen this time, and and then it does happen. I mean, and it's not like I'm thinking it's not. I'm not. It's just like one of those things. It's like, yeah, every now and again, it's just kind of funny, but at the same time, it got Jay Oliva somehow to put his 2 cents in when it came to stuff. It wasn't obviously with anything that I was in a thread, but I like the fact that somebody actually asked him that, and he gave out facts, and he's in the business, and he was like, this is what, there's like, no, it wouldn't happen because of that whole profit participation thing and all the stuff. And I love it how, like, some of those guys were like, ha, in your face. I'm like, what? No, that's good. He's actually breaking it down more for you, because now he's going, okay, yeah, animation totally out of the game. So it's like, it's all about money. See, he's talking about money. Do you guys realize what he's saying? Money. Where's the money going to come from? That's the question.
And he wants to put it up. I mean, whether we like it or not, I mean, Williams has said it a number of times on this show that whether we like it or not, animation is not a money-making product.
It's not. It's not.
At least not for some studios. For a studio like Warner Brothers, who doesn't actively like put out enough to like be a Disney.
Absolutely. What's going on, Phil?
Well, what do we have here?
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, same shit, different day. I'm so glad I don't see any of this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're off Twitter, so you don't see it.
Yep.
I know. I figured that was all going to be news to you, but when I got sent that screenshot of that tweet, I just couldn't. At first I was like, should I talk about this? Should I even post about it? But I couldn't believe just what was all listed in that tweet, where I'm like, oh yeah, this guy used to follow me, I think, and I'm pretty sure I saw him at the Rebel Moon screenings as well. Never said anything to him or anything like that, but I was like, oh, and I think when I've scrolled down the For You side, I've seen his tweets, but yeah, when I saw that, and I mean the whole, because that's not the first time I've been accused of trying to manipulate the fandom and Zach. It's like,
wait a minute, you're the puppet master in this whole thing?
Yes, that's right. Dance, puppets, dance. Yeah, every time that Zach was on here, he was under my spell.
Well, at least you didn't stand up in a Superman costume and steal someone's question like a jackass.
Yeah, there's that. Could have done that, but
there's that.
Ugh,
you're not bitter at all.
Yeah,
no, I'm not bitter. I just find it funny because, well, I spoke to someone who may or may not have been in that realm after the fact, and they were just like, yeah, that was such a dumb fucking move on their part. Like,
it was rude. It was just rude.
Yeah, and then like to have the other, oh, we didn't steal no question. Yeah, you fucking did. You totally did, and you have no shame about it. It's fucking ridiculous. You're pushing a grift. It's dumb. Your hashtag is dumb. Like, everything about that whole side is just complete fucking ignorance. And on top of the fact of like, oh, if you don't abide by what we're going to do, we're going to fucking send you to the wolves and shove you out. I mean, they've done it to two people now, one of which probably didn't really deserve the hate that they got. The other one, well, when you make up a whole bunch of shit all the time, it was bound to happen eventually. I'm not going to name names, but hey,
you don't have to.
If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. This is all even before I fucking left Twitter. These are people who, if you read between the lines, you know exactly who I'm referring to. But another week, another
week. Yeah, no, it's all crazy, and it's just cape shit, guys, and we're all Snyder fans here. We just want whatever the fuck the guy wants to do. And
the thing is, like, we're fans, but we're also ones that saying, hey, we also have our own critiques on it. We also have our own questions on it, but it doesn't mean that we can't, Zach would probably be the first person to say that it's okay if you have critiques about it. We don't necessarily think he's
100%.
That's the part of having an opinion, but we also don't, our critiques aren't necessary to tear anyone down into say, no, you have to see my point of view.
Yeah. No, he would 100%, and whenever he would come back on here, I mean, that could be a conversation too of like just even talking about this. And we've talked about it before too. I mean, he's said that he's pitched it as a comic book. He's pitched it as animation. He'd be down because, Zach's not just, I always love it when I get Zach's a filmmaker. He's a filmmaker. And then I'm like,
he's an artist. There's a difference.
He's an artist.
Yeah.
He loves photography. He loves animation. He loves art. He loves all of the arts, all of the arts. And then, because I still remember, when I before it was fully revealed, when it came to the Snyder Cut stuff, because I was told by, the little messenger between that Zach sent off that I was talking to, it was like, oh, Zach Debbie pitched it as a series, episodic, and then I even got it verified from other people who were more in the know. And I was like, oh boy. And then I remember putting a poll out there. Oh boy, that was a fun day because I kept on getting, Zach's a filmmaker. He doesn't make TV. Ah! And then all of a sudden, it gets revealed that, oh yeah, we pitched it as a series, and the logistics of the contracts prevented it to be a series, but we still got a chapter out like a series.
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird because, like, I was thinking about this earlier this week, funny enough, because when Quentin Tarantino, it might have been like within the last 24 hours, when Quentin Tarantino mentioned his, feelings about Joker, it was also in the article that he got to chop up Hateful Eight as a series.
That's true.
And I started thinking about that. I was like, well, there had to have been something contractually okay there for him to do that.
Yep.
Because if you look at how the Snyder Cut situation happened, yeah, they made it into a 7-part chapter film, 4 hours, but it's like, if contractually that was the only thing that was holding it up was just the fine print of what the actors were to be paid for the project, yeah, he absolutely could have done it as a series. And I would also say, oh, he's a filmmaker. Oh, he's a filmmaker. Yeah, he's an artist. Want to know why? Because he's done an animated movie. He's directed an animated movie about owls, number one. Number two, he executive produced and directed episodes of an animated series for Netflix called Twilight of the Gods. So animation is something that is in his purview. So everything these people fucking think is like bullshit is like, no, it's proven wrong with factual things. Like, stop talking. Just please do us all a favor and just stop fucking talking.
And I want to go back. I want to go back to something I said. I want to qualify something I said about with animation with Warner Brothers not necessarily being kind of equated to Disney. I'm more concerned about the current iteration of Warner Brothers. I know Warner Brothers is big history animation, but right now, they just don't have it. I mean, they just jettisoned the Cape Crusader to Amazon for a bigger profit.
Right.
Exactly.
We see what they did with what is it, Coyote versus Acme and everything like that.
Yeah.
And even just look at what series they have put out there. If Scott were here, he'd be the one messaging at that point, or being here saying that, like, what was the last animation that Warner Brothers produced, DC or otherwise, that lasted more than, 3 to 5 seasons before being...
Okay, because you said 3 to 5, I almost said Harley Quinn, because Harley Quinn is coming up on its 5th season.
Fifth season, yeah. So I mean, there's usually a end point. You don't see many lasting past 5.
Yeah.
And it usually comes down to cost, because, voice paying your actors, like Kaylee Cuoco, yes, paid actress, but voice actress versus that, you're not getting your same kind of rate as if you are in front of the screen. But you're still every season, your pay scale goes up. That's why they always talk about, especially when it goes to live action, that 3rd season is always going to be the after that the scales go up for everyone. It's a whole different ballgame.
And also, Harley Quinn started off as a DC Universe original show, and then it moved over to Max too. So there might have been a pay bump there, just in terms of cost of the show, and also in terms of how much you can pay your actors. On top of that fact, Kaylee Cuoco not only is a voice actress, she is an actress in her own right. She stays busy throughout the year anyway. Harley Quinn is just something she could do, probably fit in her schedule and finish out in a number of weeks.
Most people like doing it just because it's an easy paycheck and it doesn't require
easy
too
bag.
much.
You get that easy bag, man. You just show up, you talk on the microphone, then you get your bag. Speaking of somebody who loves animation.
Oh yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
No, you don't, but I know the business side of it is not good.
Yeah, Warner Brothers should have given up on it back in the 90s, because it's never been. It's a loss leader.
Ooh, I disagree.
Well, no, it's just numbers. It's not even an opinion. It's numbers. The reason why is when you were at a certain state with Warner Brothers, you have to invest a certain amount into it to make it sustainable and profitable. And at no given time did they ever consistently do that. There were high spots where they did here a couple years and they didn't. And in order for it to be something that was sustainable throughout the last 28 some odd years, you would have had to make an investment that they decided way back then when that they weren't going to make. They could never cut the cord of it, because it's like a mainstay. Everybody who's ever inherited Warner Brothers is like, Looney Tunes, we gotta have that. We gotta have that. We can't explain mathematically why we need it, but we know it's always been there.
Now, William, can I just want to ask a question, not because challenging anything, more in that heyday you're talking about with the 90s where you had like the Saturday morning cartoons, Tiny Toons, Batman the Animated Series, all that stuff. That obviously, I mean, Dave, you got the whole show, the Fanimated stream, like, there had to have been something that was giving them some sort of revenue stream for them to continue justifying this, or else were they were. I'm just asking a question because I don't know.
Here's how they did it.
It's called Cartoon Network because Warner Brothers owns Cartoon Network,
which was a loss leader because it was never profitable. So when you had the packaging, no. That's right. It's like the CW.
Okay.
When you had to combine like cable packages and everything else, the ad revenue worked differently in the 90s before you had digital cable and things like that.
Okay.
It was just different. Your justification at one point drifted away, starting maybe 1998 going on, because you had different ad packages that you could purchase and different packages. Before you had a certain amount of channels, and as each channel increased, you bundled everything. Even you would be putting a certain amount of money towards certain networks you didn't even know you had. So as things have receded and cost cutting and cord cutting, the hidden liability has been exposed now. Another thing that's a big thing that is why animation and Saturday cartoons and all that stuff went away and wasn't making any money is you had college football move into that territory. College football moved into that territory, and there was no. You were barely making anything with animation then. You definitely weren't going to compete with college auto. Remember, prior to like 1992, you had Saturday morning cartoons. It started at 7, 8, and it would wrap up around noon sometimes. Now, you know, in the last 15, 20 years, actually more, they've gone away from that. They've gone away from that. So you had something that was basically an add-on that you can say, well, you're going to buy an ad package for these group of networks. And when people started looking at cutting it, the thing that wasn't making money should have gone away back then, because you don't make money off of these TV shows unless you have ad revenue. You just don't have. There's no justification of it unless you're just hiding money, unless you're just padding losses. And companies do that all the time. There are companies and subsidiaries of companies that literally have divisions set up so where they can pad a loss. So, you said I made 89. I made $2 billion this year. No, I didn't. I lost network on this. I lost money on this network. So, where's my tax break?
Where would the toys fit in on this?
The toys fits in on a separate licensing agreements.
Okay.
So that's a different thing because you don't have to have a running show all the time to have licensing agreement. It helps. Like Transformers, the whole point of having a Transformers cartoon was to sell the toy.
Yeah.
Not to get anybody necessarily to watch it. Enough people watch the show, but your general audience that was spending the money, which was the parents, didn't need to watch 1 second of Transformers. Their kids needed to. So, but even then, Transformers was for 1984 when it came out was a massive investment, and they sustained it for a certain amount of time. If you're a company like Warner Brothers that's been handed over and over, I mean, let's go back to the AOL days. They started taking the shovel to animation back when that merger happened. They wanted to cut anything that wasn't going to make them a direct line of profit. They cut wrestling, they cut everything.
I will say it is interesting because especially revisiting the animated universe with Scott doing DC Fanimated, the first season was 85 episodes. That's a lot of episodes. And then it got cut down to like a third of that. And then Superman comes out. They do Superman, the animated series. And then they come back with Batman. And it's like, oh, now it's called the New Batman Adventures. And we're drawing it differently. And you just kind of go, I mean, as much as we talk about Batman, the animated series being that just pivotal, like, oh my God, when you talk about Batman, everybody agrees that Batman, the animated series was just, so good. I mean, we could all have a discourse about all the other iterations, but Batman the animated series is always that one. But at the time, and then just listening to what William's saying, it's just like it is interesting the fact that 85 episodes first season, and then all of a sudden it was just like, nope. It was just crazy to think about that, because when if we didn't start DC Fanimated and we didn't go down the rabbit hole of watching all those, I mean, I couldn't believe it when we were coming up with the idea and I looked and Scott was like, yeah, the first season's this many episodes. Like, what? Like I thought this freaking this series went on like for the entire 90s almost. It's like no, like it was 85 episodes in that first fucking season. Second one had not even 30 or something like that, 30 episodes, and then all of a sudden Superman comes out, and then new Batman Adventures. You start doing crossovers and everything, but it's all when you break it down, and Scott has, you go, wow, some things were pretty short-lived. Like it didn't. It felt like it lasted way longer than it actually did.
Yeah, the animated series was from 92 to 97. Superman the animated series I think was from like 98 somewhere in there to 2000, because Superman the animated series only had 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Justice League had 2 seasons. Justice League Unlimited also had 2 seasons. So a lot of people like to think it lasted longer than it did, but it really didn't. They were very, very short-lived towards the tail end of the late 90s, early 2000s.
And it correlates with the rise of, like I said, of college football. There was no space to put it, and if you had no space to put it and it wasn't drawing like that, then it wasn't even good as a loss leader anymore, because you no longer needed it. You had to outright profit, of what your sponsorships and your deals, your TV deals right then. Even Fox had a lot of Fox. It all dwindled down. Yeah, to the point where when Fox you see where Fox started to go away with cartoons and stuff, when they got NASCAR, when they got Major League Baseball, because Fox used to have their own Saturday morning, and then they started getting Game of the Week and everything else. So at that point, they should have started to license it out, but there was nobody. It wasn't like we had Amazon and all that back then. But it should have gone away. But like I said, it's like that nice piece of furniture, that thing in your house, needs to go, but it's been there all the time, and you just don't want to throw it away. It's diminishing returns. I'm not saying I dislike it, but now when you're talking about in the modern terms, you have some fireable decisions. So if you have the data now that which you can draw with whatever you're doing in your studios, and what you draw with an animation, how are you justifying $75 million on any given animation project that's not going to be in the top tier of your what you do, unless you're Disney. Disney can justify it because that is their identity. That's what they do. They're an animation. But when you're Warner Brothers and you have different areas that you have to hold up and spend money, how do you justify spending that kind of money, especially when they did it? Because when they greenlit Coyote versus Acme, Warner Brothers was already in trouble. Their stuff was already going the other way. So whoever greenlit that really needed to be held accountable for that. So now you come in and you got a company that's been devalued from $74 billion to $43 billion because of those type of decisions, for literally years of making decisions like that.
And see, this is where, like, when it comes to the Snyder Cut getting the money and getting greenlit, I mean, it's so weird because it had to be that time. I mean, and it sucks to say that if COVID didn't happen, would have gotten the money, would have done. I mean, it was such an interesting time because HBO Max, everybody, all the streaming services were desperately going, okay, people are at home, we need content. And it just sucks that it was like, wait, so when that happened, that's probably what kind of helped it. And then of course they gave him fucking $70 million. And I just really wish, and I was saying that before you guys came on, it was like, I really wish there would have been like a joint thing where Snyder and Ayer were like, hey, you're getting 70 million. Can I get like 5 of that? It's like to finish my shit, it would have been kind of cool if there was like a joint thing, but yeah, it's just kind of interesting, the timing of it all, and I know, like, that's just even bringing that up probably to get fucking people in my mentions going, how dare you, or something like that. But I mean, but it was interesting timing where everybody was desperate, and then everybody, I mean, but the good thing is that fans, all of us, in the community, we kept on talking about the Snyder Cut, and it was out there, and the term Snyder Cut was like in the ether. It was becoming mainstream at this point, so it was like a, to all of us, like, we're so glad. It's like, yeah, during that time, yeah, people were home. It sucks for the reason why we were home, but they needed content and they invested into something. And to be honest, I mean, I think who knows what money they got in return. I mean, it seemed like the physical copies and everything got sold out. I know numerous fans. I know many people who bought all the different versions. I bought the fucking trilogy box set and everything. So it's just, I don't know. It's just timing was crazy.
When it came to when it comes to that type of content, and this is what drives me crazy about pundits who have like 1 million followers and that are prominent and that should know better. They're like, oh well, the Snyder Cut lost them money and it didn't make this amount of money and that's a failure. Okay, I just want to just throw something at people when they say that. When you're talking about streaming, anything like that, you have something that's called collective advantage. It's like insurance. It's so you spent this amount of money on it here, but what if you're running a streaming service or anything with analytics, that's the doorway in. What's the associated content? If I watch the Snyder Cut and I'm brand new to your streaming service, what else did I watch? Did I watch some of the DC animation? Maybe that could justify keeping up. Did I watch Aquaman? Did I watch any of the stuff that makes it to the point where if there's enough stuff there now, maybe I keep your subscription service. And you leverage it that way, but you have people that they can focus on the dollar amount, and like I said, it's the goal. It's not the dollar amount that you should be concerned about as much. It's the goal. Did you achieve your goal? Amazon dropping $500 million on the elves and the hobbits. Was their goal to make $500 million back directly? No, but they're going to make that back because you're on there looking for pots and pans now because you're in their site. That entire venture was to get you onto Amazon, Netflix, to get you in. They spend money on one big thing, right? And there's a whole bunch of B-lister and Z-lister things on there that are carbon copies that a lot of people will just sit there and watch, and that keeps you on for a subscription. So when you try to equate what they spent on that, I think people get it screwed up is because they think, well, they think in the old dinosaur box office terms. If I spent this much, I have to directly make this back, and I think that's a lot of the weight that Snyder Cut befell. And then you had people that, like right now, it's just not, just make the comic, man. Even if like I said before, if I had a shot, if you gave me animation right now or a comic book, forget about what's behind me. Just don't see that. What platform gives me the unlimited bandwidth to tell everything I need to tell, put the entire storyline and all its angles out there, and to be able to measure those results and those sales across a measurable amount of time that would mean something to someone who would ever want to put money on this again? An hour and a half, 2-hour movie, which I have to truncate and sacrifice and compromise, or something that gives me the entire length of the story and it sits there over the course of time. You know, like I said, I don't know if I was on your show or on my own.
Probably
they're
both.
keeping track of these numbers.
Probably of course they are. And those things are selling. I mean, again, I still can't get a copy.
I'll take care of you. Oh, by the way, Phil, did you get yours?
I haven't gotten that package yet. No.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll take care of that. But quantifiable results. See, right now, these guys are saying, "I want this, I want that." They're, like I said, they're walking into the office with no ammo. You need to walk into the office like this guy. Okay, so say if I wanted to ever make a movie out of Absolute Batman, I got 250,000 units that have moved. You times that times 5 just for the A cover. You're talking in the millions of justifiable money right there. We're not even talking about the B covers and everything else that they're making money off, the second and the third printing. By the time you do that math, you now have justification to do a lot more than you did when you walked in. If you were to make a maxi series and variant covers and everything, a Jim Lee cover and all that, and you were to reach anywhere near this, even if you just take 50,000 copies off, you do 200,000 units times $5. Do the math there, just for the A cover. Now we're talking a third of that with B covers, E covers. Now that's enough for McFarlane to come in and say, you have the kind of exposure that I want to make a toy. Let me license this. So you're out on that type of money. But and this costs nothing to make. It's staples and a couple pieces of paper. Not hundreds of millions of dollars, not $100 million, not $50 million.
The funnier thing about that is, like, if you were to do it in a comic book form and it makes that kind of bank, then Warner Brothers would probably be like, oh, maybe we can turn this into an animated movie.
Exactly.
Maybe we should do something. Yeah, no, it kind of sets, there's a snowball effect. There's a snowball effect.
Exactly. You have a case. You got to speak the language of the person you want something from, and they just don't do it. They walk in, I want this or else. I want there or else. Hashtag this. And I understand their plight.
It's live action or nothing.
You got to have a plan. Are you going to get kicked out of the office?
The plan right now is to go on Twitter, criticize everything that Warner Brothers and DC Studios and James Gunn does, and then request that they give
Give me the thing that I want, even though I hate everything you're doing.
That's not the language. That's not negotiating.
The ridiculous thing is, like, we said it before. They can act like that all they want.
Yeah.
They're still going to see it. I don't believe for a second that they're not going to see it because they can't not be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And they want to do it because then they say, oh, I can trash it now because I've seen it. It's not what I want. Fine. They still got your money.
Yep.
Dude,
You lost in that sense because you gave them their money.
And I hate it when I have these guys, these morons in my mentions that are pushing back against this, and they literally have Zack Snyder as their profile, and I'm like, you are just doing a great job of making that man look like, because I've seen it many times too, where I see people go, Zack needs to come out and fucking say something about his fans. Like, no, he doesn't. First off, nobody
he's not
does.
An idiot like that.
He's not. No, nobody. He has no control over anything. Nobody has control over what fans do. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, well, yeah, but it just sucks when you got these morons that are just literally have him in in the profile picture, and I'm going, you're just, good job. I mean, you're fighting for this, but then you're acting like this. You're attacking people relentlessly, and then of course, like, when it comes to somebody that pushes back against what you have to say, maybe has something else to say. Oh yeah, then you're saying stuff like, oh yeah, well, this guy is manipulation.
Well, and like I said, the rhetoric has nothing to do. All the hashtags are useless at this point.
Yeah.
And certain social media things are useless because the people that you're talking to have turned themselves off to that. They speak the language of transactions and money. So once you have measurables that you can come here with and say, okay, you spent this much on this, the $100 you spent to make these thousands of whatever copies, you just made this. Now we're talking about profit and loss. You're not going to get dragged out of the office by security. You're actually having a conversation. Even if they disagree with you, you've engaged in a conversation that is about math and about money. Math is undefeated. All this other stuff.
Wait a minute. We're doing math on the show. As promised, there would be no math.
Yeah.
No, we don't have to do the arithmetic, but it's
I'm already
like,
a couple of drinks in and can't do it.
yeah. And you also, the other measurables are not only did you sell 250,000 units of this to retailers, how many did all your retailers sell a certain percentage? Who's buying them? Is this the first time in the store? Because you can get that, and we give that information to them all the time. It goes up. So now we have, not only do we have a raw number, we have a who. So it's not just geeks like me. Do I have somebody in here who's a not a speculator, but somebody who's heard it? Is it somebody who's getting back into comics that's been out for a while? How long have they been out? You got by each cell, you have a bunch of numbers now that you can throw at that person that you're asking from and be like, no, it's not just a fanatic or an extremist like me. These are selling to people that are in the other percentile. Mm-hmm. And you start telling them that or showing them that, now your ears start perking up because that's the general audience. So like I said, comic book first, even if I had the shot. Comic
book first. Hey, there you go. There's a hashtag.
Because I mean, to the point of what we're saying, a lot of times what comics give us is a way for them to even, at very little cost, do exactly what they want to do and go as crazy as they want, and no risk to anyone. And people either can accept that or not. But again, it's like what I said earlier in the chat. You get it in some form.
Yeah.
Is it the form we all wanted it in?
No.
But again, we have it. We have it in the hand.
And it's funny too because Zack, I mean, his storyboards are like comic books. I mean, the way that I always love that shot when he's like, I think he's drawing out the Deathstroke storyboard and he's got the gauntlet on. It's such a cool fucking shot. But I mean, it's like, and the fact that he has pitched it as a comic book, of course they turned him down. I'm still go, why? But then at the same time, I'm like, when I look at stuff like Batman 89 and Superman 78 books, and I'm just going, yeah, I just have a feeling. I mean, what I was going to bring up actually, William, was when you were talking about like selling and stuff like that. I mean, I remember when when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, and then the variant covers for Zack Snyder's Justice League were released. Dude, so many people went out I went to the comic book shop and fucking found all 3 covers. I hadn't like gotten a Batman book or a Justice League book in a bit, but you know what? Didn't matter. I wanted the cover because the covers were the Zack Snyder Justice League variants. So
yeah, and that's data. That's data that you can take back. And like I said, right now it hurts because some of the extremists that are causing all these problems, I don't agree with their means. I understand the plight, but I hate seeing people fight a battle with no tools. You cannot go fight a ninja, with no sword. You can't go into combat without armor. If you're going to take on something, you have to have something that keeps you in the conversation. Because like I said, put yourself in their shoes. It's like you're wanting me to spend money, even if I agreed with you. I love the Snyder Cut and all that. It's been 4 or 5 years now. The marketplace is different. You have to show me that there's something in today's marketplace that can make this stick. Otherwise, get out of my office,
Dude, I mean, that was one of the things, like, when it came to the Snyder Cut that, some of us were talking about too, like when Steven and Scott and all of us were like, would be, group chat. And it's like, all right, hashtag is just not enough. It's just not enough. And then, I mean, I did that one thing at D23 where we had the sign and we were at D23. Stupid. Why are we at D23 with a release the Snyder Cut sign? It made no sense, but we're like, fuck it. We're going to go. We're going to hold it up and we're going to interview people. And we did. It ended up being a fun video. It was a long ass day. Fun video, though. You guys can go watch it. It's on my freaking channel. It's from like 3-4 years ago. It was dumb. It didn't make any sense, but at the same time, it was kind of cool to.
It was press.
Literally, I mean, there were just nothing but Disney fucking people and there were some people that were like, what are you fuck protesting? I'm like, we just want a movie to come out. It's not that serious. There's just a lot of things, and I should repost that video. It was fun. It was fun, but I get it was just like, yeah. Why were we there? But we were just like, hey, we're trying to do something that's outside of the realm of fucking Twitter. We were trying to be like, hey, we have a lot of people who are dressed up as Marvel characters, Disney characters. We're going to hold up a sign and we're going to welcome interviews and just kind of spread the word physically, like in the real world. And it was kind of cool to see like people's reactions to the whole thing and everything. And other people did that too when it came to Comic-Cons and all this kind of stuff. And
I got a great idea along the same lines. Instead of going to guess what's coming up? We got an election on Tuesday. Just go up instead of going up and asking for a vote for, hey, what do you think about Zack Snyder's like Part 2 Ayer cut? Let's just get footage like that and just like blow people's minds. It would be a lot more.
It should be. It's better than the original, better than the studio. Come on, let's do this. Restore.
I would say, like I said, it is if you're ever going to get into the office or get within 100 feet of any executive, that would make some. Or if you ever got 5 minutes, you have to understand that that's basically 5 minutes before that person pushes the button to come get you to carry you away, however you got in. So make your case, and you should have it. You should have it right there and then, and know who to make your case to. Right now, making it to Warner Brothers Studios is a non-starter. Making it to Jim Lee or making it to a Scott Snyder who has a lot of pull right now. If you're able to get him, and a response from him or things like that, you got to know who to talk to and what to talk to them about. Because once it's out there,
damn it, you're right. Because I was within walking and talking distance of both of those guys at Comic-Con this year,
and he's very engageable. I've engaged with. He's very engageable. So
which one?
Scott Snyder.
And Scott Snyder. Yeah, he is. So, I like when I met him, he was super nice and super like ready to talk, and like it was on the show floor. I didn't even see him at his own booth. I wish I would have, but yeah. Jim Lee, on the other hand, he was trying to get in the convention center. He was like he's a busy dude. Very, very busy man.
Yeah, he had all that cash with them $5,000 Dodger seats. That mother.
Dude,
anyway,
he did.
I'm waiting in line to get in the convention center. What was it, Thursday morning? And me and this guy are talking about fucking X-Men because I'm wearing my X-Men shirt. It's drawn by Jim Lee, right? And we're talking about Jim Lee's art, and literally Jim Lee comes walking up right behind him, and we're talking about Deadpool, Wolverine, and Wolverine suit and all this shit. Yeah, and he's just like kind of just waiting there.
His ears were ringing.
He's trying to get through. And then I was like, the guy was talking to me about Jim Lee, and I was like, dude, Jim Lee's trying to get in the convention center. He's right behind you. He turns around and goes, oh shit, sorry, Jim. And Jim Lee was like, it's okay, guys, have a good con. I was like, you too, Jim Lee, have a great con.
Yeah,
That's
I met him at the Comic-Con I went to before I took the break. He
Yeah.
was there. But yeah, you get it out there and you just let it sit. And now, other people, you never know who's going to take a look at this maxi series. You don't know who's looking at it right now. It could be, let's be funny. Let's bring in Netflix. I know it's been a part of a joke, but here's the thing. Warner Brothers they will sell the paint off the wall if it can get them out of debt. So now you've given Warner Brothers that say they don't want to spend the money, right? But those sales dollars, that sales leverage, other studios can look at that, and then Warner Brothers makes their money off their top dollar, their first dollar, their distribution fee. So they've made money. You've made the profit for somebody. You don't know who, once you have it out there, you don't know who's going to look at it. I can guarantee you, nobody's listening to the screaming. Nobody's listening to the hashtags.
No, they're not.
Well, no.
But hey, we got Daredevil season 1 showing up right now.
I wasn't serious about that message I sent you, Dave. I was just doing it out of.
Well, you should probably listen to my thoughts on the whole how best to restore or sell the Snyderverse. Because guess what, guys? I'm a really good lawyer.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
You look like the Hamburglar without the brain.
Who is that masked man?
No, this is what I wore yesterday. And I popped on our watch party last night with my costume on, so I figured, okay,
Nice.
Well, Halloween is over, Brad.
I like it.
I still, well, it's my first time going to
only a
Daredevil.
day after. It's fine.
Well, we were still because anybody watching who's not familiar, I'm assistant coach in a martial arts school, and all throughout Halloween week, we're telling the students, you wear your Halloween costumes into class, and that also extended to the coaches. So I decided I was going to be Daredevil this year, and this is actually this was not next year I try this. I'm probably going to try to be a little bit more complex, a little bit more accurate to the show. But right now, this is just a T-shirt. This is some friends and I, when we were little kids, we used to make ninja masks where we would take the shirt and use the neck hole, and we would cover like the bottom half of our face and see through the neck hole. So I just did the same thing, but it's like just putting it over my eyes, and that's how they got a reaction.
Can you actually see through that?
I could basically see through it. I mean, I got like this. Imagine
I say he goes the rest of the stream like this.
I did that
pull it all the way down, though.
It's kind of like I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take it off in a minute. I just wanted to.
Super chat Dave, and he'll keep it on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you ever like
William, just a heads up, the package should be here Monday. Sorry, Brad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, cool.
I just double checked, but yeah, should be here Monday by 9.
I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the first one, but that's a mystery for later.
Shit happens. Shit happens. I'm still waiting on. Well, I'm probably not going to get my package. My next one that I'm getting, Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute Superman #1, and Absolute Batman #2. That probably won't be here till like middle of the month.
Yeah, I'm picking those up. I'm picking, I think, Superman up tomorrow morning.
You read Absolute Wonder Woman, right?
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I got a review on it. I loved it. I loved the whole Absolute universe.
I love that
and
new
not
direction.
only that,
That's a fun twist.
The other books are doing well too.
That's
the other main books are doing well, so I'm happy there too. It's not just about Absolute. There's,
this isn't spoilery because it's out there for the world to see, but like Absolute Superman apparently has a panel in it with Superman beating up a bunch of dudes in Peacemaker outfits. That brings a smile to my face.
Oh, remember? No, okay, you didn't make it into that. I didn't. Yeah, no, he showed that.
Oh wow,
he blew it
up.
Jason
Aaron showed that. Okay,
yeah, cool. I have a picture that I took, and under it, if you look at the writing under it, I forgot what it says, but it says something. It said to pay attention to that writing on the ground. I remember them saying that. So now it's about to come out. Yeah, that panel was cool. I mean, I was so happy to get into that panel, and I thought you guys were right behind me. I feel bad.
We were literally at the tail end of that line, and I was late because I was just finishing press for Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and I had to rush from the Marriott Hotel all the way to the other side of the convention center, and it was like a good 15-20 minute walk.
Even when I turned around, I was talking to somebody that I thought was you and Rhea. Yeah. And when I turned around, this person looking at me, and I'm looking. And then they started to close the door, and what they were doing is they were letting people in. And I thought for sure you guys were going to get into all that. Because they showed the Green Lantern, they showed Superman, they showed that Peacemaker panel, and he gave us all the info, all the Ashcan stuff. But I was super excited about that going into Comic-Con. Like I said, its numbers are spectacular. So I can't wait for Absolute Superman, and then Green Lantern, and then now we got Martian Manhunter. That looks like something out of Shade the Changing Man or something.
And there's And there's two. If you look on kind of like the layout of the Absolute books, there's two. They're listed as TBA. They're not like announced which characters there are. I'm kind of assuming one of those is going to be Aquaman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were and William and I were kind of talking about a week ago about what the other one could be. We kind of settled on, it might be Cyborg, might be Green Arrow, might be this character, that character. But I think
I would go with Green Arrow over Cyborg. I think
I would think it's probably another female character, so probably maybe Hawk Girl, Black Canary, or
Hawk Girl would be smart because
the movie
synergy.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else it could be. There's like very few founding members of the Justice League that are female outside of Black Canary, Wonder Woman, Hawk Girl, maybe Vixen if you really wanted to go that deep of a pull. Yeah. But I don't know. It's fun to speculate, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is fun to speculate. And when they released the Martian Manhunter little cover or whatever, I was like, whoa.
It looked like Gumby. I thought you looked like Gumby.
Yeah, it was a little Gumby-esque.
Well, especially for him because he is it's fairly infrequent for Martian Manhunter to have his own book. So that really
it's rare.
Yeah,
it's very rare that he gets his own book, and it's also pretty cool that the Flash is this time around is Wally West. I actually just saw Jeff Lemire share the panel showcasing the Rogues this time around, and it's like it almost feels like they're kind of a unit that are set out to catch the Flash, but I don't really know the parameters of that book. Haven't really dived too deep into it because I just want to be surprised if I get a chance to read it. But
Absolute. I'm sure anybody's watched William and I talk. We are very happy where this is going so far. I can't wait to read what they're going to do with what's because William, you'd said you'd heard through the grapevine, Superman is the one who's the biggest kind of reinvention out of the Absolute versions of all the characters, right?
Yeah, because it's the exact opposite of what built the normal energy is the way they explained it was. The normal universe was built on Superman energy, and
this universe
flip side is on dark side energy. So we're bereft of his energy. So he's going to have to be drastically different. Now his moral code is still the same, but the way he came about is, from what I heard, dramatically different. I think they went that extra mile because of being the oldest superhero. So
because with Superman this time around, one of the big differences is he lands on Earth as an adult this time.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. He lands on Earth as an adult, but the thing is, it's not this goofy, dumb idea from Mark Millar. And
I need these toys. I need these toys now.
Oh, that's right. I'm sure McFarlane's going to be doing some.
Damn straight, he's going to be doing that. Yeah.
But with that sword, this sword has to be proportionate.
I just want that Absolute Batman figurine. I need a figure of that Batman because
I want one with a posable cape.
Yeah, I was about to say cape, detachable. Bat ears.
Oh my god!
Axe. Yep, the axe. You know he's going all in for that because McFarlane always loves his accessories.
Oh yeah, they're making it right now. 100%.
I can't fucking wait. Oh my god, that very well might be one of my new favorite versions of Batman.
That was a hell of a good intro for as Wayne was the thing he was really talking about because he got to read it a little bit before I did. Because it's these things sell out very quickly, as I'm sure anybody who's
it's very rare that a book gets to go
into third printing.
It's and one of the things.
Hey, look, no kill rule. My ass.
Yeah, that's part of
my ass,
bro.
People on the stage bled out. They're dead.
Well, that's what I was about to get to.
Dude, he straight blew up the fucking ground beneath how many of those people? Yeah,
there they are.
Did you guys?
Couple scratches, maybe they'll be fine.
Dave and I talked about it around the time of New York Comic Con. Did you saw what his Batmobile is going to look like, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that
big old dump truck construction vehicle.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, it's bigger than the War Machine.
yeah, and that's saying a lot.
That's totally saying a lot.
Because he gets to do his job. Because remember what he does. Now this guy right here.
Yeah, no one's gonna blink two eyes and say, "Where did he possibly get that? Why are we missing a truck?"
I'm sorry, you're not getting to the hospital quick enough to fix it.
And that's
you were gone.
Oh yeah.
His line.
That's what's funny is when this got announced, I was like, "There's no way this Batman does not kill." I was like,
pretty much, Phil, what were you saying?
Suck it.
I was just gonna say the last line of that panel and into the beginning of the next panel is "Get the fuck out of my way."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very emphatically. Yeah.
Yeah.
This version Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just gonna say, like, this version of Batman's such a bad motherfucker, and I love it.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing.
This
we
camera
talk-
right here is critical. The zoo scene, because
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
just
yeah.
going to be the birth
Yes.
of Batman. It's going to be the birth of a lot of his villainy. It's how they handled this trauma is what sets the stage for what they all became. Because I think a lot of it, you're going to find out that a lot of the rogues gallery that were here were some of the key ones were involved in this scene, and they handled the trauma a different way. This scene, listen, I read a lot of this shit, but the way they went down with this, and the last thing that you see Thomas Wayne do, and like I was telling Brad, when you connect that to what's happening in everyday life, when these teachers are in these situations, what they're willing to do to save their kids, and what he did, it lines up right with what's going on, and it made that real.
Yeah.
So this book is very well written. Wonder Woman, I think, is more spectacular because it's just it looks like a video game on steroids, with death, hell, all kinds of craziness in different situations.
It's an upside down pyramid floating in the sky at the end.
And even hearing Kelly Thompson go on, I've listened to a few of her interviews with it, and how well she basically had said that it got to the point where she was getting ready to go back to Scott Snyder and say, like, I'm sorry, I wasted a couple of months of your time and money. I can't crack this code, because she was trying to figure out some way to not fall into a, very cliche new interpretation of Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just latched on to this one idea, and I'm not going to say because, Dave, you haven't read it.
Yeah.
But
I haven't either.
there's one thing that she kind of kept on going back to. She said that saying, well, let's see if I can build something like that and still keep the key part of Diana in a way.
That's cool. That's how you
Hearing that just like says, like, I'm a Kelly Thompson fan to begin with, but hearing, that's what I love about these interviews with creators, just like hearing their process and understanding, like, yeah, you may not like it, but you got to give them credit. They were trying. They care about the characters for the most part.
Yeah, they would have never been able to get away with something like this if they were beholden to traditional continuity books.
Yeah,
Fuck
and she also brings that point up too.
Yeah, no, and I think if you're referring to the thing I think you're referring to, I can't say for sure, but is it regarding the origin or is it regarding something else?
It's regarding a particular person that's tied to her.
It's also kind of regarding the origin too. If you're
in a way. I just wanted to be a little more specific that
what
Phil would pick up on versus Dave. So.
Yeah,
the location plays a kind of a interesting role.
I know the ends. I know the basics of that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen panels of it. I was like, oh, that's a neat twist.
Yes.
But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, and it sets the bar so high for what they're going to do with Superman. I can't wait to read that book on Wednesday.
Yeah, neither can I.
Yeah. So it's as we because again, like I said, William got to read it a little bit before I did, because again, these things just sold out so fast. I had to get the second print.
Dude,
it's rare that books get to a third printing.
Yeah. Comic book shop in the mall, they suck. I'm gonna have to,
I think Wonder Woman's that went to second printing before first printing even was out.
Yeah, they were ready for it.
Yeah, so and
I literally was like, I walked in there and I was like, this was like last week, not this week, and then I was like, hey, do you have Absolute Batman? He goes, no, those went quick. I was like, Wonder Woman? Nope, we don't have that either. It was like,
we got. You want Superman though?
Yeah. But yeah, I was just like one of those.
Oh, that's another one that occurred to me, like as far as like that mystery character of like the other. The two TBAs again. I would bet one of them is Aquaman. The other one, maybe it might be Shazam. It might be Shazam.
Shazam, that'd be interesting. Yeah,
Shazam would make sense with Wonder Woman because of obviously the gods and everything else.
Right.
How that happens.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. You haven't read it yet, Dave?
No, I haven't. My comic book shop over here in the mall sucks, man. They don't have it. Yeah. But
I'm not allowed to read comic books.
I'm gonna check this weekend. If I don't, maybe I'll make a trip over the hill to the really good comic book shop that's in my hometown.
It's such a paradox.
Keep going to Vegas.
I know. Yeah, I know. Trust me. I know. I should have just hit you up. Be like, send me.
It's such a paradox where it's like you're happy to hear that it's selling this well, but you're frustrated.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You're frustrated you can't get it yourself. Because
I know. I kind of walked out like, oh, that sucks, man. I was like, and then I was like, well, that's good. DC is fucking. They're similar.
Yeah, and I over-ordered. Not over-ordered, but I ordered more on Wonder Woman, so I actually still have some Wonder Womans left.
Dope.
The A cover, the other covers are going. Quickly. Like this is a foil, the foil Jim Lee cover. the foil version. I only have one of those
Ooh,
left.
that's a beaut.
Like
That's a
that.
beaut.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, when they restocked them in my store, it's like they had the standard covers and they had the variant. They had so many variants. I mean, they are really, no pun intended, they are all in at DC on absolute. On
Variants has kind of replaced a lot of back issue sales in some places.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, your average kid, you want to go, they're watching this stuff on TV and they're watching Venom, and you gotta, they want to get the first appearance of Venom, and it's like $600, whatever, $100. That kid's out. That's out. So like reprints and stuff like this, that helped them out, but variants and things like that. So when that kid does get in, if he can right there and then get a B cover or C cover, and he or she automatically have a collectible walking out of the door instead of having to save up, to buy an Amazing Spider-Man 238, which is going to bankrupt them and keep them out of the circulation. So the variants keep new collectors coming, and they keep the circulation going. So if we come in and drop $50, and if you got $50 to drop, you're getting more for that $50 than just like a comic or a payment on a comic, because that's what really jams up the industry, and that's what really has hurt back issue sales in general, is the circulation. If there's no value in them coming around, then the collector's just not going to buy them, which is a problem. A lot of that has to do with the economy. A lot of that has to do with the demographic that enters into comics now. It's not like a guy like me who just walked up to a 7-Eleven and that's cool on that cover, let me buy this and get into it. They're watching the movies. They're watching things like this. Iron Man to them is Robert Downey Jr. That's what Iron Man is to them. Spider-Man is one of three people. Tom Holland.
We had a Dr. Doom, by the way, also in the school. We actually had a trunk or treat. At the school from Saturday. We had one kid who was Dr. Doom, and I was tempted. I ended up doing this. So I wanted to make the joke. It's like, are you Tony Stark, or are you
Tony? Yeah, the Robert Downey. Yeah. I mean, hey, that was smart. But
who is this man behind the Iron Mask?
Who's this man?
My nephew was Captain America.
That's cool. Did you dress up, Phil?
I was Kevin Smith. I was like one of the only few people who dressed up at work. Yeah. I got a movie set here. Let me put it on.
Yeah, show. Yeah.
I'm gonna call you
show
Moves.
It. Yes. And Chris, did you that's all it was.
There you go.
That's good.
Yep. That's all you needed. I like it.
You know what's so cool? Phil, you could very easily just trade that hat. You could just as easily be Wayne Campbell.
Yeah.
Just Wayne's World.
Just say swing a lot too,
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, I was Wayne 2 years ago.
Yeah, no,
that was fun.
I like Mike Myers. And I like Wayne's World, but my favorite Mike Myers character is Austin Powers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good one.
I get
Did
that.
you dress up, Chris?
No, I just bore one of my X-Men shirts, and it was actually really warm here, so to put on a full on, even if I were to do the full Indiana Jones one, that's usually some of my quick go to.
Yeah,
way too hot. I mean, it was 80 degrees. Wearing that whole thing, I'd be dying by like the fifth house.
Yeah. Well, we all know who won the cosplay of the year award recently, and that of course goes to that guy at New York Comic Con with the Ace Ventura trying to get out right on.
Yeah, that was good.
Dude, that was so good.
That was very good.
And just William's not a fan, as you all I'm sure are aware. Funny to think about that because
you just want to remind me of the tragedy of Jim Carrey.
It's okay. Just remember. Now you can just remind Brad that a 6th Scary Movie is happening.
Oh, our chat has drilled it into.
Yes, they have drilled that into me. So.
Good.
I was about to say, I'm sure you got fucking grilled for that, but
yes,
hey,
yeah.
I mean, it's cool. It's like finally we're getting a parody movie, and
by the way. I said this on our show. It's like one reason that I still continue to be an advocate of completion of the Snyderverse in some form or fashions, because I refuse to live in a world where Zack Snyder's Justice League story is not concluded, but we get 6 scary movies. I'm sorry, I'm not living in that reality.
You refuse to live in it. You're living it.
Yeah. Well, that's
it's all about the money.
As the Penguin once said, things change.
Actually, I did want to ask you something, Brad. Yeah, you wrote an article about Warner Brothers is afraid to release the Ben Affleck Batman script, and I was kind of like, does studios ever release scripts?
No.
Yeah, well, it's because it's something for anybody who's not aware. I wrote. I didn't write this today. I just shared it for the whole.
Okay.
People talking about. I put that up probably 3 weeks ago, but it was one thing. It was actually after the J.O. Oliva, when he put the last Deathstroke image. That was around. It was Batman Day.
Yeah, he posted
year.
that on Batman
And
Day. Yeah.
so that kind of sparked in me. It's like the thesis I had for that is like, it's not quite the same thing as like let's try to get something. Let's do this like as animation or comic form, but it was more the idea of like, let's see the script. I mean, and yeah, that is a question that is very pertinent to ask, is that there is not a ton of. We usually, when scripts, when they come out, it's like they tend to be more. It tends to be leaked more than like the studio just saying like, okay, here you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them leaking it at all.
Oh,
like, I think I even had a hashtag at one point. I was like, leak the Batfleck script like a while ago, because I'm like, let's see what it is. Let's see what it is.
That's what happened with. That's what happened with the Green Lantern movie initially. That script that Michael Green, Mark Guggenheim, and Greg Berlanti wrote, it leaked online.
That's right.
Yeah.
A while, like 15 years ago, it leaked online, like right after the movie came out. Like it details the ring flying by Guy Gardner. It details the ring flying by Clark Kent at the Daily Planet. Yeah. It has the ending where he puts on 10 rings. It's very Jeff Johns inspired, sure, but it is leagues and bounds, on paper anyway, a much better movie than what the fuck Martin Campbell made.
You know what else? As far as like scripts leaking, I think this was like it was right after the movie came out or right in the vicinity of it, was the Wonder Woman script by a fellow we might know by named by Joss Whedon, who is well known
that
to
was
be
terrible.
Yeah,
that was bad. That was bad. That was a genuinely bad script. I was not surprised to see that it was so poorly written by that asshat.
Well, and that's surprising. And that's when kind of like a lot of his the kind of the the mask started to be taken off of his sort of concocted image of
we started realizing that, hey, you're kind of a creep there, bud.
And to go to the question about like as far as like the studio themselves taking upon it to like actually release Ben Affleck's script, which that doesn't typically happen, where it's like they just say, okay,
it should never happen.
We didn't make this movie, but we're just going to let you read it. But like a lot of when I write features on this topic, like a lot of it tends to be kind of predicated by the fact that the situation itself is so unique and so unprecedented in so many ways. So there, that's when I have a thesis like that, that's always something probably for anybody reading it to kind of bear in mind, is the idea that in a lot of ways I'm kind of working backwards from the idea that this is so crazy and so many things that that are really kind of just not. And William's definitely skeptical.
It's crazy.
No. It's there's a skeptical, but then somebody just brought up something where I was like, yeah, that's something
Oh, Jeff Johns. Well, and
there is that aspect that some people are going to have to swallow when they realize.
I can read Jeff Johns comics. I mean,
Jeff Johns not a filmmaker. I don't blame. Listen,
that's for damn sure. He's not a filmmaker.
You can talk Jeff Johns whatever you want about Jeff Johns. You blame his bosses for allowing that to happen. Jeff Johns should not have been where he was.
I'm going to bite my tongue on that right now. I'm going to bite my tongue on that so hard right now, because there are things that I know that is not quite that, but I'm just going to bite my tongue.
Well, and to that point with Phil, which I'm not going to try to pry anything out of Phil, but there has also been talking about like the writing of Ben Affleck's script. There has also been rumor and such that part of what kind of motivated Ben to step away from it, there may have been some, let's say, interference on Jeff Johns' part, that may have been a component.
But he didn't have a boss. Who was his boss?
Well, he was co-head of DC Films at the time.
Everybody has a boss. Zazoff has a boss. Who was his boss?
His boss was Sujihara, and he was not a good boss.
Okay.
And subsequently Toby Emmerich, but that's still, he had bosses. Sure, that does not mean he may or may not.
Thing too is like, when.
Oh no, I agree, it happened. But if you have good bosses, that should happen?
Yeah.
If you have a chip on your shoulder, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's another thing too. Is like, because I see it so many times. Like, Ben Affleck deserves to have his movie. I'm like, yeah, sure, at one point, but now it's like. I'm like, even back then, again, we have to go back to when he revealed that when he gave it to a trusted friend, and we're assuming it's Matt Damon, and they read it and they said, like, if you make this, it's going to kill you. And it's like, okay, yeah, he was in a Well, when it came to struggling with his alcoholism, it was worse then. But even now, it's like it's teeter-tottering, and he's going through a high-profile divorce right now too. And it's like, unless he knew that it was a guaranteed like big time bag kind of thing, it was like, and they wanted to do it. They're like, yeah, can you do it for 60 million? It's like, but at the same time, it's like to try to do a Batman movie like what we've heard already, it just seems like now you're going to have to exceed that 100 million mark. But yeah, I don't know.
I think the Matt Reeves the Batman. I think initially the budget on that was about 100, and then it ended up being 200. But like I think like the
Well, you
part
got
of that,
Marty.
like,
somewwer
Part
in the ballpark of 125 million, and then it
That
ballooned
wasn't,
to 200 because of
200.
COVID.
yeah, because
barely-
it got
COVID
shut down
ballooned
like
the
4
budget.
times. Yeah,
COVID ballooned the budget to it.
COVID fucked it up a little bit, yeah, because they had to stop and then shoot again.
God, I felt so bad for them too
Now-
during that whole period.
Ben
Yeah.
Affleck's Batman movie, I could easily see being in the same ballpark as Wonder Woman and Aquaman 1, around 140, 150, maybe 160.
That's what I was thinking too.
Mhm.
That's what I was
Somewhere in that ballpark. Because if the movie is taking place in Arkham Asylum and he's got a bunch of villains, but you have a bunch of people, like your highest paid actors at that point are probably going to be Ben Affleck and Joe Manganiello, the two leads. And then,
That's
of
the
course,
thing.
Jeremy Irons as well for your support. But everyone else at that point, maybe Jared Leto pops up as the Joker. For sure, probably the Riddler was probably at some point in that script because he was meant to be in the Legion of Doom, unless they creatively decided to change it to be Deathstroke instead. I can't say for sure because I don't fucking know. I wasn't a fly on that wall. I wasn't part of those discussions. But it's just basing off what we know about the Snyder Cut. Like Deathstroke was going to be in that fucking movie. He was in the actual cut of the movie, so we know he was going to be in the Batman when Ben Affleck was still making the movie. And they got very, very far in production before they called it quits, before Matt Reeves signed on to direct the damn movie. So I don't know. Like it's just like how much would that movie have cost is almost kind of a fun conversation, but it's also kind of a moot point because we don't know how much of what was supposed to transpire in that movie outside of the fact of like it was Batman versus Deathstroke, Arkham Asylum was in play, and other villains were going to pop up.
And Batgirl is also Batgirl in it.
Sure,
Batgirl
Batgirl was
in
in
it.
it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, real quick, also to interject, because this is something I've written on a couple times before, is that because one thing Joe Manganiello has alluded to is that Deathstroke was you talked about the influence of the game on, and Deathstroke was picking apart Bruce Wayne's life and killing people closest to him. I mean, I would lay down money that I would bet Alfred gets killed in that script.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
And very
Even
I think
possibly
very like
Gordon. Possibly
I think
Gordon.
Gordon too. Like Alfred, almost certainly. Gordon, probably. I would say.
Well, I think like one of the things that people were kind of like having theorizing was the fact that the reason why that Batman wears the trench coat in the Nightmare timeline is because he's representing that Gordon. Because Gordon used to wear a trench coat kind of thing.
do
Who
remember.
knows? I mean, that's just a theory.
I do remember J.K. Simmons saying he had a larger part to play in Justice League 2, but that was probably well before all the creative decisions changed everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sure he would have. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, as much as like half of it would have been in the future timeline, it's still, I mean, and that was one of the things that, because when I got pushed back on the whole thing of like, well, Zack said it's going to be 5 or 10 years, so it doesn't matter how old the fucking actors are. I'm like, yeah, that's the future timeline, but there's supposed to still be a present timeline that's supposed to be not too far after the first Justice League movie. And I'm like, you guys have to realize production in the Snyder Cut, what you have seen was filmed, almost 9 years ago. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like you have to realize that I mean, I know like it feels still kind of fresh because the Snyder Cut came out almost 4 years ago, even though that's starting to get and then, but I'm just like, there are people that dwell on that because Zach, I think even like in a Rebel Moon interview said like, yeah, it's like 5, maybe 10 years in the future when they talk about the Nightmare timeline. But I'm like, yeah, but that's the Nightmare timeline. There's still the present day timeline. There's supposed to be 2 timelines, and that's the point of the whole fucking story.
Reference points to come back to. Yeah.
By the way, you mentioned Dave. You mentioned the timeline of like when we actually got the movie. Because it's funny because I don't know if I made this point before, but because I was able to see it, I was able to see it like 5 days before it came out. Yeah. And it occurred to me at the time, this is so weird. This cannot be the case with anything else that's ever been released. And I realized after I saw it, because of how unique the circumstances of this movie's release are, I am simultaneously seeing it 5 days early and 3 years late.
It's weird, huh?
Yeah,
Weird to kinda
it's
think
very
about that.
Dr. Manhattan of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
It's like
but
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, when we watched it early, but then also, yeah, late. That's crazy. I
Yeah,
didn't
so
even think about that.
it's just a weird thing that just popped in my head on that,
Yeah.
and kind of also, I thought I'd share my thoughts too on the whole thing with like Jay Oliva that happened the other day, where he was
Yeah.
kind of addressing the whole like whether or not to do an animation, and he talked about the contractual element to it, and which that hadn't occurred to me, the idea that I mean, it makes sense, when he laid
It
it out
totally does.
that
Yeah.
the people like Ben Affleck and other producers would have profit participation built into it, and it's like, yeah, are you okay if you decide we are going to do this? It's like, are you going to like we say, okay, but now we're doing another format, so you're taking way less of a slice of that pie. It's like, yeah, from a business perspective, yeah, it's like, that's probably going to be a non-starter. So of course, William and I, we talked a lot on the show about if you ever want to see this happen, the most important thing you need is data, and something to present a business case to the studio. And like one thing I've kind of talked about, now this is not likely to be something that like gets like a whole franchise rolling single-handedly, but one thing that did kind of jump out at me, and I did sort of tackle this in an article I wrote recently, was the McFarlane toys that just came out for Comic-Con, which those sold out apparently like in 5 minutes for this line of DC characters. So now, like I said, that on its own is not something that they are going to like greenlight Justice League sequels off of, but
No.
that is data. That is if you're talking about like, you need something to point to the studio to say, okay, this iteration of this set of DC characters still has economic value to that. I mean, I think is unless I'm missing something, that's the first like piece of like monetary or economic data for this set of characters of this version of the universe since the formation of DC Studios.
But but part of that data we need to know is how many did they have with that first? It's almost like the first issues when it comes to comic books. So
That's
it's like,
like
how much
comic
did they
book
actually
data.
make? How much did they actually make right at first? I mean, they sold super quick, but then you go, all right, well, how much?
That's kind of like
wave?
opening weekend, basically.
Yeah, kind of like the thing. But I mean, but it's 100% something to look at when it comes to data for sure. But at the same time, they got to look at it like that, and then of course, you get the second round, and it's like, all right, now we got more. Let's see where that goes, if that sells out quickly, and then it's like, yeah, of course, there are people that are just looking at data like crazy, just looking at all kinds of data.
And as far as like the movie itself, I mean, it's like, I mean, they know, they know internally like how well this thing did streaming on PVOD, on home media, like ancillary merch. So there's a lot of data that they already have that they know paints the picture of like how viable this franchise or this set of movies are. So like that's already we've already kind of done our job on that. But what William's talking about, and I agree. I think the fandom does need to zero in more on the idea of like presenting numbers and data to the studio if you want to see something done with this. And that's
they don't do that. They could run on emotions. That's the thing. It's all about emotion, and that's the bad part. I'm like, okay, so you're gonna log on Twitter, you're gonna shit on anything that DC Studios and Warner Brothers does, and then you're gonna demand them to give you a certain type of movie what you want. And I'm just like, that's not a great strategy. I get it. Yeah, I even push back against somebody. It's so funny too, because I don't just push back against the people that are just like live action or nothing. There are people that are also going like, the Snyderverse is dead and all this shit, and like, who the fuck you want to turn it into a cartoon after fighting all that? Well, you guys are fucking crazy. I'm like, nobody wanted to turn it into a cartoon, dude. It was just like, it's just an approach
option on the table.
It's an option of, hey, if they want to cut the money and the certain, when you start breaking down logistics of budget for live action and everybody returning and all this stuff, animation just kind of wipes a lot of that out. So it's just like one of those things. But yeah, so I was also pushing back against those people too. And it's just, again, it's funny because then I get the more fucking, but I get more shit from the Snyder folks than I do those guys, which is crazy.
Well, and William, like one thing I thought I'd ask you, kind of relating to, the comments Jay Oliva, because anybody wasn't aware, Jay Oliva responded to somebody asking him the other day, it's like, would it be possible to take Ben Affleck's Batman script and produce it as an anime movie? And Jay said the big blockade to that would be profit participation being built into Ben's contract and everybody else's contract involved. So because rates on animation is are much lower than for live action projects, so that kind of rules out doing it as an animated movie. And William, you've been a big advocate of doing this in comic book form. The only thing
about before you came on.
Well, the only thing I'm kind of thinking about now with that is like, okay, so if Jay is telling us that's what kind of rules out in animation, does that also apply to comic books?
No.
So that would not be an issue for doing a comic book.
$1 to make.
No.
Comic books cost pennies on the dollar to make, and plus the DC and Warner Brothers own the intellectual property, so they can do the intellectual property without ever having to deal with do anything financial with the actors. They own the property, so that's a different deal altogether. So you're taking.
Do they have to pay anything out for likeness?
It depends on what the contract.
That's a little bit weird. Yeah,
because I'm thinking about Batman '89 and Superman '78. I'm like, did the Reeves estate get something from it? Did Michael Keaton get some shit for it?
I don't think so, because they were being made to look like an IP that Warner Brothers wholly owned. Now, when you're doing an action figure like that, when they do your face scans and like that, I think there's different money involved in that, because then it is your face. But when you're talking about an adaptation that they're using from your own core product, I don't think that's what makes it cost effective. It doesn't make it's the most cost effective way to get that one. Anything else, to be honest with you, is a dead end. It's a dead end because there's no case for it. But the air cut, if you have your dead end and no chance, and then under that is the air cut. The only way I see the air cut being made is as a 10-year anniversary, as a gimmick for
I've always said too.
But as far as narratively, there's no business reason that you would ever see that.
We're about over a year away, or a year and a half.
Yeah, a year some change. But yeah, that was something that kind of occurred to me when Jay said that. We talks about profit participation.
Now, what he's talking about is Ben Affleck coming over, and obviously a guy like that has a rate for what he gets. You're talking about now he's going to participate in that for less profit. It's not worth his time. It's a bad business move.
Yeah, for him especially.
Yeah, you're talking about an Academy Award-winning filmmaker.
Yeah, who's running a production company right now and making movies and shit like that. It's like,
it makes no sense for him to do it. And like I said, and when people say, well, it only costs this much to get the air cut, $1 is too much if you can't justify it.
Yeah. And we're talking about 6 or 7 million, which in terms of like when it comes to something, especially if you compare it to the Snyder Cut, it's like that's not that much, right, guys? But at the same time, it's like that's
why I still don't get why they just kill two birds with one stone when they.
I wish they did. It just seemed
it's you spent 70 million. Man. What's 5 or 6 million more on top of that?
Well, they didn't want to spend that. They didn't want to spend that. Remember,
that is true. That we had to. They had to be. I mean, and that's why. Like when I see like a lot, like one narrative I'm not too enamored with is the idea that the fact that we didn't get any more for this is because the fandom they didn't show it sufficient gratitude to the Emmerich and the start off, and it's like they are like what's one way I've seen put is that it's like you guys were not great. They gave you what you asked for, and it's like they gave us what we asked for. We had to we had to pry it out of their hands with the damn jaws of life, but they gave it to us eventually.
Here's the thing about the Snyder Cut: it wasn't just COVID; it was AT&T. If it were left to Warner Brothers proper, it would never happen. They got overruled because Warner Brothers, not Warner, AT&T, and this is what Warner Brothers is going to have to adopt if they're going to survive with their streaming service. Is you had Toby and all you had was old studio heads that have only dealt with dinosaur logic when it comes to profit and loss at the box office. They could not comprehend the making this type of investment and not getting a direct dollar return. Their minds don't work that way.
Well, I mean, who is Jason
Kylar?
Jason Kylar.
I was like Kevlar. No, that's a fucking.
Who should be
that would have been a cool last name. I mean, Jesus Christ, maybe
that sounds like the name of an Arnold Schwarzenegger character.
I know. We should write an action movie called
Last Action Hero 2, Jason Kevlar.
Fuck yeah, I love it. No, but I mean, he was thinking out of the box, and he saw that, hey, people are requesting this. We need content at home. This seems the way to go. And I think it actually worked out to the most part because of just the way that it blew up, the way that it did, and the fact that it was like a controversial thing. And it was, I mean, it totally worked and everything. But I mean, it just would have been cool if, like, man, if Ayer could have just been, a part of that, and then some of that money that got given to Zach just went, here's a couple of million, do what you can with it. This is all we got, and they could have did a double thing. But
Yeah,
I think one of the things that the reason why when it comes to the Ayer cut is the fact that the studio squad made fucking money.
It made money. Why mess
Justice League lost so much money that there was like, fuck, we want to forget about it. But the first Suicide Squad, regardless of how we feel about it, it made fucking money. It made
way
money.
more. It finished 300 million above it.
Yeah,
I think 250 million above it's pretty.
And it has an Oscar.
Yeah, and it's got an Oscar. Yes. I forget about that. You're right, Chris. Jesus
the makeup is, that makeup is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where does the money come from? That's where you got to ask anybody who wants to do it live action or any action.
That's the best.
Anything you want. Where's the money coming from?
That's what going back to what you were saying a minute ago, Dave, about the impact that it had initially. That's why I do kind of, and that's why I don't get why this is so controversial. The idea of it being released as a miniseries at the time, because I was looking forward to it was initially the idea that it was going to be released as a miniseries. I mean, I was looking forward to the idea, the Vodka streamer, Chris Von Spencer, like everybody I was following, the Squadcast guys, like I wanted every week it's like, okay, we're breaking down. Like here's what this cliffhanger means, and it was going to be a movie event by the end of that.
Wasn't there contracts involved because there was different?
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like you have to pay the actors in a streaming show kind of way. So that's why they didn't do it. But but at the same time, we were all kind of jazzed, like, man, for like what, 6-7 weeks?
Yeah,
we're gonna be talking about the Snyder Cut.
And then imagine Ann Sarnoff trying to do that bullshit article right after the movie came out after 6 weeks of that.
The cul-de-sac. I still remember when I talked to Zach about that, like on the phone, and he was just, he literally said, "Oh, Ann." He said, like, I couldn't believe it. It was like, I said, "Oh, Ann," and I was like, "Yeah, I know, I can't believe it
What's
either."
She doing now?
She's working somewhere else. I forgot where. I don't know, but nobody hears about her name anymore.
Well,
that's the thing.
Nobody. Or Emma, you have them. Here's the thing, though: the people that were in Warner Brothers weren't ready for the streaming reality.
Nope.
Because if that decision had been made right now, if that had been whether to do a series or a show, it's going to go to series. Because if you're chasing, if you're going to do the HBO model, you got to do the HBO model. And the HBO model of weekly programming, it works. It works because once you blow your wad, the conversation's over the next day.
Well, look what they're doing with the Penguin right now.
Yeah, you extend the conversation, you extend memberships, and if you overlap them the right way, you don't give people a reason to unsubscribe.
Yeah,
but those guys were not the right people. Emmerich was not the right people for a 2024 company or 2020 company at all. Our Ann Sarnoff was not. The one who was, ironically, was Jason Kilar. And he really, be honest with you, I don't, at the odds of it ever happening are probably nil. He needs to, when Baby Boomer leaves or far in Generation X or Zazov leaves, he needs someone like him.
Come back to Warner Brothers
to take his place. Did I freeze?
Okay. Yeah, you turned into a robot. You turned into a robot for a minute.
Well, no, I've made that joke on our show too, where it's like imagine like the irony of that, and I would laugh so hard if it happened. If the next merger or whatever happens, and Zaslav leaves, and then Kylar comes back.
Well, look at the whole release date. Everybody bitches, oh, they should have kept it in theaters, Mark. Get the fuck out of here with that. You need to get when you make that initial investment, most of these movies are greenlit based on when they can get that PVOD money. Because, like I said, that Batman table where you're sitting at the end of a long table, except for with just
you and Vicky Salt.
Yeah, with instead of just you and Vicky
I've ever been in this room.
There's a whole bunch of greedy motherfuckers that are going to be picking off your food as it slides down that table. And when you get it into the PVOD, which a lot of these guys are heavy stakes in, if you read the fine print, it's a lot of familiar names. before they say we're going to spend this amount of money on this movie, they have that back end streaming plan already built into that. Because after the first 2 weeks, 82% of your revenue from most movies comes from the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So when I hear people, the dinosaur people, like the Emmerich, all these guys, they weren't ready for the digital age. They just weren't ready. They want to do things back in 1989, and that's really hurt the company.
I think
That's
also,
really screwed the
and
company.
that's definitely the rhetoric that Zaslav is presented as far as his business model. And now you've talked a lot about it's like you think he's just bullshitting everybody at the cinema.
Oh, he's a liar. He straight up lies to people. And you know what? Give him credit. He lies. He tells people the truth that they need to hear.
Yeah, he
tells you the truth.
He's got to keep the stockholders happy, right?
Yeah.
And I got a bad feeling about.
Well, he's not doing a good job with that. Let's be honest.
Yeah. When it comes
Well,
to
that's another thing too. Is like when the Snyder Cut came out. Where was the stock in Warner Brothers at that moment?
Yeah, well, that's a whole different regime too.
Yeah.
Did he tell the people, the stockholders, the truth about what the reality of DCU getting kicked off could be, regardless of the quality? And that's a big. I hope he had an honest conversation, because if it stumbles out of the gate because it's new and things like a whole bunch of other reasons that have nothing to do with the movie, then we're dealing with a whole new situation there. But yeah, David Zaslav, he that's the kind of guy who would tell you, is the sky made of M&Ms? Yeah, sure it is. He'll just basically go.
He's like, we got a machine out there. We're gonna get some M&Ms for you. They taste great. It tastes great. I mean, out of the sky, it tastes more better than they do out of the package that you get.
I'm ready for him. I'm ready for a generation extra to come into all these companies. All of these companies that deal with digital media, if you have a streaming service, it should be a law. You can't have no dudes pressing 70 running your company. You can't be closing in on 80 running a company.
It's a young man's game. It's a young man's game right now. It really is. And I think Jason Kylar was like, he worked at Hulu, right? Before?
Yeah. He was one of the I think he helped found one of those.
Yeah. So, he's no slouch. I don't know what he's doing now, but the fact is, like, if there was no Jason Kylar, there was no Snyder Cut. He was the one that was like, hey, this is, everybody, he probably had, his team crunch the numbers, looked at it, was like, these fuckers have been talking about this since 2017. It's like, you've been talking about it. It's like a hashtag that's got this much, and I think it just justified, hey, here's $70 million. The fact that he gave $70 million to finish it. It was,
and not only that, but also he gave them, they're trying to block him on things like Martian Manhunter, and he gave Zack the permission to, because of plans Hamada had for the character.
What about Green Lantern, John?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm still not. Yeah, and that's a fight. It's like, I'm interested. I am wondering, like, one day we're gonna like find like the whole story about like how they ultimately, that's the one fight and that they won was not happening because they said we have plans for the character. And
it's so weird. It's like
different mentality.
We're finally gonna have a Jon Stewart full on, but it was kind of weird. It's like, man, you just didn't want to use that character. But good on Zack for being like, well, I can change this to this, at least, but it's, I don't know, it's all pretty crazy, but we'll see what happens when it comes to the future. But at the same time, when it comes to everything, when it comes to the Batfleck movie and all that, it's like, and the reaction to that, I get it, you don't want animation, fine, but like I said, William brings up a good point. Start with a comic book, let's see where it goes. But at the same time, it's like, they're putting all this money into the DCU, and and then, like, when I push back against these guys, I'm like, what is your plan here? What is I get your goal, but at the same time, what are you trying to do to achieve this? And when I start asking questions about, like, hey, what do you, it just seems like it's not like, this is not organized like the Snyder Cut stuff. Not like that. It's not the same. So
what you're saying is they're kind of like viral. It's kind of like the underpants gnomes from South Park.
There you go.
They're missing a key step in the process.
You know what would be, now this isn't something I think the fandom could do, but this is something I've also kind of thought about. It's like, oh, if this did happen, man, this would probably be like, give it something like this a really big boost. But it's and Ben himself actually kind of did this when he like put out the Deathstroke footage on Twitter. And I kind of thought like, man, what if they had like test footage or like the Nightmare or something, and that just leaked and that had like a Deadpool kind of effect. Now
Would do nothing.
And again, that's not something the fandom can do, because that with Deadpool that leaked, even though
Okay.
I think it's fair to say Ryan Reynolds played a role in that.
Devil advocate, it leaks. So what?
Yeah,
So
I mean, the thing is though, is like somebody brought that up to me when it came to the Green Lantern Wayne T. Carr footage.
Yeah.
Like I remember when that whole obviously when Aaron Pierre got cast as Jon Stewart in Lanterns, of course there was like, the Snyder community was like, some of the Snyder community was like, oh no, Wayne T. Carr and blah blah blah, and of course there was that whole thing like, oh, he's not black enough and blah blah blah, and it was all that controversy.
Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Exactly. Thank you. Coming from
I
the
read
black
that.
guy. Yeah. No, but 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 it's at the same time, it's like, I had to like, I went on a whole spiel like, well, guys, you got to remember that, when it came to, I mean, yeah, we're like, yeah, we need Wayne T. Carr. I'm like, yeah, I want to see the footage too, but we're not there. Like the footage where if anything were to leak, like, because somebody was saying like, hey, Zach should leak it, or somebody should leak it. Like,
well, he's not going to leak it in a way where he's not going to leak it on Vero.
No, yeah, but it's just like, okay, you can't leak it like Ryan Reynolds and Tim Miller did, because they were actually given the green light to make that footage, and then they pitched it to Fox. Fox said no, and then they leaked it, and then it benefited them. So, but when it came to Zach, he went rogue. They said, you can't have Jon Stewart. He decided to be like, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking do it in my driveway. Filmed it.
I love that story,
and I love that. But at the same time, it's like he can't just leak it, because it's like it's not going to benefit him. That's the thing. It benefited Ryan Reynolds and Tim Miller to get the movie going. This doesn't benefit Zach at all to leak that footage, because it's like, okay, you leak it, and then what?
You're leaking it to the choir.
You're leaking it to the choir. And then you're gonna get sued up your ass.
Well, it's also essentially, I mean, from my understanding, it's essentially the Martian Manhunter scene, just with a different character.
Well, yeah, that's what he said on here, or that's what Wayne T. Carr said on here. So I asked him, I was like, what was the dialogue? And he said essentially it was what Harry Lennox said. And then I remember, again, I mean, I love the enthusiasm when I get the pushback on Twitter. Somebody's like, oh no, Harry Lennox said that they were thinking about doing a Jon Stewart and Martian Manhunter together. I'm like, yeah, there was the thought of that. It did not fucking happen. It's like, you have to realize, it's like, you have to be like, hey, there was an idea. And yeah, Harry Lennox said that. I forgot where it was. Maybe it was when he was talking to Scott, that there was the idea that they were going to be like, oh, would it be cool if it was Jon Stewart and Martian Manhunter? Cool. But that didn't happen. So,
well, at one point it was going to be Jon Stewart and Kilowog, I think, too, wasn't it?
Going to be Kilowog, and then of course,
you got to see Kilowog.
Thoughts about Hal Jordan at one point. I mean, that's, it's just, there's just, I don't know. Everybody, when it comes to like some of the more diehards, it's like, Jesus Christ, you're like, you're overthinking this, or you're trying to take the information and you're warping it into your narrative, and it's like, that's not the narrative, and that's the thing.
Well, and see, that is kind of cool, like when Jay Oliva, when he kind of periodically comes out with stuff like this. I mean, it is kind of like, I mean, without getting too conspiratorial about it, it is kind of like a little bit like he's too late. It is kind of a little bit like he threw a few breadcrumbs out there for like, okay, guys, you want this to happen, like here's like the beginning of like a roadmap to it, because when he says, okay, here's why this is a non-starter because of the prop participation, et cetera, and he's done that, with like when he's put out like the storyboards of Deathstroke, and he's not necessarily as he doesn't do it like the frequency that Zach did when he was doing his Vero posts, but he's knowledgeable enough to know, it's like, okay, it's like, I'll put some stuff out here and there that'll kind of just kind of add to the conversation, and maybe I can like give some industry insider perspective on it. And so that, I mean, that's good when we get stuff, when he says like, yeah, doing it in this way, this is why it won't happen, because there's X, Y, or Z baked into the contract. So you got to find another kind of a way to make your business case.
You got to find money.
Yeah.
Money.
And here's the thing. The conversation, the leaking and doing all that stuff means nothing. It means nothing because it happens within our sphere We already have our feelings. We already have our emotions set. We already have our desires, and we're not as big a percentage as sampling as you would need. If you walk into the office and said, hey, this leaked on Twitter and a whole bunch of people engaged, once again, he's going to push the button and the security is going to drag you out and you're going to get trespassed. You need to, it needs to, whatever happens has to appeal to everybody. It has to make a case for everybody. I love Jay Lee and all the stuff that's going back and forth, but it's happening on Twitter. Twitter's not the world. It's happening in corners where we've already drawn our lines. All the money from us has been made or projected going to be made. If you're going to make a case, it has to be made with how can I make money with the general audience? All of our words at this point, at one point they may have meant something, but now it doesn't. It doesn't. We're literally talking. It's like we're on that Poobah Club on the Flintstones. We're all sitting with our little Poobah hat. We're all talking to each other, about a conversation we've already had a bunch of times over and over again. And until that conversation leaves that room, that lodge, it means very little.
Well, and somebody, you've seen the comments because I can't bring up the comments. Sometimes I forget that when I'm on the Vodka stream. It's like I can't bring up comments on our show. Pretty Fi for a Filipino guy says comics have been used as movie pitches, so Williams' idea is not far fetched.
Yeah, we're talking about comic book characters, by the way. So to me, it's a logical beginning. And like I said, I can go into the office with a year's worth of data and said, this wasn't just a flash in the pan. This wasn't just a gimmick. This wasn't just a toy that came out and sold out one day. This was sustainable over 12 months. Over 12 months. I could come in with a lot of data with that. Money, profit, I mean, a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, you got a spreadsheet. You could literally come in with a thumb drive with your case being made just by the money. If you try to do it based on trends and other things like that and hashtags and things like that don't have the sustainable consistency, then they're just going to look at you like you got excited about a thing and came into my office.
I mean, I think there was actually there's like a trending thing that happened with the Batfleck movie, and I'm like,
that's why I shared my article where I said about the
yeah. But at the same time, it's like it didn't reach
anybody outside of us.
No, that's the thing. It's like it just when you have like this certain group that's like just doing a daily, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's a few thousand. Cool, good job, but at the same time, it's like no, it's got to be way more than that.
And the other side of it too, though, also, and I've talked with William about this on the show a few nights ago, is the now I don't know if the UFC movie that Zach has in the works is that confirmed? Like, who's he doing that with? Is that because I think I think a lot of people are kind of assuming it's not going to be with Netflix now.
No, it's not going to be Netflix.
But he's got the 300 series in the works of Warner Brothers. So everybody's kind of wondering, is the UFC movie is that going to be with Warner Brothers as well? Because
I'm sure that will be because they own the property. I think. Right?
Well, no, 300 they own, but like the UFC one, is that going to be also?
Oh no, the UFC one. I don't know what. I mean, all I know is like I don't know when we're gonna get the official announcement. It just seems like it's in the bag because of how it's been built up with the interviews. I mean, they'll have some Saudi fucking billionaire. I mean, they literally had the guy in an interview going, "We want to make a fucking movie," and then they're talking about Zach. Zach's good with Dana White, and if Adam Driver ends up being the lead, that'd be sweet. I mean, who knows? Like I said, it's just one of those things that it's so up in the air. And to be honest, it's like Zach needs that right now. But he needs to show like, hey, I can make a movie that's not a big special effects bonanza.
Well,
and he's had so many big movies, and there's been so many trials and tribulations in the past decade, more than a decade, to be honest. And I think like it just needs to get to a point where Zach just needs to show that it's like, I can make a film without having a shit ton of VFX and everything. I know he could do it. He definitely could do it.
Well,
I mean, this is up his alley right here.
Well, also because even taking the VFX out of it, like it's like among the reasons why I am such a fan of Zach's body of work is that it's like he knows how to do a fight scene. He
knows how to do a fight scene.
He has as much appreciation for fight choreography as I do. Absolutely.
Totally.
And that's why it's like, oh man, it's like what he's going to do with an MMA movie. It's like, I can't wait to see like what they're going to do with that. But bringing it back to what, again, it's not really revealed yet or confirmed like what studio or what entity he's going to be making it with. But the other side of that too is the fact that again the 300 series, if he also does the UFC movie with Warner Brothers, it's not insignificant, I think, to to mention that this studio he had a pretty big falling out with. It's like fences do seem to be kind of mending there. And a lot of that's because the people who screwed him aren't there anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they mended when they allowed him to, to show Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX back in 2021. I mean, there was already he was when he came on here to talk about it, he said that it's a different group, and it was,
Yeah, he spoke very highly of them. Yeah.
He spoke very highly of them, and that's the thing. It's like it was mended, I think, back then, or not back then. That was over a year ago, but I'm sure that was in the process in 2022. So 2 years. I think 2 years. They've mended. I mean, DeLuca and Abdi love Zach, and I'm sure he loves them. And even like when it comes to Gunn, they're. I mean, I know it's so weird because like fans like try to pit them together, to pit them against each other, and I hate that. But then at the same time, I'm not saying that, oh yeah, Zach and Gunn are always texting each other in a group chat. They have lunches together. No, they're not like besties. Yeah, they might talk, they might have talked and whatever the fuck, but I mean,
they're on good terms.
They're on good terms. That's what
they don't even live in the same area. Like I just saw
No.
James Gunn post his picture about voting. He voted in Georgia, so I'd imagine.
Well, he's probably
he's filming Peacemaker, here in Georgia.
Well, not only is he filming Peacemaker, yeah, but I think he is like a resident of Georgia. I can't say for sure.
He might have a house there, yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably why. And Zach famously lives in Pasadena.
Yeah, but he probably has a house somewhere else too.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Probably maybe Wisconsin, maybe where he's from.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Like,
I wonder how many. That'd be a question to ask Zach. How many houses?
Well, because I think, I think also, I think that he mentioned at the end of the Deathstroke and Lex scene, I think he mentioned he owns that boat. That's his boat, isn't it?
Yeah,
probably. I think so, man. But see, that's the thing is like, and then Zach, obviously part of the pushback that I got, and I mentioned this in my opening little rant there, was like, like when people are like, well, Zach made Rebel Moon for $180 million, both of them. I was like, yeah, that was awesome. He's very efficient. He's a very efficient director. He knows how to work a budget. But I'm like, and I think things like, hey, I can utilize my own things. I could do this. He knows, like, what I like about Zach is like, he's not going to just be like, no, the studio needs to give me money for this. He's always like, oh, well, how can we spend the least amount of money and be the
Zack Snyder was able to film this in his driveway during the pandemic.
When you look at 300, and I even saw recently on my timeline, one of the Zack Snyder accounts talked about how, Gerard Butler, the first time he saw 300, him and his his agent or whatever, when they first saw it, their mouths dropped and went, what the fuck? Like, this is what it was supposed to look like? Because obviously when you're filming it, you're in front of green screens. There's like weird camera rigs and shit like that. You don't know what the fuck it's going to look like. And then you see it and go, what the hell?
Like, it was filmed for like 65 and it looks like it costs like 4 times
dude,
that much.
Oh yeah. When he said that on Rogan was like, what? That was the budget. Everybody is so impressed by that movie, and that's the thing about that movie, and that's what put him on the map, because that movie looks like it was made with $200 million, and he made it with $55 to $65 million. So he's efficient, but at the same time, if you're going to be doing 2 Justice League movies, it's going to cost more than $180 million.
Well, that is why you do stuff like that back to back, because that's like that saves money. But I mean, yeah, that's
save money.
But you're still looking at like north of $200 million easy.
Yeah.
Also,
it's going to be like 400.
Rebel Moon was $166 million for both movies, and that's saying something that he was able to shoot those 2 films back to back. They look as good as they do when Marvel Studios spent almost $400 million on Ant-Man Quantumania.
That's true,
and
but
there is $88,000 of profit apparently.
There is, I know, right? I remember that got released, but there is the whole thing of, well, Rebel Moon doesn't have the A-listers.
It's got stars, but it's not like wall.
Yeah, but they're not like Sofia Boutella is like, yeah, she's a star, but not
The biggest name on that cast is probably Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, and he's always cool. Yeah.
That's the thing. So when it comes to Justice League, it's like, yeah, when when we first started with Man of Steel. Henry Cavill wasn't a name. Now he's a name. Ben Affleck's a name. Gal Gadot's a name. Jason Momoa is a name. So you have, that's what inflates the budget. It's like, well, they're going to get more, and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's what's always gets added to, when we're talking about like how live action would be achieved. And that's why, again, it's just like the idea of animation is just because it would just cut everything down. But man, I swear, when we see people just go like, Jesus Christ, it's like it's just an idea. It's just an idea. And I love that Jay Oliva responded to that tweet. And I love that some of these assholes were trying to throw that against me. I'm like, no, I totally go, thank you, Jay Oliva, for putting that out there. I'm like, and now it's like, okay, so it has to be live action. So where's the money going to come from, guys? Exactly. That's the thing.
Question number one is where the money's going to come from.
Because how do you get anything made? Money.
Exactly. and without getting too far down the rabbit hole, like as far as like when you talk about like things that are very like economically efficient that are DC Comics derived. I mean, a show I am talking all the time about now on our show, Superman and Lois. I'd love to see like the budget breakdown on that. I am so amazed like what they're able to do on a TV budget with Superman and Lois.
Seems like it's gotten better, right?
Yeah, it is so and that's why, as far as I'm concerned, it's the best Superman live action TV show and among the best live action superhero shows of all time, because they know how to make this look so cinematic on a TV budget. And I know Williams definitely he's gonna say the bar is pretty low for this, but it's when we talk about like the CW DC shows, I mean it's by far the best. I mean I mean
that's like saying your astrophysicist is smarter than your kindergartner. The comparison is not.
William will not stop picking on me because I like Smallville.
I listen. Congratulations for anyone out there who loves Smallville. That shit out of my face.
I know. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into it. I've said that many times. I couldn't get into it.
They can save Superman, or Superman's in Smallville, but everybody he meets in Metropolis, hey, I think I'll take a detour to just stop it. And smoke side, anything you want to just epitomize what that.
I have a feeling, William, though. I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna end up going. It's gonna be because every now and again when I'm like working on shit or whatever the hell, and I'm just like farting around on my computer or like editing something or looking at, I like to put something on the background. I have a feeling one of these days I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna put Smallville on the background, and then just kind of like every now, because there's times where I do that with old shows now, and then I love it when it grabs my attention because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this, and then I just start getting into it. I might just have to do that with Smallville because there's so many seasons and so many episodes. I got into Gotham,
so did I, and I got right out.
Yeah,
the last season was just like, oh shit, they're rushing everything.
That's how you end it. It
was not a good ending. Yeah,
that spirit Batman costume. See, like I said, I gave when Smallville first came on, I'm like, okay, the premise, this sounds like bullshit, but I'm like, all right, because you know what, all I had is time at that point, and I'm like, it just got more ridiculous as it went on, and it just kept going on, and I'm like, what?
So when it came to Smallville ending, like you never really see him in the costume, but he does do the shirt pull thing.
He does
right?
the shirt rip, and you see the S shield, but it's not like he's standing there in the suit with the cape flapping behind
exactly.
him. Yeah.
So why didn't they do that with Gotham? Why didn't they just do something where it's like he's going to get into the costume and they just show the bat or maybe show a silhouette? But they had to actually fucking show him in that
Home Depot suit.
Yeah,
don't do Home Depot that way.
What would have been better is they show him like from behind, like perched up on like top of a gargoyle or something.
Yeah,
and he's from behind and show him putting on the cowl from behind.
Yeah. If we're having a serious comic book show conversation, it ends when you bring up Smallville for me.
Oh.
It ends. It's like, okay, I got to go. I start looking at my clock. I got to
get sun's getting a little low, big guy.
You should watch Smallville. I would rather pour ketchup on raw sewage and eat it on this show than watch that.
William never fails to impress me with his analogies.
Dude, his analogies. William's
and the Arrowverse in general. And beyond, for the rest of the Arrowverse, so I give them a pass because they were given no money they were given no money to make what they made, and that's why I am totally against. If you're going to do superhero stuff, don't do low budget. Go big or go home.
And that's what I admit when the Marvel Netflix started, I was a little bit concerned about that with Daredevil. That I thought, okay, this is like they're treating this like kind of like the sloppy seconds. They're treating this as like table scraps. And then it's like, and then by at the end of the second episode of Daredevil, I'm like, yeah, those concerns are totally alleviated. That's like, I trust where you're going with this.
But I mean, it's just like it's, when it comes to Smallville, I remember when it came out, and when was it?
2001.
2001. Okay, so I was still in high school, and I remember like I started giving it a chance, and I was like, what the fuck are they doing? So Clark is not wearing his glasses. He's not wearing his glasses. He's in Smallville. We got Lana, and we got Lex. So Lex knows who he is, but and I'm like, but he's not wearing his glasses, and you don't. And I started in that whole thing where I'm like, you don't change that much when you get to your 20s. Like Lex is gonna know who exactly you are. Everybody's gonna know who he is. And
how much of Smallville have you seen?
Met him in Smallville.
How much of Smallville have you seen? Because
I probably saw like the first season, couple episodes, episodes.
Because I can give context about why he doesn't recognize him later on in life.
Can you give me context of why?
If you don't mind spoilers.
Why all these people he was never going to meet until he goes to Metropolis just end up in Kansas?
Basically, what happens is that Lex dies in season 8. And
I heard about that.
And then he's brought back as a clone in the final episode. But then his sister, long story short, his sister kind of rubs some like amnesia goo on his cheek.
Yeah.
So he
all right.
Amnesia goo.
I rest my case. I don't know
an official name for it. That's just what it does, basically.
That is almost as goofy as Superman kissing Lois Lane at the end.
Dude, thank you, Phil. I was just thinking.
Oh my god, that's so goofy.
Listen, it's comic book science, guys. It's never very.
No.
That's not science. That's just crazy.
You want to know why that's not comic book science? Because this is a fucking television show. Yeah, the source material may be from a comic book, but this particular story did not originate from any one comic book.
That's the thing. It's like the live actions will take liberties on really crazy shit. I mean, let's face it. When it comes to the first Superman, yeah, great, iconic, and everything. But when he fucking flies and turns
the earth backwards,
reverses the earth to travel to make Lois come back in time, that's ridiculous. Okay, as much as I love the first Superman, that scene, I'm going, really?
and then if your version of Superman 2 is the Donner cut, you're seeing that twice.
Yeah, pretty much. So
I mean,
like,
it's just such a it was such a cheap way to get back. It's just like, really.
I mean, they did Donner and Reeve did a good job when like she dies and Reeve's like, and he goes, and he flies up, totally dramatic, and it's cool, but. Then when you start going, oh man, he's so pissed off and he's doing it, and then you go, wow, this is kind of stupid. They did a good job of like filming it and editing it. Like it was like it's cool because it's dramatic, but then you realize, what, that doesn't even make sense. You
in all fairness, though,
fucking Earth's orbit, it just
pre-comics, pre-crisis, Superman time traveled on a regular basis.
Well, okay, but here's the question.
But it was not like that, right?
Here's the question.
I find it so funny that Danny Cannon and whoever else did Gotham were like, yeah, we want to do what happened with Smallville, but we want to do that to fucking Bruce Wayne. And it's like, really? We're gonna suffer through 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 fucking seasons of all this bullshit just so you can say in the last shot of the last episode, oh, he's finally putting on the bat suit. Fuck that. That's fucking dumb.
And listen, by the way, it's going back to the Superman spin the earth. Because the other question I've asked since I was like 5 years old. Okay, if he could fly that fast, so he could spin the Earth backwards. Why couldn't he catch up to both those missiles?
Yeah. See, exactly. See, that's the thing. Is like when you come up with a concept like that,
you're trying to make sense out of a comic book movie.
Yeah. When you start doing that, then you start like that starts bleeding into other concepts, and that's the thing. Is like I remember when I did like the facts video about that. It's like the ending wasn't supposed to be that. It was
supposed to be
like
the ending of Superman 2.
Yes, what happened in Superman 2 was like it was like the story was supposed to be like that whole thing, but studio, everything was like
Salkins.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes,
guys.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing is like from
Donner's no saint either, though.
Yeah, of course he's not. No, But like that's the thing is like no matter what, when it comes to these movies, even like with the first iteration, is like even though everybody loves that and they go, oh my god, it's like that's one of the best. It's like yeah, but even when you go to Burton and you see, I mean, Jesus Christ, even when it comes to the '89 Batman, it's like Burton had no idea how the fucking movie was going to end.
Nope.
They were writing the fucking ending to the point where like in my video I even say that Jack Nicholson was like, so why are we going up these steps in this cathedral? And Burton was like, I'll tell you when we get up there. It's because he did not know what the fuck was going to happen up there because the screenwriter people were still going trying to write what was going to fucking happen.
Was it Sam Hamm or Warren Scarron I forget which one came on after Sam Hamm? Okay, yeah, Sam Hamm. Yeah,
they
Sam
were
still
Hamm,
trying to figure that shit out.
I think at one point it was supposed to end with like the Joker was going to kill Vicky Vale and the Batman would just kind of snap and like just go on a murderous.
Oh, they were supposed to be like. I mean, I remember the original stuff. They were supposed to be like. Oh, Robin was supposed to be in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they're supposed to be like they're going to be riding horses or some shit like that. I don't know.
Oh, the draft I remember reading was the Joker was actually going to be the one who killed Robin's parents. Robin then suits up and assists Batman. He jumps on top of like a white van the Joker stole or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Come on, old chum.
Yeah, some goofy shit like that. And then they tried doing it in Batman Returns. They hired Marlon Wayans to play a version of Robin. But
he
then
got paid too.
He did. He still gets
twice.
Paid to this day. Twice, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He gets residuals for it to this day. They didn't finally get around to doing Batman and Robin until Batman Forever, which, for all intents and purposes, campy as that movie is, it's probably the closest you're going to get in live action. To Robin's
God, get that
story.
Tim Drake suit.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite of that series of movie. I did not like Batman.
And why have we not done a watch party of that, William?
Huh?
You mentioned this so much. Like, why have we not done a watch party of the Batman Forever?
I love that movie. I love Batman Forever.
Yeah.
Batman Forever, in my eyes, is better than Batman Returns.
It is.
By far. Yeah, by far.
Like the people push back against it. I'm like, no. I mean, I get it. Hey, I'm not saying that Batman Returns is bad, but I mean, it's too Tim Burton. It's too Tim Burton.
Well, it's a Penguin movie. It's a Penguin movie. Batman guest star.
100%. I mean, he bites the nose off of somebody.
Well, I mean,
the movie opens up with the birth of the Penguin. So
yeah.
But you're also. It's hard to. They're two entirely different things and two entirely different kind of ways what's being portrayed, with Schumacher versus Burton, it's hard to compare. Like, yes, I get the whole thing, one likes over the other, that's subjective at that point, but the different types of saying one's film better than the other, I was like, it kind of depends on what your kind of your
no
what
I
you
mean
like.
It's like
you're absolutely correct.
It's like when both of them accomplish great things when it comes to doing solo Batman stories, but they both also have like very specific flaws pertinent to the filmmaker, and also even to a lesser extent what the studio wanted from said film. For example, with Batman Returns, the studio was like, yeah, Tim, do whatever the fuck you want. But then when it came to Batman Forever, the studio was like, yeah, Joel, be sure to make it toy friendly. You know what I mean? Like they kind of bit themselves in the ass both ways in both movies.
Well, I think it was one of those things where it's like, hey, Tim, do what you want. And then when they saw what he wanted to do, they were like, oh, fuck.
Yep.
We can't sell these toys. And then obviously everything just fell apart. Then I'm like, hey, Joel, do what you want. And then he wanted to do something still kind of relatively dark, which again released the Schumacher cut. We still want to see that because he did have more darker elements. But then of course, when it came to Batman and Robin, it was like, all right, now you're just making 66 Batman in modern time. Pretty much. Which I don't mind. I don't mind.
Commercial at that point, but yeah.
I don't, you know what? I can sit and watch Batman and Robin. I mean, I might have to have a couple of drinks and stuff like that, but I can enjoy. I can be like this guilty pleasure. It's fine.
I got this. There's only 24 hours in a day, and there's two. I'd rather spend 2 hours wiping my own
Arnold
ass
Schwartz.
than watch
Look, since Batman
the ice puns alone. Come on.
Since Batman and Robin has come out, there have been far worse comic book films made. I mean, for Christ's sake,
looking at you, Madam Web.
we just looked at one not even a fucking week ago. Looking at you, Venom.
Oh wow!
I don't know about that, but hey,
I had fun with Venom. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it.
I'm right there with you, but I'm just saying, like in terms of straight up quality, like Madam Web's in that conversation, Howard the Duck is in that conversation.
Howard the Duck. Oh my god.
Thor: Love and Thunder is in that conversation.
Yeah.
Steel is in that conversation.
Steel is
Catwoman.
in that conversation.
Like you can go
Steel,
on
oh my
and
God.
on about like comic book films
Steel
that are
is worse
in
than
that
Batman and
lower
Robin.
low tier quality. I mean, if I really wanted to be an asshole, I could say, like, oh fuck, I just had it. Like damn it,
It's a
damn
jade
it.
when that happens.
Yeah,
The
I know,
problem
right?
with those movies is they're compared to the movies that were within that recent circle of movies. So you're
Yeah.
comparing Batman Forever, you're comparing Batman and Robin to his previous film. Because if you watch Batman Forever, I love that movie. I don't need the Schumacher cut personally. That's the movie I saw. That's the movie that I like. But that same guy made Batman and Robin, and I still can't figure out what happened to him in between the
Studio.
movies.
Listen, guys.
Studio.
happens.
Listen, Arnold Schwarzenegger's quotability is Mr. Freeze, just this far below Raul Julia's M. Bison in Street Fighter.
To me, it was
Tuesday.
I actually think
That's a great
I actually
line.
think they let him
Yes,
indulge
I
in
quote all the time.
Batman and Robin. I actually think that they probably let him do too much in that one because that movie had too many things going on in it.
Well,
The directive was, make it like a toy commercial, make it like a cartoon, like make it like the
make it
60s,
like Batman 66.
Well, that's
yeah.
why the Batmobile looks like it's a Christmas tree on wheels.
more
Oh
or
my
less.
God.
I mean,
I know,
hey,
and I love that McFarlane is like, hey, we're gonna sell that Batmobile. I'm like,
and they're selling the fuck out.
Yeah.
of
I'm
it.
like, I would not buy that Batmobile.
I mean, in
yeah.
fairness, that movie was a giant toy commercial, and I had a lot of the toys from that
I did
movie
too. Yeah.
as
Yeah.
a kid.
I had a couple.
And the
I-
Happy
I-
Meals,
I
I
had
got the
some.
cups. Here's the thing: Batman Forever took the elements I wanted out of '89, dropped the bullshit that was in Returns, and then you had the movie I was looking for with Batman Returns.
Because
Batman Forever is what I was looking for.
Batman Forever had Nicole Kidman
There's
Well,
that.
that's a plus. Definitely.
and Jim Carrey.
Batman Forever towed a line of being like dark and campy at the same time.
That's
It
the
towed
thing.
that-
That's what that
You're
movie did for
absolutely
me.
correct.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct on that, Phil. Is like it tiptoed, back and forth.
And of
when
the
it came to
original
that.
four, it's the one that really kind of zeroes in on Bruce Wayne's psyche the most. It's
Yeah.
the one
Dude.
that's the most like the deconstruction of Bruce Wayne and his dual identity as Batman. It's
And
the one
Val
And you had a
Kilmer-
40-year-old Robin, Chris O'Donnell.
Yeah.
he was like, what? Don't
He-
exaggerate. He was like
he-
24.
He was like in his early 20s, and
Yeah,
I-
it
like,
should have.
I love that costume though.
If he
I did
would have been a kid, it would have been more of an impact for sure. If he was a kid,
Well,
but Chris O'Donnell was fine. But at the same time, it was like Val Kilmer his Bruce Wayne was fucking top notch.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Bruce Wayne was
he's
so
got that
good.
kind of disassociated kind of
Yeah.
But I think the thing when you get to Bale is and to some extent you get that also with Affleck is you get the businessman persona with Kilmer, but we never got the part of like how do we make sure that he's the playboy necessarily, like that Bale really got on, and to some extent we saw with Affleck as well.
Yeah, but the Kilmer Bruce Wayne, he had that really cool line. I got to get ahead of those clothes. And then she's like, "Pardon me." He's all into a black dress. Tell me, doctor, do you like the circus?
Yes.
That was
Well,
a
that's right.
lot.
Yeah,
That was pretty
smooth talker, very smooth
That was
talker.
pretty
But
smooth. That was pretty
That's
smooth.
right.
oh no,
after
but
Kate
I'm
did
I'm
her
more
office
mentioning
for
the craziness of the
Yeah,
like
I know
being
what
the
you're talking
eccentric.
about.
Yeah.
He's all, I bought the hotel kind
Yeah.
of thing, stuff like that. Where and I'm gonna have some new rules in the pool area. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like the Kilmer Bruce Wayne was a little more conservative, a little more reserved and stuff like that. But yeah.
I can't see Val doing that though, doing the eccentricity. That just doesn't seem like him.
You're right. I can see that, but maybe he's just a more experienced Batman. For God's sakes, he's got in his office, he fucking has a direct slip and slide like
door,
a fucking
chair. That's like
Yeah,
a 5-mile tunnel. All the way
You see
back
the
to Lane
inside
there.
scoot. He's actually going wee.
Dude, he must love that. Can you imagine that?
Oh,
You're
I'm
like,
not taking the
yeah.
car home for work. I'm going through the
Oh, yeah.
bathroom
I'm
every
going
day.
through the bat tube, which
I
I'm
love
like,
that.
who the fuck made that? Lucius Fox and his crew must have fucking created something.
Yeah.
I love
Crazy.
that. Like there was a point where Bruce is like he's on his phone watch, making a fun nod to what technology is today. Funny enough, right? The other car. Like Michael Goff's delivery of that line still
So
sticks with
good.
me to this day. It's so.
But yeah,
good.
he had the first smartwatch. He definitely did.
He
That's
we
so
don't have
cool.
those yet, too.
Yeah, I know. William, I know you said you have to.
Yeah, we got.
Like, you're gonna go home and
Yeah, we're
we're
doing a
gonna
watch
do
party on
Predator
Predator
tonight.
in a little bit here. So
Ooh, which
So,
Predator?
the first one,
The original one, the OG one.
it's not the Predator, if anyone's wondering.
Yeah, I need counseling to get that one out of my head. That movie,
Oof.
we promoted that movie. That
That is
movie
by
was
far
Oh, I
the
know.
best series.
bad.
Which
It was
one?
bad.
The 2018 version that made it so that
The
Bray couldn't get
Predator.
Yeah.
God
But
damn, yeah,
Predator.
that movie was such a disappointment. Oh my god.
That's the worst of both franchises, in my opinion. Of Alien and Predator is the Predator.
Thank fuck Dan Trachtenberg made Prey.
Yeah,
and-
Prey.
and
Thank
now
you.
you get it theatrical that people wanted to get because
Exactly.
they were afraid to put that movie out in theaters because that movie bombed hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
So, all right, thanks for having me, Junkie.
Always
All
a
right,
pleasure.
man.
Yeah.
I'll see Brad. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, see you soon, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Oh, I didn't know Brad was leaving too.
Neither
All
did I.
right. Well, because like William said he had to go home, so he had like time. So I thought Brad would stay. Anyways, all right, that's fine.
Then there was-
Then there were three. No, but yeah. I mean, one of the things to bring up too is like Supergirl
Mhm.
got the Ruthie. I still haven't read the book yet. It's like sitting like right there, and I still haven't read it. I have it. It's right here. I mean, it's just been sitting like right there, but I haven't read it yet. But I've skimmed through it, but I haven't fully read it yet. But I will, of course. I mean, I have time, but I know about the Ruthie character, and I know that was like a crucial part. I remember Rebecca, when she's been on here, and she just loves that book so much, and she goes,
Mhm.
they have to have a Ruthie. They have to have, it's just all the elements seem like they're there. And Gunn confirmed what's his name that's going to be playing. What's the character?
Matthias Schoenaerts as Krem from the Yellow Hills.
Krem, that's right.
Yeah.
And then we have what's her name?
Millie Alcock or Millie
No,
Alcock's
no.
Supergirl, but the chick who's playing
That's
Ruthie,
Eve Ridley, I think.
Eve Ridley, yeah.
Yeah.
Eve Ridley.
From
But she was
Three
in
Body
a
Problems.
Three Body.
My
Yeah,
dad
I haven't watched that. I heard it's good, and I need to. That's on my list of things to watch. You know what I hate, guys?
Having a
I
list
hate
of things that never ends.
This is what I hate. This is what I hate, and I got it twice. On Twitter.
Uh-oh.
Because I'm trying to be like more of like one of those, hey, I'm film junkie. Let's post like instead of just retweeting and just whatever the fuck. I'm like trying to like, hey, let's post the actual thing. Let's even create a thumbnail because it's fun. I like creating thumbnails and stuff. So when I posted this, I hate it when I get people responding with like a GIF that goes, who,
Yeah.
and I'm like, and both times that I got it, I'm like, were you expecting a name? Like for a 12-year-old actress, were you expecting a name? All the 12-year-old big names out there, were you expecting a name?
No, what we were expecting was a 20-year-old that looks like a 12-year-old. I think that's what they were getting at. That.
Probably, yeah.
Dude, I hate, and I've seen
Which
this.
that's a
before,
lot
too.
of problems with that statement.
This
Yeah.
is a pet. I'm bringing up a pet peeve, guys, because I'm like, when people get cast, and then all of a sudden people are like, who? I'm like, fuck off, man. I mean, this is a good thing. I hate it. I hate it when like people do this when they're like, oh, I don't know who this is. Well, good. Maybe they'll impress you. It doesn't need to be. It frustrates me anytime that, especially with these movies, when somebody unknown gets cast, I'm actually like, good. Get somebody in there that's not a name.
Now, did they
Sweet.
follow that up with hashtag not my Ruthie? Because that would have really been good.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly, man. Jesus Christ.
Because you should follow up with then who did you want to cast?
I did do that. That's the
Mhm.
thing. I'm like, okay, so out of all the 12-year-old actresses out there with names, who would you want? Like, exactly. Like, and then all of a sudden, of course, you go, well, no, I'm not saying that. It's good that it's actually, it's good that it's an unknown. I'm like, thank you. So why are you responding with who? It's like, what?
They want clicks.
It's a pet peeve. It's a little
Yeah.
peeve. It's a peeve I have. I had to put it out there. But yeah, I hate that shit. I'm like, stop it, guys. I mean, it was never going to be a known It's like I don't know how many 12-year-old actresses, but the fact of the matter is like Gunn did, in fact, talk about it at New York Comic Con, and he said he saw a screen test, and he was like, "Oh my god, it's good." So obviously, he was probably saw the screen test from this actress, from Eve Ridley, and I'm like, "All right, cool. You're having all the parts." I mean, that's the thing. It's like, man, so much is riding on Superman, and hopefully, it's going to be something great. I'm hoping for the best, but man, I mean, as much is riding on that, man, Supergirl, I'm like going, damn, they're gonna base it off of what I know about this book. Again, I haven't read it from cover to cover. I just know like bullet points. I'm like going, geez, that's gonna be such a unique comic book movie. And then even Lanterns with, obviously they're casting like crazy right now because they're gonna be going in production soon.
Yeah, because they
I
just
know,
cast
it's
his love interest.
Yeah, which is where her name is Carrie.
Sheriff
It's with a K. It's Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sheriff Carrie, but yeah.
Sheriff Carrie, but it starts with a K, so a lot of people are like, it's not Carol.
Well, according to Deadline, Garrett Dillahunt also apparently got cast in
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's side characters. There's all kinds of side characters. It's a grounded Earth story. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I wanted it to be more cosmic, but at the same time, I'm going, they need the small budget.
Someone in my chat earlier, they said that they wanted a Supergirl that was akin to the TV show, and I was like, no, you can't do that. Not when you're basing it off of this book specifically, because this book showcases a very different version of Kara. Like when you see Kara for the first time in the book, she's fucking at a space bar drunk on her birthday.
Yeah.
I hope they kind of do that.
No,
I think they will. I think they'll do something to that effect.
Well, even the director, Craig Gillespie, mentioned like, yeah, I want to do a DC story, but I want to do something like a little darker. And Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow it's colorful and vibrant, but it's also kind of a fucking dark story too.
It's a revenge
That's what I love. That's what I love.
It is a revenge story. You're right, Chris. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, he again, we've said it so many times. You said it, Dave. We've had guests say it. I've said it. I've got the book.
Yeah.
I know what they're aiming for. You have to accept that they're gonna make changes, and I want to see changes. I don't want them to do the exact book. Yeah. I want them to take the beats. I want them to take kind of the idea of the characters. You can still do it, but you don't have to give me exact page screen. I got the book. I'm good.
Yes.
Give me the beats and give me everything like that. And if they didn't put that one scene, guess what? Again, still have the book.
Yep. Sell the book. And that's what's great. And and that's what's something that Zach did big time, and that's what we always loved about Zach. It was like, oh yeah, I'm going to take elements from this and this and this and make it my own. And it's like, yeah, we don't, and I know Zach wants to do like an actual Dark Knight Returns adaptation. Right, yeah. And I'm sure, but he would probably take some liberties and change some shit, which is sure he should do that. But even seeing that fucking thing in live action would be insane. But what you're saying, Chris, is like, yeah, it's not going to be a direct, we're not going to see scene by scene, panel by panel in the movie. There's going to be things that you have to change. And I really like that Gunn's enthusiasm is like, man, it's one of the best pitches I ever got. And then you look at somebody like Mealy Alcock, like I never got into Game of Thrones, but I've seen the clips and I'm going, Jesus Christ. So we're going to get like a fucking, a Supergirl that's not the squeaky, like, I'm Supergirl. She seems like, oh yeah, they made the right choice when it came to casting her.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, but I don't think a modern day audience would accept that anyways.
Yeah.
A general audience doesn't necessarily want like the perfect. It's not believable even if you're when we understand who Supergirl is and where she's coming from in the sense of, to the effect of you didn't come here as a baby, you saw your planet go, you saw it all.
And that's the thing,
experienced it, and that's that stuff that I pretty confident they'll make some adaptations with in doing that, because that helps define who she is and how she's got PTSD in so many different ways.
Yeah,
and the book touches on that too.
Yes,
there's a lot of what she experienced on Krypton that is very prevalent in this book, and I would venture to guess that they're probably going to include it in the movie in some capacity.
Oh, they better.
Now, let me ask you both this and kind of get back to Superman. We've been saying like there's so much writing on this. I've been thinking about it the last couple of weeks and just thinking about can this movie live up to the expectations? Like in the sense of like
Ooh.
we're all saying it's got so much to do. So like, at what point do we, when it finally comes out, like, do we say like, did it meet it? I mean, it's a subjective term to begin with, but like,
Right.
what defines did it do its job? Is it basically it's not just a box office thing? Does it mean that Warner Brothers said, "Yep, we're all on it on James Gunn"? He like, what is it?
You know, it's interesting because, see, okay, I compare it to almost to the Spider-Man franchise
Mm-hmm.
when
Sure.
I think about it,
Yeah.
because you know, when Spider-Man first, you know, came out with Tobey Maguire, and obviously, you know, the first one was a hit, mega hit. Second one was a mega hit. Then the third one was also a hit at the box office, but it wasn't well received.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because of all the Venom stuff, and it, you know, that's where like it really got to the point where it's like it got messy. And then instead of just like, oh no, I mean, it still made a lot of money, let's continue. You know, the studio, which is Sony, just decided to be like, yeah, we're not going to move forward with this continued story. We're going to do something different. We're going to go with Amazing Spider-Man. We're going to like do more legit to the source material. So then you get Andrew Garfield, you get Amazing Spider-Man, the first one. It's a hit. They continue in. And then with the second one, it's like, oh, yeah, we're going to start setting up because now we got the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So we got to do the same thing. We're going to like have all these characters and we're going to do like some more crazy shit. And that one, I can't even remember what the box. It's interesting to see how the studio gauges both the reaction to the, you know, like critics and audiences, and then a box office to really determine whether it's like, oh, this is a success or not. Because, you know, like I said, Spider-Man 3 with Tobey was a box office success, but it was not well received, so they decided to not continue on with that.
Mm-hmm.
But then
Well-
again, that was back in the 2000s. So like it's just like one of those things where it's like, you know, you really got to like go, all right, nowadays, how are we approaching some of this stuff now? Does it have to be just the box office because it's all about money now? Because money, you know, the way things are now. Does it have to be both? Does it have to get a good Rotten Tomatoes score, positive one? You know, it's just, and I think like they're probably looking for both, like a good positive like Rotten Tomatoes score, and then a good opening weekend, a less than, you know, 50 something % drop with the second weekend, because that's a big thing now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just seems like they probably have their own analytics where they're going, okay, we're not going to expect this is going to reach $1 billion, but if you know, if it's well received, if we're looking at, obviously they got tons of people looking at social media, looking at hashtags, looking at everything and seeing the reaction, so that's going to be part of the analytics too. And then, you know, they're looking at Rotten Tomatoes, they're looking at the box office, even if it maybe not even quite be at where they want it to be, if there's enough with the reaction in the Rotten Tomatoes score, and even if the money, if like the box office doesn't quite get where they wanted it to get, they would still be like, you know what, success, continue on, sir. You know, I don't know. To be honest, I mean, back then when I was like, I remember thinking about the Spider-Man, you know, both Spider-Men, you know, with Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. I was like, it was kind of interesting how Spider-Man 3 was a box office success, but it was a shitter and everybody didn't really like it. So then they decided to scrap it, and then they did Amazing Spider-Man. Everybody was like, all right, cool, we got a new Spider-Man, and this is more legit. I could resonate with this Spider-Man. And then when it came to the second one, they were like, way too much. What's going on here? There's too much here.
Well,
and then they folded. They were like, we got too much. And Sony was like, we're folding. We already cut a lot of shit out. Fuck this. And then they just like, they folded. They literally folded.
Amy Pascal in the background. Yeah, that'd be around.
She was like, literally, her hair was probably up to here.
Well, like,
you know, just like, I don't know what to do. And they just said, fuck it. We're done. So it's just like, it's the way they gauge it now. I'm like, fuck, I don't know.
It is similar because
yeah,
when they were developing Spider-Man 4 with Sam Raimi.
Mm-hmm.
They ended Spider-Man 3 in 07, and they were developing Spider-Man 4. They could not crack a script, and then they locked Sam Raimi into a date. He could not meet that date, but also at the same time, that's when they started developing a reboot just in case something like that happened. It's very, very similar to how Warner Brothers went, okay, we're going to do this stuff with the DCU here, but until then, we're going to find another guy in the midterm to overhaul DC. That way, when he bring him in, he can just do whatever the fuck he wants. It's a very similar situation. I didn't even think about that until you brought up Spider-Man. It is very interesting. In terms of this Superman and how successful it needs to be, that's actually a question I've been pondering myself, and I thought about making a video for it for my channel, and I'm still debating on whether or not I want to. I should.
Yeah.
I really should. But like on a personal level, I think from an expectational standpoint, that's entirely subjective. Like, what do you want out of a Superman movie, right? But I think on the whole, I'm kind of with Dave in that if Warner Brothers and subsequently DC Studios, if they want this to land as well as they think they're going to land, first and foremost, I think they should take the $1 billion narrative and completely put that in the fucking rearview window. That is what ultimately.
I'm pretty sure they are now.
I would too. I would.
I would think that now,
They have
like
enough
the
smart people in the room. Yeah, they should.
The $1 billion marker is now going, hey guys, let's not. That was a thing for a bit. It's no longer a thing after Endgame and Joker after Spider-Man No Way Home.
It's almost like you have to cross, like, you can start thinking about that conversation, you start getting into the 700 and 800 million global, then you can start like think
within
we
the
might
first
actually
month
do
too.
this.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just like DC Studios is trying to just make a profit.
Not only that,
like,
and I don't mean this disingenuously, but notoriously, James Gunn has never made $1 billion superhero film either.
He hasn't. But
that's not his objective, though.
But exactly true. But also, he's also not made a necessarily bad superhero film. Even though I am,
he hasn't made a bomb. There's not been a bomb.
Okay, that's the better way of saying it, because I do not like Guardians 2 and I do not like the Suicide Squad.
A lot of us don't like that. Yeah, and some people don't like that. You know, I was okay with the Suicide Squad, and I guess you could say that was considered a bomb. But then, of course, you have the COVID thing. You have a lot of things, and you know, I mean, I know some people like hate that when you use that factor, but it is a factor because it was just like it was part of the day and date thing that Kyle R came up with when it came to HBO Max and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's. When I hate it when I see that discourse on my timeline where it's just like, oh yeah, fucking the Suicide Squad bombed. I'm like, yeah, but you can't really.
You can't
by traditional standards, like sure you can go.
But it wasn't traditional environment.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the point. Like it wasn't a traditional environment. Whatever they did on HBO Max clearly put it over that threshold of it being successful enough to warrant a Peacemaker series, right? Like that. That's what they ended up getting. And
go ahead.
I guess to really kind of cap this off, like when it comes to Gunn's Superman, you know, it's almost like a weird inverse of like what happened in wake of Man of Steel, of like you have your, you know, superbly hardcore Snyder fans, and then you have everyone who vehemently despised what Zack Snyder did, and now you've got kind of maybe we're on the other side of this. Maybe we're just kind of outsiders looking in from a different perspective now that we've actually been through the trenches and seen this shit. But I see it as like, you know, you have a lot of hardcore James Gunn fans who are just sticking their flag in the ground going, yeah, this is going to be the best shit on the fucking planet. This is going to be the Superman movie I've been fucking waiting for since Superman 78, blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, you have that loud minority who's just like, no, fuck James Gunn. This movie's going to suck, but we're still going to watch it anyway because fuck James Gunn. And it's going to be like, it really is going to boil down to like how successful it will be monetarily on its first weekend, how well it's received critically, and how big of a drop it's going to have in its second weekend, and how good the word of mouth is, because this movie opens up weekend of Comic-Con next year.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
crazy.
If it's anything like Deadpool and Wolverine, because let's face it. Oh wait, no, it opens up 2 weeks.
Fantastic Four, yeah.
Yeah, Fantastic Four is week of Comic-Con. Superman is weeks before Comic-Con. But I would also posit that since you have 2 comic book films coming out roughly around the same time, and Comic-Con happens on a weekend, that weekend is going to be a nice boon for a superhero movie that has been out for 2 weeks. You could see it get some legs, and then Fantastic Four subsequently could also have a good opening weekend due to that too. I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine made fuck tons of money in 11 days alone. It was insanity. But that was also a very good movie made with people who had intended on making a good movie and wanted to keep the spirit of the characters very true. And I feel like, and I know I'm very critical of James Gunn, but I think to an extent, he wants to keep the semblance of the spirit of Superman intact. And I think Dave even brought up a good point that I've started thinking about this movie very differently, is in that, Zack Snyder made a movie about how the world reacts to Superman. And I think Dave's on a point. Yeah. Dave's on a good point here, in that I think James Gunn is making a movie where how does Superman react to the world around him? Because the one thing that is continued to intrigue me about this is like, Superman is in a world where kindness is old fashioned, and it's like, oh, okay, so you're putting Superman in the cynical world. You're not applying the cynical world to Superman. Okay, I see what you're doing. Like,
where you already have like heroes that exist who are bought and paid for.
Yep.
And that's why I'm like, man, you got a Guy Gardner and perfect to be bought and paid for, and then you got a hot girl who probably is like,
she's the rookie, probably.
She's probably like, I don't really like this, but I'm getting paid and this, that, and this, and God knows what seems like there's a good relationship between him and Mr. Terrific, going by the set photos. Who knows?
And is Metamorpho bought and paid for, or is he also kind of like,
see, that's the thing. Oh, that's another thing too, is like, so James Gunn said like, oh yeah, when somebody asked, is the Metamorpho costume practical? And he's like, yeah, it's practical. And I'm like, wait a minute. So
maybe the base of it is practical.
That's what I was saying too. I was like, so is just the actual, are you talking about the actual like fabric that he wears? But like him,
that's
like,
really his skin.
it's like, but we haven't seen him, and it's just, we saw somebody with like a mocap thing.
Yeah.
We assume that it's so weird because like when it comes to Metamorpho, he's like the most question mark because we have not seen him. We haven't seen Anthony Kerrigan at all. And it's like, okay, so what does he play in this movie? Is he out and about? What are we doing here?
Well, one of the things I saw in the chat way earlier tonight was talking about like the fan base being divided, but the fan base may be divided, but it's like that's not who makes up this box office. That's not who makes up like what's this
general
make
audience.
This movie going to be. It's the general audience. And to be fair, it's I know I said like James Gunn's not making a movie to make $1 billion. He wants to make, don't get me wrong, he wants to make a good movie that does well. Like he's not going to set out saying I don't care. No, he does care. I mean, separate him being the head of the studio at that point, or co-head of the studio. But all directors want it to be successful. I don't believe for a second saying I'm just making my stuff. I mean, they're out there, but they're very few and far between. They want it to be successful on any way, shape, or form. But to what you both are saying, in the sense of the comparison to what Man of Steel is to what we're assuming based on set photos and statements have been made, okay, it's going to be more brighter, more hopeful.
Yes.
And I put hopeful in quotes because I still consider Man of Steel hopeful, but in a different way.
Right.
I mean, he literally says that about it.
Yeah, like and so I do believe in the sense of it's going to be an amalgam of like what Man of Steel was trying to do with what Superman 78 is going to do, and we're going to see exactly can that mesh together. Because again, I don't think general audiences will respond well to nothing but like happy-go-lucky, everything's perfect, because that's not the world we live in. They want an escape. They'll accept some of the escape, but there's got to be some kind of like a little bit of reality there.
Of course. And I think like when it came to Zack, I mean, we have to remember that that Warner Brothers, after Christopher Nolan was making Dark Knight trilogy, I mean, they were like, hey, can you do that to Superman? And he goes, no, I can't. But I know a guy who probably could. Did you know the guy you hired for Watchmen? That guy could probably do that. And then Zack was tasked with, grounding Superman the best he can. And then, of course, when it came to, all right, building up the whole universe, yeah, it's going to be fantastical, but also grounded. And I think Zack did a fantastic job when it came to that. And I think what James needs to do is like, I've always said he needs to find that middle ground between a Donner and a Snyder, find that Superman, the animated series, which everybody seems to universally love. It's like, find that middle ground of like, yeah, you live in a world of this. It's a specific kind of world, a specific aesthetic. And it's got to be hopeful. And I think the fact that he's got a crypto, and he can escape, and I think that's why, like, one of those things, that's why I kept on saying, I was like, dude, the poster has to have crypto on it, like that image of them sitting on the moon looking at the earth. That could be your teaser poster, because it's like, who doesn't love a dog, and who doesn't ever think like, hey, to escape the world? How many times has anybody with a dog just kind of just like, their dog looks at him and goes, I know you're stressed right now, I feel it, so I'm gonna just sit up against you and be like, I know. I How many times have you, because I've had dogs in my life where it's just like, they know that you're feeling sad. There's a sense that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's I really hope that they capture that, because then it grounds Superman as a, relatable. And the fact that he has this dog, where it's like, man, he's got literally the weight of the world on his shoulders, because he's fucking Superman. And he just has this dog there that's just like, hey, I feel you. I can't communicate with you, which I'm glad. He's not going to talk. He's not going to be like, hey, shut the fuck up, and say all the shit. He's going to literally, probably, there's going to be some moments where people are going to be like, and if James, and he's really good at animal moments, we know that he hits those moments, people are going to walk out of that thing feeling fucking good, because they're like, I saw Superman's dog lift him up, give him the, the oomph to fucking fight and do the thing that he needed to do. And
and I'll push back a little bit.
I'm saying
I'll push back on some of that Black Red saying in the chat a little bit, with general audiences not turning up to see DC movies. Aquaman Lost Kingdom worldwide box office $434 million.
Yeah.
So, yes, Blue Beetle, but that's a new property. They couldn't market it necessarily because you were in the strike. Flash had a lot of different problems going on with it, but still, 271 million. Should have done more, didn't. Shazam, you can't compare the first Shazam to this Shazam. Totally different times at that point. But here's the thing. When you come out of the Suicide Squad post-pandemic, Black Adam, for all the issues, $393 million worldwide.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can say that in a sense, but there is some pushback in the sense of, well, it'll show up if you market it right, and there's it's marketing and good and decent writing.
Yeah, and it seems like the marketing for Superman is going to kick off in December. I mean, Corn Sweat on that podcast that he went on to, he even said like December, that, and then CCXP is then. It just seems like that's when it's going to start kicking. And the fact that there's a lot of time, and that's what's, that's what I think, we've talked about the advantage that Gunn has had against Jurassic World and Fantastic Four, is the fact that your Jurassic World just, wrapped up feeling like last week or something like that. And then Fantastic Four is still filming right now. So, and they're all releasing within weeks of each other. So it's like, so the fact that he's gonna, he has the advantage of like, I'm allowing the VFX artists to, spend their time to make sure everything's right and all this stuff and everything like that. I mean, the first trailer is going to be interesting to see that reaction. That's going to be a madness on the internet, because I mean, obviously there's going to be a certain section of people that are just going to hate it no matter what, because it's James Gunn. But then it's going to be interesting to see everybody else, even like the people who are like, I don't know about this James Gunn. And then all of a sudden they see it. I'm going to, it's going to be curious. I mean, I already know I'm going to go down a rabbit hole of, trailer reactions with like the main people. I'll do a trailer reaction myself. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting when that first trailer hits, because there is going to probably be, there's going to be comedic elements. There has to be. Crypto is definitely going to be in it. There's no way that he's not, because you have to have that element. But yeah, but
there's your like that button at the end of the trailer, that the crypto at that point.
There's that little
But it's like we said, like in this environment, and I just put it responding to Black Red in the chat. You have to give the general audience a reason that you have to see this in theaters.
Yeah.
because they don't have to see it in theaters. If you got to give them a reason, you have to see this movie in theaters.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. That's what they really got to hit hard is like, this is a movie you have to see in theaters.
You'll believe a man can fly. That tagline alone was like, at the back then was just like, oh, shoot, you know?
Yeah. James Gunn, don't use the tagline and go, you'll believe a man can fly. Again.
You'll believe a dog can fly. How's that?
There you go. That's a better one.
But that's the thing. I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm like, Crypto is definitely going to be in that first trailer because they have to hit that demographic of, hey, look at this cute little fluffy dog.
Yep.
He's in here. You know, you never seen that in a fucking Superman film. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like every time that I kept seeing like, you know, when people were going like, we need something different when it comes to Superman. I'm like, well, James Gunn's doing that because we're not going to get an origin story. He's in a world that other heroes exist, and he's got his alien cosmic dog. Okay. Like,
and both his adoptive parents are alive even after he's Superman.
Yeah, they're both alive. So,
yeah.
Okay. You know, I mean, but, you know, we've seen that in other iterations when it comes to live action for sure. But yeah, for the most part, when it comes to movies, you know, Jonathan's always, you know, let's face it, he's always not making it.
Nope.
So I think there's just a lot of elements, and I'm just like, man, I mean, I can't. I mean, James Gunn's hair is going to be, you know, he's going to go bald after this. I mean, he went from fucking dark hair to, you know, white.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out when that transition finally happened.
It was his hair turned white like right around the time he started developing Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I think it was
time.
Honestly, just stopped dyeing it. Basically,
that's what it was. He was always dyeing it, and then he finally, and I think like when he met, you know, his wife now, she was like, "Why are you doing this? Come on, just, you know, stop."
My silver fox, come here.
All it takes is a woman, and she's fucking hot as hell. Let's face it. And when she's telling you, going, "Hey, stop dyeing your hair," you're gonna.
You go, "Yes, ma'am."
You go, "Yes, ma'am." Right. And you know what? You know, when all of a sudden we see him like all fucking white, I'm like, all right, dude, fucking rock it. You're fine. You're fine. And you grew the beard. You're fine. You're fine. It worked out for you because
you're in charge of a studio. Let everyone be jealous.
You still have a very young looking face. I mean, yeah, James Gunn, you should start working out a little bit, lift the weight every now and again. But hey, that's just extra things, you know, maybe, you know, but at the same time, you don't need to. You're still, you know, you're still trim. You're still fine. But yeah, so yeah, when it comes to Superman, it's going to be interesting with that first trailer. Speaking of directors, you guys saw the Quentin Tarantino response.
I think you and I had about the same reaction. I laughed.
Dude.
I chuckled so hard.
That was Quentin Tarantino. I mean, it's so funny because I even said this when people were commenting about it at the beginning of the stream. I mean, obviously Quentin Tarantino he really liked Joker 2 and, you know, gave his 2 cents on it. But then there's extra stuff with these interviews where he says, I don't want to watch the Dune movies. I don't want to watch Shogun. I already know these stories. I don't need to see them. And then people are like, oh, man, he's lost it. I'm going, no, this is Tarantino the way that he always has been. Where have you guys been?
But
like Tarantino has always been this guy where he's very set in his ways.
He's very unfiltered.
But here's the thing. It's his opinion. He doesn't want to watch it. Why? Like, how dare you not watch it? Okay. How's that different from anyone else?
How dare you not watch Dune, Quentin Tarantino?
It's just like us saying, like, you know, if you don't like Man of Steel, you know, you don't want to be done with it. Well, you don't want to be want to be counted with the cultists. But, you know, it just makes as much sense coming after him for, like, having an opinion, like, I don't need to watch it. Okay, fair. He's not knocking. He's not saying it's terrible. He just says it's not him. He doesn't want to do it.
It's so funny because nobody bat an eye when he said he didn't want to watch Toy Story 4. Remember that? Remember that whole thing?
No.
Like, because everybody was going, yeah, don't watch it. It's not needed because Toy Story 4 is just tacked on to a perfect trilogy. So everybody was okay with that. But then when like all of a sudden he starts talking about like, I'm not going to watch Dune. I watched the Lynch version. So I'm okay. I don't need to. I already saw something. I'm like, and I'm just kind of going like, okay. I mean, he should, but at the same time, I'm like, that's Tarantino. Tarantino is a fucking, he's one of those. He's on another level when it comes to thinking.
Anyone just want to think that it's not even just that, Dave. It's just like guy just wants to screw with people and just have fun and just see what happens and just drop a bomb and let him
Yes.
deal with it. That's Tarantino. That really is what he's
Yes.
doing.
Tarantino has been controversial since the very beginning.
And he doesn't care what you think.
He does not care. I mean, if you watch Reservoir Dogs, you go, holy shit. I mean, even in the opening of that movie, you go, you wrote that dialogue?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
the thing, okay.
Go look at his role in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Look at his role in Pulp Fiction.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it's like,
no, that man probably wants nothing to do with that movie. I'll just be perfectly honest with you.
But I mean, Tarantino has always been, I mean, obviously he wrote True Romance. He sold that. Who made that movie? Was that Scott? Tony Scott? Tony Scott, right?
Yeah.
Tony Scott made that movie. Yeah. Tony Scott made that movie. And then selling that script helped to get him to do Reservoir Dogs. And what I love about Reservoir Dogs is like, it's a crazy movie about a heist you watch that movie and it's like, it starts off with like these group of guys all in fucking black suits at a diner, just fucking talking about random shit. It's just like, what the fuck is going on here? You got Tarantino himself is talking about the meaning behind Like a Virgin from Madonna and going like the reason why it's called Like a Virgin. It's like, and then you got Steve Buscemi going, I don't tip. And this is the reason why I don't tip. And he breaks that down and you're going, what the fuck is this movie? And then all of a sudden you get like the opening, you get like this cool little, they're all walking. You get like the introductions, you get the opening credits, you get the song, you get the title. And then all of a sudden it just cuts to, shit is going down. Like, what the fuck just happened, And it's so fucking madness. And that's just Tarantino for you right there. Yep. And yeah, like I said, you got dialogue that, hey, we can't say certain things now. You can't say those certain things. But he was like, fuck it. We're putting that in there. You're going to drop some N-bombs, man. You're going to do this. You're going to say this shit. And people just kind of go, well, that was the time. He was fucking risque. He said this shit. He fucking, he did it. And, he's always just been that firecracker type of character. And it's just, but it's kind of funny because when it comes to his character in Pulp Fiction, I anytime I watch it and I see his character, I'm like, you should have had somebody else do this because you doing this is just weird. Like and even some of the line delivery is kind of off, because I get it. He wanted to act in some of his movies. I get it. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, you should have had somebody else play this role.
Yeah.
Because there's some things where I'm like, some of the line delivery you give is not great.
Where he learned that lesson? He learned that lesson and applied it to Django.
True.
He had someone else deliver those lines of that vernacular towards Samuel L. Jackson. And it was just like...
But even like DiCaprio was like, huh?
Yeah, dude, DiCaprio, like apparently on set.
He was like, I don't want to drop N-bombs. I'm like, dude, it's
like, I feel
but you have to remind him. You have to remind. It's like, this is acting. We're all okay. Everybody's okay. It's just it's a word. It's just part of like what we're doing here. And I get it. Like it's that word, the N word has always been uncomfortable for everything. But at the same time, it's like, you really got to, like, if you're trying to emphasize something with the story, it's got to be put in. And of course, everybody tries to be like, oh yeah, Tarantino's a racist because he does that. I'm like, no, he's not. I mean, he literally made a black exploitation movie, Jackie Brown.
Yeah.
Because he loved those types of movies. He's not a racist. He was just always about like, hey, I think these characters are going to talk like this, and we're going to push the boundaries.
Same thing with Django is like context matters. That movie takes place in a time when slavery was abundant. Like that it's not so much as it is necessary. It's so much like he's being accurate into which the time frame he's making the movie based on. And
exactly.
a lot of people are just like, oh no, he's racist. It's like, oh, okay, you can just literally throw that out liberally all you want anytime you hear that word dropped in a
Well,
movie before
dude, even Sam
1995.
Jackson was like, "No, he's not." And like, I've been in so many movies of his. What are you talking about? No, he's not. Yeah, he, in his espresso, yeah, he uses, but he's like, but that's his craft. He's not afraid to take those, to take it beyond where some other filmmakers go, nope, we can't do that. But Tarantino goes, nope, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna fucking go for it. I don't give a shit. I mean, that was the thing that happened in the 90s was like there was like this indie rogue filmmaking where people were just going, fuck it, put whatever. Just, I mean, back in the early 90s, there was that movie Kids. Remember that movie? Did you ever see that movie Kids? Did you ever see that movie?
Rings a bell.
Oh,
It's been a while.
dude. Dude, that movie was jaw dropping.
Yeah.
It was a movie about, it was an NC-17. It got an NC-17 rating because of just how like the sexual nature of these teenagers, how much it got. And I remember I didn't watch it in the theater, but I watched it at my friend's house or something like that. And I remember even just being like, God damn, this is intense. Like this is almost too real because there are people that are like this, it's just like, good God.
Well, like I recently got into the Audible book game, and I signed up at a good time where you get 3 months free for like 99 cents, and then it charges you annually, but I still get the benefits of getting like a credit every month. So with my first credit, I ended up getting It from Stephen King. It's a huge book. It's like a 44-hour fucking Audible log. But
oh, buddy,
the thing is like when that book was written, the way characters are depicted are vastly different than both, the 90s movie and the 2017 film. Like Richie is dropping like, no, not Richie, but like Henry Bowers is dropping the N-bomb
like crazy
toward Mike, and Richie is making these jokes in vain of like being a slave and saying the word master. Like it's a whole thing. Like,
and then there's like, because we have one female character, and guess what? With a bunch of boys, Stephen King also emphasizes some things when it comes to that. Yeah, so yeah,
and like even in the book, he makes it a point to like in the movies, it's kind of hinted that both Ben and even to a lesser extent Bill kind of like they felt something for Beth. For Beverly Marsh.
Beverly, there you go.
But in the book, like when we first get a hint of it, it's with Ben who gets like wind of like, oh yeah, I might have things for Beverly. Richie does at some point too.
Yeah,
and it's
triangle thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's and then there's something that happens later on where Beverly and all the boys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But
so I mean, that's the thing is like you have these artists that are just go like, hey, I'm gonna push the boundaries, and some some people are gonna be uncomfortable, but at the same time, it's like, that's just the way a lot of things were like back in the day. And when it comes to Tarantino, I mean, Tarantino is just like, he was one of those, and he still is one of those. And like, so when I see people getting like going, oh, he's lost it, I'm like, this is Tarantino being Tarantino.
Yeah.
Like he's just expressing his opinion. He doesn't want to watch Dune, but I mean, I really hope that one of these days he does, because he'll probably go, oh my God, this is amazing.
I think when it comes to Dune specifically, I'd have to pose the question of like, has he ever read the book or not? Does that matter?
I think he's read the book.
I mean, I'd wonder, I don't know, but like
to me, it seems like he's a book reader. Like I think he probably has, or maybe he hasn't, and maybe he just like he didn't care about the whole concept of it. Maybe it just wasn't for him, because he does mention in that quote where he's all, I don't need to watch something about spice and stuff like that. So maybe the concept wasn't for him. He's not, I mean, I know he's a big Star Trek fan because he wrote a Star Trek, treatment at one point, which I really wish they made. That would have been awesome.
I'm curious.
But maybe he has like a specific type of sci-fi to him, and maybe like Dune just never. Maybe he picked up the book and was like, "What the fuck is this?" Maybe he just never. To me, like maybe he just never liked Dune, and when he saw the David Lynch version,
yeah,
he just was like, that was enough for me. I don't need to see something else. I don't know. It's just, he's very set in his ways. And I'm like, all right, I respect his opinion. And I love the fact that he was like, hey, I thought Joker 2 was fan-fucking-tastic because Todd Phillips, because I had conversations in a group chat about that very notion of like, we were all just like, yeah, Todd Phillips is kind of like the Joker. He just like went off and said, you know what? You want me to make this other movie? Now you're going to give me a bunch of money to make this movie? Well, fuck it. I'm going to show you guys something that is going to be so off the cuff, and we'll see how it, we'll see what happens. And look what happened.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Those comments he made about, comparing Todd Phillips to the Joker himself, I as soon as I read that, I said, oh, hardcore comic book fans are going to have a bitch fit about this.
Of course.
Sure enough, like,
how dare he have an
as
opinion?
they do.
Like, as they do. And it's just so funny because it's true in the sense of like, how they're going to respond because he's speaking the loud part out loud no one wants to hear. Like, he's speaking the quiet part out loud. He's like, he's basically saying like, yeah, Todd Phillips got a bunch of money. He treated this film like not necessarily a passion project, but like, okay, fine, fuck it. You want me to do this movie? I'm gonna fucking do this movie. You're not gonna like what I have to say. And it's one big fuck you to all these comic book fans. It's a big fuck you to the studios. It's a big fuck you to anyone, and I quote, anyone at Warner Brothers with DC stock. And I read that and I just like, yep, that's Quentin Tarantino. Like, I read that, went about my business, and then sure enough, I saw some people, even on threads, were just like, oh, what the fuck? Why would Quentin Tarantino say something like that? I'm like, do you not know who Quentin Tarantino is?
Yeah. I was like,
but
what the fuck are you
again,
doing?
he's a person and a fan like anyone else.
Yep.
And you know what? If I don't agree with it, you know what I do? I just keep scrolling. I said, well, that's his opinion. I don't agree with it, but that's his opinion. Moving on with my day.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. You didn't like it? Fine. But at the same time, I'm like, you're questioning Quentin Tarantino's crazy. Like, I mean, he literally was like, man, even the musical numbers worked for me. Like, I never thought about this song, and I was thinking about the lyrics, and it worked. And I was like, man, he was really into it. That's the thing. It's like Todd Phillips was going, all right, I'm going to make this type of movie. And Joaquin Phoenix also, same thing. And maybe even Lady Gaga at some point, and part of that too. Where it's like, we're going to make this type of movie, and it's going to resonate with probably some people, and it's probably not going to resonate with a lot. But the fact that Tarantino was like, yep, I'm one of those. Yeah, you got me. You got me because, and I'm sure Todd Phillips, when he's probably seen that, somebody's probably been like, dude, Tarantino fucking loved your movie. And he's all, there you go. And he might have maybe reached out to him too and was like, dude, thank you for saying that.
He probably lit up a cigarette and went, fuck yeah.
Yeah. He probably was like, hell yeah. See, right. That's what I mean, because Todd Phillips got his bag. He said, fuck it, I'm doing this and I'm gone. And I saw people go like, when it came to the quote, about saying fuck you to this and fuck you to that. I saw people like, oh, that's a good way for Todd Phillips to just never make something big again. I'm like going, I don't think Todd Phillips wants to make something big again.
No,
I think Todd Phillips wants to just make now that, he's got his bags. He's made his money. Mm-hmm. Now he could just make the movies that he wants to fucking make. And he's probably going to, I hope that Todd Phillips goes back to a raunchy, R-rated, borderline NC-17 comedy. I want him to go back to that shit. And he's just like, I'm not going to give a fuck what anybody fucking says. I'm the one that made the $1 billion Joker. And then I made the bomb that is Joker 2 because I said, fuck you to everybody. That's what I want I want Todd Phillips to make an raunchy, borderline NC-17 movie that makes a shit ton of money. And I think he has potential to do that with a fucking $50 million budget.
You know what's funny is I don't see Warner Brothers even backing away from doing business with him because even in that,
I would not be surprised if they were like, "Yeah, you got something here, kid."
Yeah. They're probably just like, "Oh, okay, well, this was a gamble one way or the other. We're not mad at you. We were just, maybe we're expecting more, but that doesn't mean you're a bad creator. We're still gonna whatever the fuck you want to do next. Have at it."
And that's the thing is anybody, I get you might hate the way the storytelling in the movie. You can't hate the way the fucking movie looks. The movie looks great.
God, no.
So goddamn good.
Cinematography. If that's a bomb, that's one of the best looking bombs I've seen.
It's so gorgeous. Everything is so good when it comes to the cinematography and the way the camera work is and all that stuff. There's a one shot in there that I was like, wow, that's pretty good shit right there.
Well, even the shot of Arthur walking out into the yard where it's focused on him and the umbrellas around the guards are black, but then you see it from the top point of view, the Hawkeye, the Eagle Eye, and they're fucking different colors. It's like, okay, that's a clever shot. That's good. That's really
clever.
solid.
That's something you're trying to tell a story through
Imagery,
just visual.
Yeah.
You're not imagery. There you go. Yeah. So I mean, Todd Phillips had a total idea, and Quentin Tarantino just understood it. He totally understood it.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to him not wanting to watch Dune or Shogun, okay, who cares? Who the fuck cares, guys? I'm not gonna fucking sit here and bitch and moan. He's still one of my all-time favorite directors. He's not made a bad movie in my eyes. Every one of his movies I've enjoyed because they've just been different and off the cuff and been his style. Ever since I saw Pulp Fiction for the first time, I'm like, yeah, there's just like, and then after that, I watched Reservoir Dogs, and I saw Jackie Brown. And Jackie Brown, people need to fucking watch it. Jackie Brown doesn't get enough praise.
Jackie Brown's great.
It's so fucking good. It's got such a great cast, and it's just so fucking good. Just the way that he tells that story. It's just so freaking good. I mean, and then of course, I mean, obviously when it comes to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and that love letter to that, I mean, obviously that got so much praise when it came to, award season and stuff like that. But I mean, it's just, again, it's just like one of those things where, I mean, and I love the fact that when he got pushed back against like, the whole Bruce Lee scene in that movie, where it's like, Bruce Lee wasn't that arrogant. He's all, yeah, he kind of was. I heard, so I made him that way. So fuck off. That's basically what he said. He's all, yeah, he was that way. I mean, even when he went on Joe Rogan was like, I don't know about this. It's like, but he's like, fuck off. I don't care. This is what I learned about Bruce Lee, that he had a little bit of arrogance. And he amplified it. It's not like he was like, that's how Bruce Lee exactly was. When you watch that scene, it's very fucking, it's not realistic.
Yeah, his movies are like a bit of a heightened reality.
Exactly. There's a lot of it's like a lot of hyperbole. Yeah. I mean, look at that at the end of the movie. I mean, he literally took a tragedy that was what's her name?
Sharon Tate.
Sharon Tate getting murdered. He took that story just like he did at the end of Inglourious Bastards.
Mm-hmm.
He took like literal like historic events and it goes, what if I put my spin on it? What if I like changed it? And he did that, and that's the thing. And I fucking love that. It's like an alternate reality kind of thing.
But it's not. It's more than just an alternate reality. It's the messaging of the entire film of what it's saying of fighting against like the old school ways of how Hollywood is.
Yeah.
To this new way. That's what's really going on here. It's not saying, well, that's not what really happened. You're missing the point. It's him saying, is him basically putting, the exclamation point of like, here you've got Leo holding on to the past, wanting to be that star, and it's not the new Hollywood's leaving behind. Well, this is what's happening at the end. This is his way of saying, I don't like New Hollywood. This is me getting back at it.
Yeah. Yes. And then, I mean, that's what I love about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is like the fact that it's like you have the 3 stars who are A-listers. First off, you got 2 of them that are part of one story. You got Margot Robbie, who's Sharon Tate, part of another story, and they never cross paths until the very end, which is great. And it's just like, and that's what Tarantino does. You're like going, wait a minute, are they ever gonna like interact? And they don't, and not even like, I mean, and Margot Robbie doesn't even interact with Brad Pitt at all because after the last scene, he gets, in the ambulance. And then, at the very end, you see Leo and Margot finally interact with each other. But it's just like, that's what's so cool about it because you're just kind of going like, well, what's going to happen here? And then all of a sudden, I mean, I think that Brad Pitt deserved that Oscar for the movie? No, because I still was like, he's just playing a weird Brad Pitt. But hey, I don't care. The award season's whatever. But at the same time, his character was so goddamn likable, and maybe that's why it just resonated with people because everybody was just kind of going, Cliff Booth, this guy. I mean, he's just so laid back. He's got his own way of life, and then he just tackles things the way that he does. And I don't know. It's just I've never liked a character. A Brad Pitt character as much as I like Cliff Booth, I guess you could say.
Sure, yeah.
In that movie, because he's just so, you just want to be like, yeah, this is a guy that I could just hang out with. We would say barely anything. We would just sit down and barely say anything to each other. A couple of things. Yeah, I mean, you actually see that with Leo. I mean, it's like he's just there just to be like, I'm here for your support, you know? And I think that's what really, that's the anchor of the movie is Brad Pitt. And maybe that's just why that he got the recognition that he got, because, you know, I mean, it wasn't a stretch. I mean, I think Brad Pitt's fucking, you know, performance in 12 Monkeys was way levels above than what he got, you know, in this movie. But, you know, but at the same time, I don't understand how the whole fucking award season works sometimes. But he was just such a likable character. I mean, it was so funny because I saw something. I mean, I saw a meme, a meme, and I sent it to my dad. I sent it to my brother. When it came to, it was a meme about, you know, obviously the Yankees and the Dodgers, you know, World Series, and the fact that the Yankees were just getting obliterated, you know, in the World Series. And I saw a meme, and it was literally the meme of, like, you know, Cliff Booth and Leo's character. I forgot his name. What's his name in it?
Oh,
I totally forgot.
something Dalton something.
Yeah. Yeah. But remember at the in the beginning and it was just like, it was like basically it was like, this
Rick
is the
Dalton.
Yankees.
Rick
Yeah.
Dalton, there it is.
Rick, that's right. And
And
it
then
was
Cliff
basically
Booth.
this is the Dodgers right now, and he goes, and of course it's like Leo like starting to cry, and he goes, hey, don't start crying in front of the Mexicans. It's like it was just hilarious because, hey, the Dodgers, you know, fan base over here in LA, yeah, it's heavily Mexican, and it was just a funny meme, a funny joke. Me being half Mexican, I was like, I appreciated it. I was like, yep, that was good. But it was just like, you know, it's just like one of those things. But yeah, Tarantino, I don't think anybody should get upset. It's Tarantino, guys. Yeah. You know, don't worry about it.
But here's the thing, too, proving my point. Look what we just spent almost a half an hour talking about.
Tarantino.
Yeah, because he wanted a conversation just to see what would happen.
And that's what's great.
Well,
yeah.
And again,
You know.
I do believe, like, he doesn't want to care to see it. That's fine, but this is what happens. He gets what he.
Oh,
and
he
I don't
knows.
mind. I don't mind at all.
He walks away from that interview and goes, yeah, people are going to talk about that. There's going to be headlines. There's going to be all that stuff. And, you know, that's what he is. That's what, you know, and I can't wait for his next movie. Like I said, every one of his movies I've enjoyed. He's one of my all-time favorite directors. Do I agree with everything that when I've seen him on podcasts and interviews, sometimes I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, I'm glad that I don't agree with everything. It's like, I think that, yeah, dude, you should watch Dune. You should watch the Dune movies because they are fantastic and you should see that. And you should watch Shogun. That series is fantastic. But if he chooses not to, hey, I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep on it.
It's called freedom of choice.
What? That's a thing, Chris? What are we talking about here?
I don't know. Sometimes in this fandom, you wonder.
I know. But going back to the animated stuff, I mean, we saw the MCU trailer thing, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, how good was that?
I was not expecting that kind of drop in. You know, Brent and I joked about it, tonight, just saying that, yeah, we keep on saying it, slowing down.
Nope.
Like, you have 3 months where there is, you know, there may be content spilling over to those 3 months with these shows, but there are only 3 months where the MCU is not putting out something new.
Yeah.
In the sense of like a new thing.
That slate is in it. I know, and I even made a joke about that on Film Junket Live. I was like, wow, we're really scaling it back. Nope. It's like we got something coming out like almost, like I said, there's 3 months, maybe nothing. But for the rest of the months, holy shit, there is something coming out.
And people wonder where's Star Wars going to fit in. It's going to be April, September, and November.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
It is insane. But I will say, Daredevil, of course, looks fantastic. I mean, you're wearing the shirt, Chris, obviously. I mean, that's why when I posted that, I was like, "Hey, what are you hyped for? Just say Daredevil." I was like, "Just say Daredevil." I mean, come on. I mean, that's just. I mean, you see the footage there. It's like, all right, this shit's gonna be great. You got Fisk. You got you got them both like face to face with each other and facing off against each other. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's
and here's another thing. I don't need it to be the Netflix. I just need it just to be enough of it just to say, all right, we're good. I don't need it. I have Netflix. I just need enough of it.
And the footage that we saw was enough of it. Because dude, there's a shot of like Punisher, like, pushed up against the wall, and he's holding up the gun against the wall while guys are dropping. He's like, he's about to fire against all these guys. And I'm just going, holy shit. Okay, good.
And we did see, it's not blink and you miss it, but it's there. You do see him fighting Bullseye.
Yeah, you do see him fight Bullseye. And there's another character in there too. What's his name?
The villains of Muse.
That's what it is. The guy with white.
That's the main villain for this one.
Yeah. So you got all of that, and it's just like, and then I mean, it just doesn't seem. It seems like it's going to be an amplified, crowd pleasing continuation of the Netflix series for sure. Now, when it comes to Ironheart, okay, I'm not really sold, but there's some things in that footage I was like, all right, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't sold on Ironheart when it came to Wakanda Forever. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, I don't really have much familiarity with the character, honestly. Like that I get the gist of what she does and where she's from and what her goal is,
background and shit.
I get all that, but I mean, it looks fine. I mean, I'm not saying we're gonna have another Agatha all along on our hands here, but it can't. The bar is now so low, like it's really easy to say it can't be worse than Secret Invasion as far as the shows go.
Oh God, man!
I mean, if we're not gonna get Armor Wars for a while, we might as well see what we can do with this, who actually is a great character, and I do like Dominique Thorne as Riri. I think she's got the character down in the voice from the comics. I will
say that her new armor looked pretty cool. I will say that it's a definite upgrade when it comes to
I think
armor.
you're gonna see that armor, and you're not gonna see it again. We haven't seen her. No, I'm just being honest, because from what I'm gathering from the trailer, this is what's going to lead to where she ends up in the series. You're not gonna see that armor again. That's what's gonna get her into trouble. That armor.
You might be right about that. Yeah. It's interesting. And then of course they showed Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yep.
How you feeling about the animation?
I like the cell shading. I want to see a little bit more in the sense of how much of the comic paneling are we getting with this, because they're using Steve Ditko's kind of art style, and amplifying it. But the comic paneling, is it going to be a gimmick? Is it going to be used a lot, or is it going to be used in kind of key sequences?
I just found it funny that I was like, did Spider-Man just kill this dude?
Oh yeah, that brick. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. That was,
dude. I was like, when he just he webs that brick and then just pulls it into, and then it hits that guy's head, and I mean, it's like it's like a bully or something like that.
And that's where you put the title card. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's where you put the title card right after that.
And then they show everybody go ooh, and it's like, I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I know it's a cartoon, guys, but I'm like, did Spider-Man just literally just kill somebody?
And that's when you bring in Matt Murdock, because he's a really good lawyer at that point, because he's going to need one after murdering someone.
Yeah.
He probably gets that call after visiting the Khan house and meeting Kamala Khan's dad.
I mean,
he's going to need a really good lawyer.
Yeah, right.
He's going to, but I mean, it's cartoon, so we got to take the liberties with that. But I mean, I'll give it a chance.
Can't expect everything to be X-Men 97.
But at the same time, when it comes to animation, that Wakanda, what's the Wakanda one? Eyes of Wakanda. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I'm curious with that because they're exploring Wakanda and they're showing different warriors and different tribes and stuff like that.
It's from what I understand, it's going to be looking at the war dogs from different eras.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. I think that's going to be pretty sweet. So when I remember when they released like all the title cards before they released the trailer, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I'm like, oh yeah, that's got to be something. And when I saw the animation. I was like, all right, unique animation. I'm very curious about that one. Now, when it comes to Wonder Man, I don't know what the fuck that is.
The last of
going
the
to be.
Chapek era.
Oh my god.
It's gonna
What?
have no ties to the like in the sense of like you can watch this and have no idea about anything else outside of Trevor
It's got Ben
Slattery's.
Kingsley in it,
It's got
guys.
Trevor Slattery, and you're not gonna. This is Yaya is not playing someone with powers, at least at this time. He's playing literally an actor who's playing wanting to be this part.
Yeah.
Now, that could be good. Could be a
Mhm.
very like meta weird thing, and it
Could he
be
get powers
something-
eventually? Sure.
Yeah, it could be something where if I watch it, I can go, "Oh, wow, that's interesting." But when I see the footage, I go, "What the fuck is even?" I don't even know what Wonder Man really is. Like, I don't know. But I just was like, from the little bit of knowledge that I know, I'm like, well, that's not it. But they have a unique take on it.
But then you look at two different things when people joke around. It's like saying, "Is Armor War still a thing?" But we kept Wonder Man.
Yeah. Right. It's like, what?
Apparently, it's 10
man.
episodes too.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, this is almost like an Agatha all along, because I just had no desire to watch Agatha all along. I think eventually when I reactivate my Disney Plus, maybe I'll just like, take a day or two to because I heard Agatha all along nailed the finale.
And I'll be honest. I said this tonight that
Okay.
I was not sold on. I wasn't a hater. I was like, I'm not sold on this idea.
Uh-huh.
It won me over. Is it
Okay,
the best
so
thing
there you
I've
go.
seen in the MCU? No. Is it the
No.
worst thing? No.
But it won you over.
It did some things that I did not expect them to do.
It won you over. I mean, the first thing that almost got me to reactivate the account was the fact that I heard that Catherine Hahn shows her bare butt. So I was almost about to.
Well, it doesn't take much at that point. It's
Doesn't
just like,
take
you know
much.
what?
Hey, I've always had a crush on her, and if I could see her butt, hey, why not? I was like, I thought about it. I was like, but then I was like, I could just look it online.
Yeah,
But,
but
but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, maybe if once because I'm trying to budget and stuff because there's a lot of streaming and stuff like that. So I'm like, I don't need Disney Plus right now. I'm not excited for Agatha. But when it comes to what's coming out in 2025, I'm eventually going to have to reactivate my Disney Plus account. So I'm going to probably be like, you know what? I didn't get I got some spoilers, not much when it came to on my timeline when it came to Agatha. So maybe one of these, I'll just binge it on a fucking random Saturday or something like that when I'm hungover from doing a fucking 6-hour vodka stream. I don't know. I could just, do that. And appreciate Catherine Hahn because I've always had a little crush on her ever since I saw her in Anchorman. So I don't know. We'll see. But seriously, but I heard it did stick the landing a little bit. I saw a lot of people going, "Hey, the finale was really good." I was like, "Oh shit, maybe I should have fucking invested into this series." But I'm definitely
not gonna be hyperbolic about it. Like again, it's not the best thing ever, but it did some things that I was like, you know what? You took risks and it actually worked out for you.
Okay.
Right.
Good. I like that. I like to hear that. But it just seems like Marvel, they're not really holding back when 2020. It's so it's funny because this year has been very just like when it comes to superhero content, it's been, obviously Deadpool and Wolverine is the biggest thing, but other than that, it's been just kind of like a slog, like kind of what the fuck? And we still got
Craven.
We still got Craven. I actually have high hopes for Craven. Honestly, I think Craven, I'm hoping for an R-rated crazy mess of a fucking movie.
Oh, you're going to get that. I'm not.
That's what it's gonna be.
You're definitely getting that.
I'm setting myself up for just for Aaron Taylor Johnson fucking, flexing his abs the entire time and ripping noses off and whatever body parts off of these fuckers. I'm just glad that it's R-rated. That's the thing. I'm glad that it's R-rated, and I already can probably go like, well, this is going to be better than probably all the other, besides Deadpool and Wolverine, probably good. And it's going to be funny because watch this movie end up doing some numbers. And it's like, oh, look at that. The 2 superhero movies of 2024 were R fucking rated.
And to your point, if this movie acknowledges basically what it is, and that we're not trying to do anything but, to your point, an R-rated movie that we're going to get Aaron Taylor Johnson going crazy and leaning really hard into to our violence. All right, I'm going into that movie. That's my expectation. If it does that, okay, good. It doesn't mean it's the best movie. It doesn't mean it's the worst movie. If it acknowledges what it is, well, again, Venom wasn't the worst thing I saw.
Nope.
Not even close.
Not even close. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that reaction. That's coming out at the beginning in December. Something. I don't know.
It's Christmas feel-good movie of the year.
Is it a Christmas movie too?
Yes, it is.
It is coming out on the fucking Christmas.
Because remember that statement that producer was like, we're putting it because we want families to come out and see it. It's like,
Oh yeah, Craven is a Christmas movie. That's right.
That's right. So we got. That's right. We got Craven, we got Nosferatu, and we got Baby Girl. All movies that are big time hard R rated.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of going like, Jesus Christ, like, pardon the fucking birthday pun, but I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, what am I gonna watch? I mean, I'm gonna be watching when is Christmas on I hope it's on like a weekend, or no, it's on like a Tuesday. It's on a Wednesday. Shit.
Oh, Wednesday. Yeah.
When am I gonna watch these movies? Because I want to watch all three. I want to watch, like I said, Aaron Taylor Johnson fucking ripping noses off of people and doing all that. I want to watch Skarsgård, be a creepy fucking vampire to Johnny Depp's kid. And I also want to see Nicole Kidman have multiple orgasms. I had to say it because she said that joke during that interview where she was like, I was tired of having orgasms and stuff like that. But,
And don't tell me that wasn't calculated either.
Oh, of course. That was totally. That's why I said that's a way to fucking market that movie. Hey, Nicole Kidman, she's still fucking looking great. So that there's going to be a lot of nudity in her, like doing orgasms. Why not? I will go ahead and see that for sure. Yeah. God, I almost. Oh yeah. Did you guys see? Speaking of Nicole Kidman, did you guys see that they might be doing a Days of Thunder 2 with Tom Cruise?
Yeah, I saw that just a couple hours ago.
Yeah. And I'm just kind of going like, something tells me that Nicole Kidman probably wouldn't show back up in the sequel.
I don't think you need that.
Yeah. I don't know if she'd want to actually work with Tom Cruise again.
Probably not, no.
With all the crazy Scientology shit that she, and weird shit. Yeah. It would be kind of cool, though, if she does do it. I'm wondering if they reached out. I mean, it's just kind of funny because Tom Cruise is just like kind of going like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just keep on doing Mission Impossibles, which apparently they released the budget of the 8th one and it was like $400 million, but who knows if that's actually true. It's like one of those things.
Anyone surprised if it is? No.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like one of those things. But you have to take it with a grain of salt because it's just like, oh, it's reported it's $400 million. Okay. But then in the same, within the same freaking time frame, and it was just like, oh yeah, they're looking at doing a Days of Thunder 2, and I'm like, all right, nothing wrong with that. So now we're gonna get Tom Cruise back into a NASCAR car, and they're gonna be maybe, we got that F1 movie that's coming out with Brad Pitt that's supposed to be like insane when it comes to racing and supposed to be so.
I hope it's good. I really want it to be good,
dude. So do I, man. I think it will be. It's going to be one of those dad movies, and the dads.
I mean, that's the thing. We've gone through some pretty good ones of racing movies, almost since like Rush. Rush was kind of like
Rush was so fucking good, man. And then Ford v Ferrari was so goddamn good, and and it's like those movies did. It's funny because racing movies do well. They're the ultimate dad movies where people just go like, Dad, we're going to go see this movie. And I love it because now that my dad is retired, I'm going, Dad, we're going to see this movie, And that's why I'm even excited like for the Christopher Nolan possible. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a helicopter movie.
Yeah.
And my dad is a retired helicopter pilot. I'm like, I haven't let him know about it yet. I meant to tell him this past weekend when I was at his house with his Halloween party. Totally forgot to let him know that, like, dude, Dad, the fucking new Christopher Nolan movie, it's gonna be about helicopters. You know, I haven't told him yet, but next time
And then go back and forth through time.
yes, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be, who knows what it's gonna be, but apparently Christopher Nolan's gonna be using, you know, crazy IMAX technology that's never been used before, which I thought that was cool. But I'm like, hey, I'm all for it. You know, I mean, as much as I want Christopher Nolan to tackle some horror movie stuff, you know, hey, if he's gonna tackle an action-y, futuristic helicopter movie, all right. I don't care what Christopher Nolan. I'm the same thing. There's certain directors. There's Spielberg. There's Tarantino. There's Zack Snyder. There's Ridley Scott. And Ridley Scott apparently is got a new Alien movie in development, which hopefully it's the continuation of what he already established. There's just certain directors where I go, hey, you're making something. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there. I already have a ticket. I already bought a ticket. You didn't know this yet, but I already bought a fucking ticket to that movie. I don't care if you're making a goddamn Care Bears movie. I'm fucking going there and watching it, you know?
Right. It's like,
So-
it's like, here's my wallet.
Yeah.
Take all the money.
Just take the, you know, Fandango. You can already fucking bill me for whatever this ticket is. I don't care.
Yep.
You know, and that's what Nolan is. So whether it's the horror vampire movie in the 1920s or it's a futuristic helicopter movie, I don't care which one it is. Now it seems like it actually is the helicopter movie. And now I'm kind of going, you know, to be honest, I'm kind of more excited about that because, yeah, you know, I like vampire movies, and horror movies, but at the same time, you know, this is kind of cool. It's a helicopter movie with pilots and a mentor and a rookie. Cool. I am down for that. So,
Yarp.
we'll see. But yeah, this could be a good place to wrap up the stream right now. And before we of course wrap it up, I do want to tell people that the Geekverse charity streams are happening tomorrow. Trivia is happening.
Yep.
You're part of it, right, Chris?
Yeah, we're on the same team. We're trying to
that's
get
right.
Travis's win.
That's right. We're on Travis's team. Oh boy, I think we got this. We'll be okay. And I think we got William on the team and Ray
William
on the team.
Mm-hmm. Meg's on the team.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing that. That's going to be starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time, right?
Yeah, the trivia starts at 1 p.m. The whole stream starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, and because they do a whole day, right? Almost.
They're playing chess. They're doing commentaries. They're doing video game competitions.
It's a 24-hour stream, right?
Yeah, it's 24 hours. Yeah, they'll take shifts. Like someone's going to be up there. You're not going to see like all of them like passed out in the middle of it, but. And and again, they have stretch goals in the sense of Travis shaving his hair, Taylor shaving his beard into different ways.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's just their annual charity stream. So please come on, support, donate. I've been a part of it for like the last few years. I was one of the hosts of hosting the trivia, which was, pretty difficult, but now I'm a team member where I'm going to be answering the questions, which I was last year, but it was the year before where I actually did. I think, I don't know, again,
it's going to be fun.
It's going to be always fun. And then, like I said, Travis has been growing out his hair for so long. I mean, I remember when he came on here and it was like starting to get long, and I think we commented on it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm letting it grow. And it's down to his shoulders now. I mean, it's so long, and he's going to now finally just go, all right, time to fucking cut it. And it's all for charity. And you got to love that, man. You got to love that dedication. And like I said, we'll be on there 1 p.m. Pacific time. So should be a lot of fun. Trivia is always fun. I mean, it's going to be like, movie stuff, DC, Marvel, Star Wars, all that kind of stuff. And always fun to do this. Always look forward to it. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow when it comes to that. Just subscribe to the Geekverse channel. I retweeted it on my Twitter. But yeah, let's go around the horn. Chris, what do you got to promote?
Yeah, as always, thanks for having me on and enjoyed the good chat. And yeah, you can find me on all the socials at Chris Balga, co-host of Marvel Alliance. You can check that up by just looking up on all your podcast streams at Marvel Alliance, and we're on our live stuffs on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And Phil.
As always, my friend, thank you for the invite. It's always a blast getting to chat with you and Chris about anything and everything, as well as William and Brad. If anyone wants to follow me anywhere except X, it's unfiltered. You guys can look at my YouTube channel. I just posted minutes before going live for my live show Friday Phil. I did post a reaction to the Skeleton Crew trailer for Star Wars, which it looks fun. Looks like a fun time. But
like a Goonies in Star Wars kind of thing. Yeah.
Pretty much. And Vero, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, just add unfiltered. That's pretty much it.
There it is. All right, guys. We appreciate you spending time with us. Thank you to, of course, William and Phil for also, not Phil, Brad. Yeah, Brad for joining. And obviously they're going to be doing their thing on their channel. They're already starting right now. They're watching the first Predator movie right now. So stick around, stick around and watch their reactions to that and their conversations. All right, guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Phil. This has been great. See you guys tomorrow on the Geekverse channel, and we will talk to you later.